the future with her students, hoping to encourage them in the same way that her own teachers and mentors supported her.
I really wanted to have that impact on other students by being able to motivate them creatively, which is why I'm an art teacher to this day.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
It's not just what's being represented in the subject matter, but also I'm being very considerate in that choice of material and how I present it.
Marguerite Finch says she's always enjoyed making art.
My mom would always talk about me sketching, doodling all the time.
But there's more to her career.
I always knew that I wanted to teach in some capacity, but there's so many different ways you can do that.
She's an instructor at Columbia Basin College in Pasco, guiding new artists in addition to pursuing her own work.
A lot of it is based kind of on my own life, my own experiences, and so you get to see kind of little snippets of not only the stories behind that, but also the different materials that I use in creating those pieces. As a sculpture artist, there's a lot that goes into being very considerate in choosing that material, whether it's recycled, depending on the process. It's something I've talked about in my sculpture classes as well to my students, is that the process you choose, the materials can all be very symbolic in the story that you're telling.
Some of Finch's work is a reflection on her relationship with her parents and the changing priorities across generations.
I think right now the work that I'm making with broken china is my favorite. It has a lot to do with my relationship with my own mother. I really enjoy the process of making those pieces as well, which is a huge part of sculpture making. I really admire china sets because of my mom. Like, she was very much into setting a very formal dining room table, which is part of the work, is that it is in memory to that. But also, I just can't display all of that china or use it all in my own household.
Vintage china is repurposed into galloping horses, some of which you can see on display at Pasco City Hall.
For me, it's kind of a way of taking something and turning it into a memory that otherwise doesn't, get used necessarily.
While much of Finch's work reflects her history, she's also looking to the future with her students, hoping to encourage them in the same way that her own teachers and mentors supported her.
I really wanted to have that impact on other students by being able to motivate them creatively, which is why I'm an art teacher to this day.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
It's not just what's being represented in the subject matter, but also in being very considerate in that choice of material and how I present it.
Marguerite Finch says she's always enjoyed making art.
My mom would always talk about me sketching, doodling all the time.
But there's more to her career.
I always knew that I wanted to teach in some capacity, but there's so many different ways you can do that.
She's an instructor at Columbia Basin College in Pasco, guiding new artists in addition to pursuing her own work.
A lot of it is based kind of on my own life, my own experiences, and so you get to see kind of little snippets of not only the stories behind that, but also the different materials that I use in creating those pieces. As a sculpture artist, there's a lot that goes into being very considerate in choosing that material, whether it's recycled, depending on the process. It's something I've talked about in my sculpture classes as well to my students, is that the process you choose, the materials can all be very symbolic in the story that you're telling.
Some of Finch's work is a reflection on her relationship with her parents and the changing priorities across generations.
I think right now the work that I'm making with broken china is my favorite. It has a lot to do with my relationship with my own mother. I really enjoy the process of making those pieces as well, which is a huge part of sculpture making. I really admire china sets because of my mom. Like, she was very much into setting a very formal dining room table, which is part of the work, is that it is in memory to that. But also, I just can't display all of that china or use it all in my own household.
Vintage china is repurposed into galloping horses, some of which you can see on display at Pasco City Hall.
For me, it's kind of a way of taking something and turning it into a memory that otherwise doesn't, get used necessarily.
While much of Finch's work reflects her history, she's also looking to the future with her students, hoping to encourage them in the same way that her own teachers and mentors supported her.
I really wanted to have that impact on other students by being able to motivate them creatively, which is why I'm an art teacher to this day.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
It's not just what's being represented in the subject matter, but also I'm being very considerate in that choice of material and how I present it.
Marguerite Finch says she's always enjoyed making art.
My mom would always talk about me sketching, doodling all the time.
But there's more to her career.
I always knew that I wanted to teach in some capacity, but there's so many different ways you can do that.
She's an instructor at Columbia Basin College in Pasco, guiding new artists in addition to pursuing her own work.
A lot of it is based kind of on my own life, my own experiences, and so you get to see kind of little snippets of not only the stories behind that, but also the different materials that I use in creating those pieces. As a sculpture artist, there's a lot that goes into being very considerate in choosing that material, whether it's recycled, depending on the process. It's something I've talked about in my sculpture classes as well to my students, is that the process you choose, the materials can all be very symbolic in the story that you're telling.
Some of Finch's work is a reflection on her relationship with her parents and the changing priorities across generations.
I think right now the work that I'm making with broken china is my favorite. It has a lot to do with my relationship with my own mother. I really enjoy the process of making those pieces as well, which is a huge part of sculpture making. I really admire china sets because of my mom. Like, she was very much into setting a very formal dining room table, which is part of the work, is that it is in memory to that. But also, I just can't display all of that china or use it all in my own household.
Vintage china is repurposed into galloping horses, some of which you can see on display at Pasco City Hall.
For me, it's kind of a way of taking something and turning it into a memory that otherwise doesn't, get used necessarily.
While much of Finch's work reflects her history, she's also looking to the future with her students, hoping to encourage them in the same way that her own teachers and mentors supported her.
I really wanted to have that impact on other students by being able to motivate them creatively, which is why I'm an art teacher to this day.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
It's not just what's being represented in the subject matter, but also I'm being very considerate in that choice of material and how I present it.
Marguerite Finch says she's always enjoyed making art.
My mom would always talk about me sketching, doodling all the time.
But there's more to her career.
I always knew that I wanted to teach in some capacity, but there's so many different ways you can do that.
She's an instructor at Columbia Basin College in Pasco, guiding new artists in addition to pursuing her own work.
A lot of it is based kind of on my own life, my own experiences, and so you get to see kind of little snippets of not only the stories behind that, but also the different materials that I use in creating those pieces. As a sculpture artist, there's a lot that goes into being very considerate in choosing that material, whether it's recycled, depending on the process. It's something I've talked about in my sculpture classes as well to my students, is that the process you choose, the materials can all be very symbolic in the story that you're telling.
Some of Finch's work is a reflection on her relationship with her parents and the changing priorities across generations.
I think right now the work that I'm making with broken china is my favorite. It has a lot to do with my relationship with my own mother. I really enjoy the process of making those pieces as well, which is a huge part of sculpture making. I really admire china sets because of my mom. Like, she was very much into setting a very formal dining room table, which is part of the work, is that it is in memory to that. But also, I just can't display all of that china or use it all in my own household.
Vintage china is repurposed into galloping horses, some of which you can see on display at Pasco City Hall.
For me, it's kind of a way of taking something and turning it into a memory that otherwise doesn't, get used necessarily.
While much of Finch's work reflects her history, she's also looking to the future with her students, hoping to encourage them in the same way that her own teachers and mentors supported her.
I really wanted to have that impact on other students by being able to motivate them creatively, which is why I'm an art teacher to this day.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
It's not just what's being represented in the subject matter, but also I'm being very considerate in that choice of material and how I present it.
Marguerite Finch says she's always enjoyed making art.
My mom would always talk about me sketching, doodling all the time.
But there's more to her career.
I always knew that I wanted to teach in some capacity, but there's so many different ways you can do that.
She's an instructor at Columbia Basin College in Pasco, guiding new artists in addition to pursuing her own work.
A lot of it is based kind of on my own life, my own experiences, and so you get to see kind of little snippets of not only the stories behind that, but also the different materials that I use in creating those pieces. As a sculpture artist, there's a lot that goes into being very considerate in choosing that material, whether it's recycled, depending on the process. It's something I've talked about in my sculpture classes as well to my students, is that the process you choose, the materials can all be very symbolic in the story that you're telling.
Some of Finch's work is a reflection on her relationship with her parents and the changing priorities across generations.
I think right now the work that I'm making with broken china is my favorite. It has a lot to do with my relationship with my own mother. I really enjoy the process of making those pieces as well, which is a huge part of sculpture making. I really admire china sets because of my mom. Like, she was very much into setting a very formal dining room table, which is part of the work, is that it is in memory to that. But also, I just can't display all of that china or use it all in my own household.
Vintage china is repurposed into galloping horses, some of which you can see on display at Pasco City Hall.
For me, it's kind of a way of taking something and turning it into a memory that otherwise doesn't, get used necessarily.
While much of Finch's work reflects her history, she's also looking to the future with her students, hoping to encourage them in the same way that her own teachers and mentors supported her.
I really wanted to have that impact on other students by being able to motivate them creatively, which is why I'm an art teacher to this day.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
It's not just what's being represented in the subject matter, but also I'm being very considerate in that choice of material and how I present it.
Marguerite Finch says she's always enjoyed making art.
My mom would always talk about me sketching, doodling all the time.
But there's more to her career.
I always knew that I wanted to teach in some capacity, but there's so many different ways you can do that.
She's an instructor at Columbia Basin College in Pasco, guiding new artists in addition to pursuing her own work.
A lot of it is based kind of on my own life, my own experiences, and so you get to see kind of little snippets of not only the stories behind that, but also the different materials that I use in creating those pieces. As a sculpture artist, there's a lot that goes into being very considerate in choosing that material, whether it's recycled, depending on the process. It's something I've talked about in my sculpture classes as well to my students, is that the process you choose, the materials can all be very symbolic in the story that you're telling.
Some of Finch's work is a reflection on her relationship with her parents and the changing priorities across generations.
I think right now the work that I'm making with broken china is my favorite. It has a lot to do with my relationship with my own mother. I really enjoy the process of making those pieces as well, which is a huge part of sculpture making. I really admire china sets because of my mom. Like, she was very much into setting a very formal dining room table, which is part of the work, is that it is in memory to that. But also, I just can't display all of that china or use it all in my own household.
Vintage china is repurposed into galloping horses, some of which you can see on display at Pasco City Hall.
For me, it's kind of a way of taking something and turning it into a memory that otherwise doesn't, get used necessarily.
While much of Finch's work reflects her history, she's also looking to the future with her students, hoping to encourage them in the same way that her own teachers and mentors supported her.
I really wanted to have that impact on other students by being able to motivate them creatively, which is why I'm an art teacher to this day.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
Welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, April 7th, 2025. Thank you to those who are joining us both live and on the television. City Council really thanks you for being a part of our government. At workshop, I don't know why I've got that one. That's fine. I got it. At regular meetings, the City Council takes action on formal items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available for those following along online at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those present, there is a table in back and a sign that says agendas. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas.
She is excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Grimm.
Here.
Councilmember Harpster.
He is also excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Should be joining us via technology. Leo, can you hear us? Give it a quick minute. If we can't get it, we'll circle back to him.
Yes. How about Mayor Pro Tem Milne
I am present.
and Mayor Serrano?
I'm here.
Great.
With that, it looks like give Angela one more minute. Okay. Is he muted or we muted him? Or okay. Mr. Perales, if you can hear us, it sounds like you're muted. And I think you've got that control function. Yeah, apparently he can handle that himself. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and after that, Mr. Strong, maybe you can work to unmute Mr. Perales. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll sit tight 1 second for Mr. Perales. Nola. Go ahead, Angela.
Councilmember Perales, your mic is available on your side.
So, I guess Ms. Blaisdell, if he shoots you any updates, let us know. I guess I don't know how long to try to figure this out. For now, let's go ahead and okay, it looks like he signed off. Might be signing back in. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by a roll call vote as one motion as listed in the agenda. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the consent agenda may be removed from the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So with that, we've got a handful of items. Item A is approval of meeting minutes from March 17th, March 22nd, March 24th, and March 31st, 2025. Item B is bills and communications, approving the claims in the total amount of $6,863,149.92. Item C is resolution number 4582, River Shore Sewer Interceptor upsizing Phase 1 design loan acceptance. Item D is resolution number 4583, professional services agreement with Consor North America Inc. for design services for the Sylvester Street Overpass pedestrian bicycle pedestrian bicycle access project, excuse me. Item E is resolution number 4584, project acceptance for the well capacity upgrades project. Item F is resolution number 4585, agreement with Burnham for tax credit proceeds transfer. Before we make a motion, two things. One, do we have any update on Mr. Perales? It appears not. I see you. Oh, Leo, we got you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
There we go. Thank you much. Good evening.
Good evening. So I just rolled through the consent agenda. Do you have any items you wish to remove from there?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any items they wish to remove? With hearing none, Mr. Milne, can you get us a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. And as I said, that'll come in a roll call form. So, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm,
Yes.
Councilmember Perales,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne,
Yes.
and Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Does pass unanimously. Thank you for that. Next item is item 5, proclamations, acknowledgements. They're unlisted. That opens us to number 6, which is our public comments period. The public may address council on any item unless it relates to a later scheduled public hearing. This item is allowed to is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or the posing of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will be limited to 3 minutes, which I'll follow that, and Ms. Clerk will so kindly help us keep time. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments or submit written information for council consideration outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when you step up to the microphone for your comment, please provide your name and your county of residence. With that, we are open for public comment. Yes, sir. I see the mic's bent down, so if you can bend it up, and then there's also like a little speaker thing. There we go. We're red. We're good to go.
My name's Dennis Brown, Franklin County resident. Okay, so I'm burning my 3 minutes. I had to have AI write me up a summary of what I want to say because I'm not that clever. So to begin with, it's curb ramps. I live in a part of town where they put the endless curb, and it's quite annoying. So here's what we have. Curb ramps are essential for providing smooth and safe access to your driveway by addressing several key issues. Protection of car suspension. Without a curb ramp, driving over the abrupt edge of a curb can cause significant impact on the car suspension system. This repeated jarring can lead to premature wear and tear on shock struts and other suspension components, potentially resulting in costly repairs and a less comfortable ride. Curb ramps effectively bridge the gap between the street and the driveway, creating a gradual incline that allows your car suspension to compress and decompress, blah, blah, blah. Prevention of scraping low-riding vehicles, in particular, are susceptible to scraping their front bumpers, undercarriage, and even the exhaust systems when navigating the sharp angle of a curb. Curb ramps eliminate this risk by providing a gentler slope, making the transition without contact, preserving your vehicle's paintwork and structural integrity. I have a sedan, and I still bump on it if I hit it wrong. Reduced jolting for individuals. The sudden upward and downward motion experienced when driving over a curb can be particularly uncomfortable and even painful for older individuals. The impact can jolt the body, potentially exacerbating existing back or neck injuries problems. Curb ramps significantly reduce the abruptness, allowing for a smoother and more comfortable transition into and out of the driveway. This consideration is crucial for maintaining the comfort and well-being of elderly passengers and drivers. Not just about convenience, they actively protect your vehicle from damage, prevent frustrating scrapes, and enhance the comfort and safety. So on that note, I'd like to see something in the code that allows me to install curb ramps, because currently at this time there aren't any. I found that out a couple of years ago when I tried to put a concrete one in and had to tear it out. Lessons learned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, and I know staff's diligently taking notes, and something that we can address in the future. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Here's a couple of examples. I did.
Oh, okay.
It's two sets of shoes.
With that, do we have any further public comments? Go ahead. Ms. Mahoney. And make sure the mic's on. Looks like it's off.
Is it on? Is it on?
Yeah.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, 2 Pasco, RCW 42.56. Provide permits for Pasco and Hayden Homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and eaglets. Provide a 404 permit for floodplain Road 48 Park, floodplain sewer, and for resolution number 4582, provide all LID designs for Pearl Street, past and present, and for my property indicating harassment and retaliation. Provide an LID and or ULID start date and cost for my property. See Forced LID Pasco City Council meeting on 5/23/22 and public comments hands off to Pasco and developers. With the Pasco Aquatic Center, how much is ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins paid at a rate of $10,390 per month plus travel expenses? What's the total cost of the wow factor or wave machine costing $22 million to $280 million, while Yakima's Aquatic Center opening in June costs only $10.8 million total? Pasco's CIP budget is well over $500 million, yet there's no money for a homeless shelter for people and no money for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats. With animal control, provide a permit for Tri-City Animal Services to operate as an animal research provider. Include Angela Zeiler's animal holding facility plans for WSU. See Zeiler's quote in the Tri-City Herald. See Zegan Zeiler's WSU Buncher files and WSU dog videos extending well over 30 years. See Pasco City Council meeting 4119 with Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr, authorization of new due process at animal control that results in unlawful seizures. Dogs are killed and or sent to WSU for research. See Bell, Kilo, Jake, and many, many more. See Animal Control botched euthanasias they call popcorning the dogs and cats, or also called a violent, painful way to die. Provide Ziegler-Zeiler's humane euthanasia certifications as required by the Animal Welfare Act. Provide TCAS insurance and Pasco's cat bonds. Provide results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000, and the missing rainy day fund at Animal Control. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Angela Zeiler. For questions, call Pasco's Lee Kerr at 509-735-1542. For a list of animal research providers to WSU, including bogus rescues, call WSU President 509-335-4200. Call Dr. Guy Palmer at WSU and at Paul Allen's School of Global Animal Health, 509-432-3385. My comments tonight are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, third time, all right. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is reports from committees or officers. Mr. Prowlis, do you have anything to report?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Blaisdell.
Considering we haven't really met for the last 2 weeks, I have quite a bit. So I did attend Visit Tri-Cities meeting. We are looking for Ironman volunteers. I believe it's not till September, but they need many more volunteers this year versus last year to keep the event going. I also attended the Tri-City Regional luncheon and annual meeting, and then a ribbon cutting in downtown Pasco for Lucky Leaf. I believe it's their second location for Pasco. And I am happy to say Pasco High Dance Team took place in state in show and hip hop in Third and Palm. So that was, again, a major accomplishment for those kids. So that's all I have.
Thank you. With that, I guess that goes to me. I too attended the Lucky Leaf opening. Had a nice chat with either the owner or the manager, Slim, I believe is his name, and it's good. Well, sorry. It's good to see folks who stay in town or leave town and come back and want to participate in the business community. So I appreciate that. And again, it was a great conversation. I also today attended the Pasco Aviation Celebration. Yesterday marked 99 years of commercial aviation, starting with mail, which went from Pasco to Elko, Nevada, back when there was obviously no GPS, really rudimentary, if any maps. And so these guys were real cowboys of the West, willingly taking what was a 5.5 hour flight, which I'm sure now would probably be an hour and 40 minutes, give or take. You know, and really were that innovation. And my message to the community today was, and especially to our next generation, is as the Port of Pasco looks to expand, as the city is looking at, you know, with our RNG facility, with the PWRF, there's opportunity to be on the cutting edge of innovation here in the Tri-Cities. You can leave, that's great, but hopefully you'll come back with something more, or you can stay and there's opportunity for you. And I think that spirit of innovation that we had 99 years ago as the port and as the Aviation Museum seeks to, you know, share that 100-year flight over the course of the next year. Hopefully that spirit of enthusiasm, excitement, and innovation, and maybe a little bit of Wild West cowboy resides in, you know, the leadership here, as well as the next generation. And I'm hopeful that our kids can get that message that, sure, go ahead and go off, but come back and bring something, or again, stay here and be on that cutting edge as we look to expand what the city offers. So I'm excited to see what the Aviation Museum is going to do over the next year. The culminating events will be April 6th of 2026, as well as May 15th and 16th. And I look forward to our partnership with them. So with that, I think that's all I have. And I did ask for Mr. Prowse. So moving on to item 8, hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. I've got a single item here. Item A, public hearing and resolution number 4586, surplus and transfer of city-owned personal property to a government agency. And Chief Crowley, or it's Captain, right? Deputy Chief. I'm sorry, Mort.
That's okay.
I just like Mort. Deputy Chief Mortensen, I apologize.
That works too. Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing me the time tonight to talk about a couple of fleet proposals we have out of the fire department. Before we do that, I do want to thank you again. I haven't had a chance to talk to you too much about your presence and representation at our push-in ceremonies. That was a really big hit, and having your representation there meant a lot. It was a highlight. So appreciate the speeches and the extra effort too. I think we needed every last bit of muscle. So with that, though, we wanted to talk about our transition with some of those pieces of apparatus and some of the analysis we've done. And tonight we have, let me make sure I can do this. We have 2 pieces of apparatus that we want to talk about tonight. And when we were doing our analysis at the beginning of the year and getting ready for the biennium budget proposal, we really were taking a look at what we need in the department versus what we want and where we want to go in the next couple of years. And what we found out is we have a couple of pieces of apparatus that were heading towards the end of their life cycle, and then a couple that are in reserve. And it's nice to have that reserve, but we really do need some funding in the future for some new apparatus. And given the state of our budget and the economy, national economy all the way down, we're trying to be responsible with what we have and plan out the future. And we saw an opportunity to move a couple of pieces of apparatus that's going to allow us that opportunity to take a look at some newer pieces in the future. First one I want to talk about tonight is our we call our spill response boat, and we got this on a Department of Ecology grant in 2020. And the purpose of the boat the council approved was to carry what we call boom on that, and that's to go out and contain any oil spills or any spills out on the river, waterways that need mitigated, and it kind of just confines that and keeps it in place. What we found was, while it is very useful, we haven't really had that opportunity. The numbers haven't been there to really demonstrate that we need this vessel still in our fleet. Now, we did put in the electronics on that, so the grant covered the motors, the power plants, the vessel itself, and then the rest of it we had to take care of. So all the electronics and everything were borne from the City of Pasco budget. And that was about $45,000. So we're taking a look at that, and what it's turned into is more of a backup boat for us, just because those numbers on our responses aren't quite there. So with that, when it comes in, we do have to start budgeting and planning for its replacement. And it's roughly a 10-year life cycle before we start having to take a look at the motors, and then taking a look at the electronics and getting those updated. So while the boat didn't cost us anything, the replacement plan in the future is something that we have to save for. Ongoing maintenance costs, there's not a whole lot to it, but it is maintenance costs that we have to go through. The oil changes, making sure all the pumps and everything are working. So there are costs associated with that, taking a look at what we can eliminate, that's something we can do. I do want to go back. So before we say, hold on a second, we don't have any deployment capabilities now, or we don't have the ability to mitigate a spill response. Our primary vessel can carry the boom that I was talking about earlier. Plus, it's kind of a dualistic purpose. It works really, really well as a rescue. Plus, we have the ability to go out there and handle some of those spills. And that's what we did before 2020 when we got this grant. This was just really a boat that was designed more towards that and not necessarily towards rescue. So our primary vessel right now does both, and we feel comfortable with that. So when we're going through this and saying what could we do with this, we got a hold of the Department of Ecology, and they said there's a couple different options you guys can take a look at. The easiest option for you, just for simplicity, is to transfer it to another agency, either governmental, somebody who can go out and their job is to clean up spills or have that for that capacity. So started asking around, and Chelan County Fire District 7, who's up there, they take care of the fires, the shoreline of Lake Chelan. They expressed a lot of interest, and so they went to their commissioners and said, hey, what would this look like? And what we did was we also, let me see what that's going back to. So they went up there, their commissioners took a look at it. I did want to recover some of the funding on our electronics, and it's probably in the PowerPoint here in a second. But we did make a deal. So looking at the depreciation value on those electronics, what we did was we took some of the newer equipment off of the boat we're talking about right now. We refreshed the electronics on our older one. And so they're getting a boat that does have electronics in it, but in the whole process we were able to upgrade ours, and they're going to give us some money on that. We have a deal to get $20,000 in recovery on the electronics, which is the depreciation value on those. So legal considerations, obviously, I'm sure you're well aware, to be able to transfer equipment with this value on it, or to be able to sell, we do need council authority, and we went through the legal requirements with the RCWs as far as putting it in the or advertising it in a local capacity. So we put it in the Tri-City Herald on March 23rd, so that the public was aware that we do have two pieces of apparatus. I'll talk about the ladder truck here in a little bit, but we had two pieces of apparatus that went into the Tri-City Herald. The public hearing is scheduled for tonight as we're here, and public comment period obviously will be afforded as well. Fiscal impact, like I said, there's no value. We're not going to be gaining any money from the vessel. That was something that they said was very problematic, even though we do own it, and the reporting period, the grant period is over. To sell this, given the fact that it was grant dollars, would be pretty problematic, and they said this would have to go up through the Washington State Supreme Court to kind of get a settling on this, and that's nothing that I was really interested in doing. So again, at $20,000 recovery for the electronics that we're going to give to Chelan 7 will be there, so we're not completely giving it away. We are recovering a portion of the cost that we put into it. And then the funds that we are collecting, we are asking that those be put back into our equipment reserve to cover some of the fleet expenses, which I'll talk about briefly coming up. So policy decisions. What we're asking council for is to declare the vessel surplus, and that will allow us to transfer the vessel to Chelan County Fire District 7. Their commissioners have already met, and contingent upon your decision tonight, they've accepted the transfer and the monetary displacement back to our fund. So I'd like to ask you to authorize the city manager to execute and negotiate the transfer after we're done, and allocate the proceeds from the electronic equipment towards the Fire Fleet Fund. I'll move forward. In addition to the vessel, do I need to pause for that, or can I roll both pieces of apparatus together? I can keep going. Okay. Okay, in addition to the transfer of the boat, we are also looking to sell our reserve ladder truck. And just a little bit of history on this. This was purchased about 4 years ago.
Deputy Chief, I think we need to take public comment separately. So with that, I am going to open the public hearing on the first vessel, which is the boat. I'm going to call it that. Do we have any public comments on this? The declaration of surplus of this vehicle? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we can move on to the second vehicle, or second item of surplus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The second item that we want to discuss tonight is our reserve ladder truck. In a little bit of history, we purchased this reserve approximately 4.5 years ago, and it is served in a reserve capacity. We do have our primary ladder truck.
Sit tight, I'm getting some side eye here. Were we supposed to conduct the hearing and to take action on each? Okay. So with that, now that the hearing is closed, I will declare the hearing on the first vessel closed with no public comment. I guess, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion on that? Sorry about this.
All right, you can, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4586 declaring certain city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to transfer the property to another government agency.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Oh, thank you. Sorry. That was an aye, correct, Mr. Perales?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since we've all spoken, I'll still say any opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Okay. With that, we'll move on to the second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a picture here of our reserve ladder truck, and again, I'll just go back through that. We've had it for about 4.5 years. It serves as our reserve ladder truck in the event that our primary ladder truck needs maintenance, has a mechanical issue of that nature, so it'll go into its place. The reserve ladder truck is 20 years old, and about that time frame, NFPA is advised.
Deputy Chief, I apologize. So this is listed under resolutions with no public hearing for this one. That's correct? Okay. Hold on. Let me make it formal. So we're going to move on to item number 9, which is ordinances, resolutions not relating to hearings. There's a single item, item A, which is resolution number 4587, surplus sale through consignment of city personal property. This is going to stay with Deputy Chief. I apologize for these fumbles here. But here we are. You can move back into your presentation.
No problem.
Sorry about that, sir.
No problem at all. Thank you. So again, here's our reserve ladder truck, and again, when we were going through our fleet and considering the outlook and the future and what our needs are going to be, we realized that we are going to be needing a new ladder truck within the next 4 years. Our current ladder truck is going to be reaching the end of its life cycle, which for the NFPA is about 20 years. So this vehicle, this ladder truck is 20 years old. The maintenance costs on it are increasing as they naturally do with age. So we have two. What we need to do is try and focus on the purchase and acquisition of a new ladder truck. And right now, talking with our manufacturer, the build time on that is about 3.5 to 4 years. So if we ordered it today, we wouldn't see it until about 2028. So at hopefully the earliest. And they are rising in costs. Our equipment replacement fund is healthy in that reserve right there. We have about $1.6 million in the bank. Now, don't have a heart attack, but the ladder trucks right now, the newer ones are going for about 2.4. So we have a gap there to cover. And what we found is that we believe if we were able to sell our backup ladder truck, and right now the average on what we're seeing would be around $300,000. We still think that we could collect on the ladder truck even with its age. That would close that gap just a little bit closer, so that when we do need to go through the sales agreement for a new ladder truck and actually begin the build, we're that much closer, and then we can work with the financing options on what that looks like. So again, this is a 20-year-old ladder truck. We're feeling comfortable not having a reserve at this point. Richland and Kennewick run their cities without a reserve, and what we really rely on is that master mutual aid agreement, which helps us in the event that we need a ladder truck to come into our jurisdiction. If the current one has a mechanical failure or needs maintenance or anything like that, we do have that ability to pull from different agencies within the region. So we feel comfortable after an analysis with Chief Crowley and Deputy Chief Harkins. We feel comfortable that we will have the operational capacity from our neighbors if we need it. Our current ladder truck, it is incurring some more maintenance costs, which is going to be normal, but we feel pretty comfortable that the one we have right now is going to carry us through for the next 3 or 4 years until we can get a newer one put in its place. So with that, my ask and proposal tonight is to put this through the sales process. We want to use a company, it's a consignment company, to assist us with this sale. What they'll do is advertise it nationwide and then work through the sales process with us. But that's the request we have for tonight, is the ability to sell our reserve ladder truck as well to close the gap on the purchase of a new one.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Prowlis?
Yeah, the only question that I had was that we bought this a few years ago, and now we're trying to sell it to get some money. And so I hope we're buying equipment that we're going to be needing for a longer duration of time. So I guess if I can get some insights on that, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can certainly speak to that, Mr. Prowse. Appreciate the question. The new ladder or new aerial trucks, new fire engines that we just purchased, they're good for that 20-year mark. And that process of planning, we really try and start that 5, 6, 7 years out. But with the proper maintenance, and our shops do a very, very good job. And we have additional contractors in the area that can help us out that specialize in these apparatus. So we feel comfortable that moving forward with these new engines, they're designed to last a long time. We do beat them up, but they do last. The predicted lifespan on these is that 20-year mark. And when we go through, like I said, we're taking a look at technology, what will last, and we sole source with Pierce. And it's the biggest name in the industry, and you know they're workhorses, so we know we can rely on them. But well understood, and I think going forward, the next ladder truck is going to last us quite some time.
Thank you, Mr. Prowlis. That satisfy?
Appreciate it. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4587, declaring city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to sell the property through consignment.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that too passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
Thank you. With that moves us on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. See none, and I don't see a light from staff, so I'm assuming there is none. Then that moves us on to number 11, which is new business. Again, not seeing any lights from staff, so I assume we're good there. And that moves us on to item number 12, which is miscellaneous discussion. I do see Mr. Zabel's light on.
So good evening, Mayor, Council. Apologies there on 8A and 9A. The difference between those is the boat was a value of over $50,000, and you were transferring it to another agency, so it required the public hearing. The other one is just an outright sale, the engine itself, so that's why the difference. So, and then secondly, a couple of things. I did get a note out earlier today, but all of you may not have received it, but contractor's been hired to work on downtown cleanup. That work started today, already making an impact downtown, and I know that's something council had expressed concern about in recent weeks, so staff's been working on pulling that together. Thank you to Director Rice. And then secondly, city participated in the State Department of Agricultural Japanese beetle spray program, so all of our city properties, or a number of our city properties, were sprayed with the beetle containment area on late last week. So, in case you get a question from a community member or what have you, so that's all I had.
Thank you. Do we have any, Mr. Prowse? Do you have anything?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? I'll just simply note that I do know that in a couple weeks we have an Easter egg hunt coming up. I don't have those details right in front of me. I know it's the 19th, I believe, at noon at one of the parks. We'll get more details on that, and I'm excited to be part of that. I know my kid's got a baseball game, but I'm hopeful to run over and catch, and celebrate something that's critical in my life, which is the resurrection of my Savior Jesus Christ. And I'm extremely grateful for that opportunity that the city has to celebrate Easter as a community, and so I'm excited for that. So I appreciate the staff putting that together. With that moves us on to, are we still intending to do our exec session?
Yes.
Is our legal counsel joining us electronically?
Electronically, okay. Yes.
All right, so I just want to make sure I got the right folks. So we are on to number 13, which is executive session. It's discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110, subsection 1, Roman numeral 1, or I, listed for 8 minutes. We're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager?
We're going to have the assistant city manager in the first to represent staff, the first item.
Okay.
And then the second item, it'll be myself and the deputy city manager.
Okay, so.
And the chief.
And the fire chief? Or
police chief, sorry.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so in the first, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, police chief? Okay. Just the assistant city manager in the first. Okay, so in the first, we're going to have the assistant city manager. In the second, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, and police chief in the second. Legal counsel being both. Slated for 8 minutes. We are going to call that 7:47 since we're halfway through this minute. So we'll be back roughly at 7:47. It is 7:55. We have returned from executive session with no action taken. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you for joining us. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council special meeting on Monday, April 14th, 2025. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At special meetings, the council takes formal action in specific items, and during workshops, we only discuss items with no formal action items taken. So with that, you'll hear that we have a special meeting shortly thereafter, followed by a workshop meeting. Agenda packets are available at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those following along online, for those present, there's a little table with a blue arrow that says agendas. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 and Spectrum Cable in Pasco and in Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, on its website, on its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting agenda and video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Council members, Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell.
Here.
Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Morales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
With that, if you'll stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, again, we're in the special meeting portion for anyone following along. We've got a single item, well, 3 motions. Under new business number 4, resolutions number 4588, 4589, and 4590, use of temporary staff services, and it looks like the Assistant City Manager, Angela Pashong, will be presenting this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the purpose of the item tonight is we are seeking council approval for the 3 resolutions to authorize personal services agreements with the following temporary Staffing Agencies, Advanced Services, Inc., Infogenie, Inc., Persona Employment Solutions. These contracts will support seasonal and project-based and hard-to-fill roles across departments, primarily in the Parks and Animal Services divisions. There's many reasons why to use temporary service or temporary staffing agencies, including flexibility. They enable the city to quickly scale staffing for seasonal or emergent needs without the overhead of permanent hires. Cost savings, they reduce long-term employment costs as the city is not paying benefits or payroll taxes directly. Efficiency, agencies handle the recruitment, screening, and onboarding, saving time and resources. It reduces our risk. Agencies bear the burden and liability for compliance for several requirements, including those of family leave laws and L&I. Speed. Agencies provide a pre-screened talent pool, helping us fill needs faster. Expertise. We bring in specialized skill sets without long-term training commitments. And then trial opportunity. Temporary roles can serve as a vetting period for potential permanent hires. We have seen particular use of this at our animal services for our kennel tech positions. Those positions are, you may think you're in for walking dogs only, but it's a lot harder than that. So that's been a very beneficial setup for us. So a little background on agency selection. To align with procurement best practices, in February of 2025, the city issued an RFP for proposals, which we received 24, and we have selected 3 agencies based on their capacity, pricing, and qualifications. These contracts are for 2 years with an optional 1-year extension, so it gives us an opportunity to build a relationship with them, see how it's going, get the reporting mechanisms and requests that we have for them, and then if we see that it's a good fit, to continue with that opportunity. So fiscal impact, expenses are budgeted in departmental operating budgets. So annually we hire primarily for our park seasonals. So those are the individuals out mowing the grass, our boulevards, and doing that. We hire 16 of those positions every year, and that's about $300,000. And then we also have 1 role out at our cemetery because as irrigation's turned on, the grass grows, and we need to make sure that that is maintained. These annual needs align with our irrigation season. And in 2021, there was, we had a higher budget for seasonals for our parks crew, but we converted 7 of those into permanent positions with the expansion of our facilities and our needs. We did have the need for year-round. We just don't have need for year-round for this many individuals. So the request to council tonight is approval of the 3 resolutions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Barajas.
Thank you. Quick question. You probably do have this, what is the overall savings on going this route versus hiring full-time jobs through the city?
So the biggest savings is going to be, and I'm not going to give you a flat dollar amount, I can definitely get that for you, but without the need of full-time 16 additional staff, it would be exponentially more expensive to bring them on. You'd be paying salary and benefits year-round. And so there is a markup when you do a temporary staffing agency, but it's less than if you had them full-time with benefits.
Do we have any further council discussion on this issue? Seeing none, do we have a special meeting? Do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we're going to close public comment. With that, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4588, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Advanced Services Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
Second.
Give that to Ms. Bras. Got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Bras. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none. Go ahead with the second, and bless you, Mr. Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4589, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Infungi Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
It's going to be a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Bras. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. That too passed unanimously. Let's go for a third time.
All right, third time's a charm. I move to approve resolution number 4590, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal service agreement with Persona Employment Solutions for temporary staffing services.
We got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Sounds like we got a third unanimous. With that, we are going to adjourn our special meeting. I'll give the clerk a few seconds to make sure she has time to crane her neck to the clock. I think we're good. Okay, did I see the signal? We're okay to roll. With that, I am going to open our workshop meeting. It was listed for 7:05. We're 3 minutes late, so Chief Roski, I apologize. We've consumed that extra 3 minutes. I'll make it up by skipping items 1, 2, and 3 and moving on to item number 4. Do we have any verbal reports from council members? Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Benton Franklin Transit Board of Directors meeting. We talked about the strategic plan and ridership and had a lively discussion about trip costs per person, management of the fleet, and it was really a fruitful discussion, fruitful meeting. The day before, myself, Councilmember Barajas, and Councilwoman Blaisdell all attended online the Tri-Cities Public Facilities District meeting, where the group voted me secretary of the board. The interesting thing about that is they had not called a meeting in nearly 2 years. It was, I believe, March or April of 2023 was the last time they had called a meeting. And there's various reasons and things going on, but that is something for me really to dig into in coming weeks and months and find out, well, what are we doing if, we don't need to meet that often? And I know the idea is obviously to serve as a regional public facilities board, but once again, I have a lot to learn, a lot to dig my teeth into, Mr. Mayor, and I also joined the Mayor Pro Tem today at the Pasco Chamber of Commerce lunch with a fair amount of staff, where we got to hear our own Fire Chief Crowley give an update about really the fire department. And it was the first time that anybody knows the fire department ever presented at the lunch. So it was really good to have one of our own heart and soul there talking just the core of Pasco. So anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended my first night with the Pasco Police Academy last Tuesday. Very informative. I was pretty impressed. I've done a couple of them, not for the Pasco, but for other municipalities, and just the breadth of knowledge and the presentations was really well done. So yeah, I'm really excited for the next couple weeks. Then I attended the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies ribbon cutting. I wasn't there for the ribbon cutting initially, but I ended up going about an hour after. A lot of people already had left, and I talked with Sarah, and she had some really good treats, and it's cool to see that she has stuff in the White House. I thought that was really interesting and really, should make us all proud that something like that is actually making that much of an impact. And then I went out and gave out some VIP patches to some of our Girl Scouts this weekend. I think Sunday was the last day for them to sell cookies. So that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was there for also the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies, and phenomenal stuff. I can't say enough about it. I didn't think that a freeze-dried pickle would taste so good, but it was really good. All the stuff she had was really good. They had a lot of candies and freeze-dried, was it this pickle Skittles? I didn't think that was good, but it was actually pretty good as well. So I would recommend people that if it's by the Berkshire Aircraft is on the back side and the railway yard is on the front side, but it's that whole row and it's just some unique places in there. So I'd recommend if you get a chance to go check it out. And then I also did have a COPA meeting also on Friday, and they talked a lot about how to move the organization along, but not asking for the city for money at the moment. And one thing they're talking about doing is fundraising. In October, some students from Kalima will be coming and visiting the Pasco. And again, just different ways that we in the COPA organization can make it better for Pasco and for these kids, the cooperation between Kalima and Pasco. So it was a good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Mr. Harpster.
I thought somebody else would have mentioned this, but I attended a council retreat on Saturday and saw a few of you there. Just want the public to know your council's doing work on Saturdays and discussed our priorities and spent a lot of time on budget. So, again, appreciate staff's time that was there and everybody else's time up here.
Thank you. They were certainly well prepared and well armed with information. So hopefully we'll be able to nail some things down here over the next few months, and we appreciate that. Seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 5, which is items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public comment is limited to an aggregate of 8 minutes. It's going to be 2 minutes segments, pro and con. So if you have a position, please state that when you come up and offer your name and county residence for the mic. So aside from that introduction, we have a few items. The first one is item A. Pasco School District is here to discuss their district impact fees. Looks like Mr. Zabel, you're going to kick us off there.
Good evening, Mayor Council. Just to kick this off a minute, the school district, in its very, very regulated process, is allowed to work with the city under the city's authority to impose school impact fees for new growth, new development in the community. And in the case of Pasco, that's been occurring since 2012. Back in March of 2012, city imposed ordinance 4046, which set rates for single family and multifamily residences $4,700 per unit and $4,525 per unit each. And those have been in place since. Annually, or I think semi-annually, is it? Yeah, semi-annually, the
evening and welcome to the City of Pasco's 2020, it's October 27th, 2025, City Council Workshop Meeting. The Council thanks you for being part of our city government. At workshop meetings, the Council discusses issues, but no formal action is taken. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and/or questions by asking the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. And with that, if we could get a roll call.
Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell.
Here.
Cotta.
Here.
Perales.
Here.
Grimm.
Here.
Milne.
I'm present.
6 members present. We have a quorum.
All right, sounds great. With that, if we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, thank you. Well, that drops us to number 4, which is verbal reports from council members. Did anybody do anything this last week that they'd like to talk about? Let's start off with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
On Wednesday, I attended the Visit Tri-Cities monthly board meeting. I also on Wednesday attended the Pasco Police District 1 Business Watch meeting held at the Franklin County Historical Society in downtown Pasco with Lieutenant Pettyjohn, Officer Yazwinski, and Sergeant Parks. And then on Friday, I attended the Domestic Violence Memorial Candle Vigil on Friday held at the Hapo Center. We honored the lives lost to domestic violence.
Well, thank you for all your attending, and thank you for being so active in our community. So with that, let's move to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the Elijah Family Homes annual breakfast fundraiser last Friday at the Hapo Center. It was a great event. I believe they raised quite a bit of money. They have a project that they want to get under, break ground, hopefully in the next year or so. So yeah, if you guys are available or you're looking to be generous, go to their website and you can donate money to that cause.
Well, thank you for attending that. I thought it was pretty good as well, so I enjoyed being there. Let's go with Councilman Cotta.
I just attended a couple of grand openings, ribbon cuttings with Greer Steel and Top Notch Driving School over in my district. But wonderful companies expanding businesses here in the Pasco area, and so wish them the best.
Well, thank you for that, and I appreciate you doing the welcome letter. I thought you did an excellent job, and so it was good that we could be active in our community. Let's see, other lights. I did also attend on Thursday. I did the Crispy Cones. They had their kind of a lukewarm grand opening. It's a very unique dessert if you get a chance and you like ice cream and desserts, like a pastry all mixed into one. I would suggest check it out. It's off Burton Boulevard there. So again, good stuff. So with that, let's roll into number 5, items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public may comment on each topic scheduled for discussion up to 2 minutes per person with a total of 8 minutes per item. If opposing sides wish to speak, then both sides receive an equal amount of time to speak up to 4 minutes each side. So with that, we're going to roll into 5A, which is the 2026 legislative priorities. And we're going to go with Deputy City Manager Richa Siddell.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce tonight's very important discussion of Pasco's 2026 legislative priorities. As our city continues to grow and evolve, it's essential that we proactively engage with the state legislators and our partners there to advocate for resources and policies that will support our community's needs. And for this effort, we have a very long-term partner with us online, Brianna Murray. She's state lobbyist and partner with Gordon Thomas Honeywell Governmental Relations, and she brings extensive experience in legislative strategy and advocacy, and you're all very well aware of her good work. So we will do a quick review and all of the work ahead of us. With that, I would like to invite Brianna.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Greatly appreciate the opportunity to appear before you virtually this evening, as I have been under the weather. You can advance to the next slide. There's an overview of the presentation that I'd like to offer to you all this evening. I'd like to provide you with a preview of what to expect during the 2026 legislative session, just to offer you some context for then your draft 2026 legislative agenda, and then identify next steps to prepare the city for advocating through the 2026 session. Before I dive into the 2026 session, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank you all for what was a very successful 2025 legislative session. And we were very successful in bringing dollars back into the Pasco community through many of the requests that we all worked on together collectively. And after the 2025 legislative session this summer, we held a bus tour where we had Pasco's legislators come out and see many of the projects that are reflected in your draft 2026 legislative agenda that continue to be priorities. I just want to note that ongoing work, that year-round work, helps us get success year after year. So with that comment on 2025, let's begin looking to 2026. Next slide. The legislature operates on a 2-year cycle. 2025 is the first year of that cycle, and 2026 is the second year of that cycle. As the second year of the legislative biennium, it is a 60-day session or a short legislative session. There's very minimal changes in the political makeup between the first year and the second year, so we'll continue to see Democrats in control in the House and the Senate and the governor's office by rather large margins. All of the bills that were introduced during the 2025 legislative session automatically carry over and continue to be considered in 2026. Additionally, legislators can introduce new bills during the 2026 session, which means that we'll probably have more bills under consideration in the second year of the biennium than in the first. The legislature adopted biennial budgets in April of 2025. Those budgets went into effect on July 1st, and the fiscal year for those budgets runs July 1st of 2025 until June 30th of 2027. The legislature in 2026 will be coming in midway through that fiscal year to make mid-biennial budget adjustments to reflect any adjustments in revenue. Following the 2026 legislative session, so it starts January 12th, ends on March 12th, starting March 13th, legislators will immediately go into campaign mode. All members of the House of Representatives and half the members of the Senate will be up for re-election. What this means is that in short session years, the legislature tends to shy away from doing controversial actions just immediately prior to them going before the electorate for re-election. Next slide. There are some emerging themes that we're beginning to hear legislators talk about as they're developing their priorities for the 2026 session. The first one is responding to actions at the federal level. We're beginning to hear legislators talk about a desire to backfill SNAP or food assistance benefits that are being reduced at the federal level. Similarly, we're hearing some legislators wanting to make changes to the state Medicaid eligibility requirements to ensure that individuals can continue to receive Medicaid despite changes at the federal level. And other similar type of actions, wanting primarily in the space of wanting to continue to provide services where the federal government is stepping away from providing services. In addition to that, or to dovetail that, the state is facing some significant budget challenges itself. Revenues have come in lower than originally forecasted. In September, the legislature received an updated economic and revenue forecast, which indicated that their current biennial budget is just over $400 million in the red, and that if they were to attempt to balance their budget out over 4 years, that their shortfall is closer to $900 million. There are several budget writers and state agencies that have noted that that $900 million number could increase quite significantly by the time we get to January. There will be 2 additional revenue forecasts that will be released prior to the legislature developing a final budget. And there's been several briefings on the impact of federal actions on state revenue streams. Additionally, we're, as I think you all are all aware from my post-2025 session presentation, the legislature made a lot of tax changes in the 2025 session and imposed several new taxes. The Department of Revenue has been implementing those taxes, and they have identified multiple changes that are needed in order to ensure the proper implementation of those new taxes. So we are expecting a series of changes to be made to the taxes that were enacted in 2025 at a minimum, if not also a broader discussion around additional resources to address the budget shortfall. Next slide. I wanted to note for you that the Association of Washington Cities has adopted their legislative agenda, and they've prioritized 4 items going into this next legislative session. The first is funding for public defense, which rose to a top priority after the Washington State Supreme Court issued new caseload standards that will require cities to make significant investment in public defense over the next 10 years in order to comply with the new standards. The second priority that was identified through the association was requesting an increase in funding for local transportation needs, particularly for street maintenance. The third priority is requesting increased state funding for housing supply, and at the same time asking the legislature to refrain from additional mandates that cities would have to implement in order to make land use changes. And the final item is to preserve state shared revenues, which are various accounts in the state's budget that distribute money to cities on a formulaic basis. When we've seen the state face tough budget years in history, they have turned to reducing revenues that are distributed down to cities, which in many ways is just passing the budget problem from the state level onto the local level. And so that's an item that the association would strongly advocate against. Next slide. I'd like to offer, before we dive into your draft legislative agenda, I want to offer just some guidance for you to consider on how to develop a legislative agenda that can be successful in the political climate that we're in. Each year you hear from me that I strongly encourage a very focused legislative agenda. Legislators only have so much bandwidth and are operating in 15-minute meetings, serving on multiple committees. So as focused as we can make our legislative agenda, the better. I encourage you to keep it limited to 5 to 8 issues and preferably to a single page. The second is ensuring that the requests that you're bringing forward align with the legislative process. So acknowledging that it is a short session and an off-budget year, the political realities that Democrats are in control, and the budget realities that the legislature is facing significant shortfalls. This is not the year to come to the legislature asking for $10 to $15 million. They simply don't have the money, and that even if they wanted to grant a request along those lines, they wouldn't be able to. And the third is to keep the legislative agenda focused on the city services that you all have the ability to influence and control, rather than blending out into other issue areas that are not as city-centric. Next slide. I've mentioned that the legislature is facing a budget shortfall, but I wanted to provide you with some more specific context around each of the state's 3 budgets. The operating budget provides the state agencies with their budgets each year. Operating funds or programmatic funds tend to not be ongoing. When a city requests funds, they're for like a one-time operating program or pilot program. Because the funds are operating in nature, they don't carry over from biennium to biennium. So if the city were to advance a request within the operating budget, all the funds that were requested would have to be utilized by the end of the fiscal year, or June 30th of 2027. This budget is also the most challenging budget to secure funding. So you'll notice on your draft legislative agenda that we'll review here momentarily, we did not include a request within this budget for that reason. The second budget is the transportation budget. The transportation budget is largely funded with gas tax revenues and Climate Commitment Act dollars, and has been structured in a way where revenues are raised to fund a package of projects. So in 2015, the legislature enacted the Connecting Washington package to fund a whole series of projects over 15 years. And then in 2022, the legislature enacted the Move Ahead Washington package to fund another series of projects over the next 16 years. Packages, and they're finding that they do not have adequate resources in order to fund the projects that they have already committed to. With that being said, there are many different transportation project needs throughout the state, so they are already beginning to have discussions around how to change how transportation funding is allocated. And in 2025, the legislature enacted a gas tax increase that did not go to fund a series of projects. So they're getting away from this practice of increasing the gas tax and committing to a set series of projects. With that being said, we're not anticipating a lot of funding opportunity within the transportation budget in 2026. The next significant funding opportunity will likely come forward in 2027. The third budget is the capital budget, and it is the most stable of the 3 budgets. It is funded with bonds that a portion of the operating budget are dedicated to paying off. The capital budget each year has a series of projects called local and community projects, or earmarks, that are funded. There's $327 million that have been reserved in bond capacity to fund the capital budget in the supplemental year, mid-biennium. The average appropriation that we see in supplemental capital budget years tends to be around the $200,000 to $300,000 marker, and is it a smaller dollar amount than the awards that you all saw in the 2025 session. The other item is that legislators do look, and if they see you had a lot of success during the first year of the legislative biennium, they tend to refrain from making a second appropriation in the second year of the biennium, because you kind of already got your bite at the apple. And they tend to prioritize projects that are very urgent in nature, that maybe came up and are a result of an emergency or natural disaster. With that being said, they make exceptions to those rules all the time, and the draft legislative agenda that we'll review this evening suggests that they would be making an exception to some of those rules in order to fund the requests we're bringing forward. Next slide. Turning to your draft legislative agenda, your legislative agenda consists of 2 different sections. We've utilized this 2-section format in order to ensure that you can remain focused, limited to a single page, while at the same time providing policy direction on the hundreds of different bills that we see introduced that have an impact on city business. So we identify a first section, which is the various funding requests that you all are prioritizing. And then the second section is longer and a series of policy statements that are providing direction on how to weigh in on bills as the legislature is considering them. You have the draft before you this evening, and tonight is the first discussion of that draft, where we're looking for your feedback and direction on whether or not the draft before you is reflective of your priorities. We have a meeting scheduled with your legislators on December 8th for you all to discuss these priorities with them. So my ask of you all would be to provide direction and finalize the legislative priorities prior to that meeting. And I'll note that we did our meeting with legislators in January of last year in 2025, the week prior to the beginning of the legislative session. And based on some of the feedback from you all, I made a concerted effort to make sure that we're doing that briefing earlier this year in December. And as part of that, have already gotten it on their calendars based on the direction and feedback you all provided. So with that, let's turn to the draft legislative agenda. Next slide. As a reminder, we were successful in securing funding in 2025. But we do continue to have a series of funding requests outlined on your legislative priorities. The first one is a $972,000 request for the Regional Police Training Academy. This request is located in the 14th Legislative District. However, it would serve multiple legislative districts. And because it serves multiple legislative districts, I'm comfortable with recommending that you all make this large of a request, even though I just noted that the average request in a supplemental year is much smaller. Because of the regional benefits of this facility, I think it warrants the larger dollar amount. And the benefit of making these enhancements is that the state as a whole is able to complete more Criminal Justice Training Commission classes or BLEA classes, which has a much broader impact than just the city of Pasco. The next request is for funding for the Road 76 overpass. This is presented as a $30 million request for construction. The Road 76 overpass was on the legislative agenda the last year, maybe even multiple years, and we've not yet been successful in securing state funding. To set appropriate expectations, I don't think we will be successful in securing funding in this short legislative session. However, I do think we are beginning to make traction with elevating this project at a statewide level, and I don't want to lose that momentum, particularly as we are looking into 2027, which will be our next large transportation funding opportunity. The next funding request is around US 12 and A Street, and it's a request for $3 million to complete an analysis of that interchange to address some of the safety issues associated with it. This, again, was an item that was on your previous legislative agenda, and this would be direction for us to continue to advance that request. Through our work together, we have had multiple legislators out to tour this intersection, and we've also been able to garner the support of Amazon in this request. It was included in a couple of the different proposals that we saw last legislative session, but at the end of the day, the legislature chose not to fund any new projects. So again, good momentum. We want to keep it on the list. But I don't anticipate a lot of traction for 2026. The next request is new. It is a request for the Butterfield Water Treatment Plant improvements. We're not locking in on a specific request, but noting that what the city really needs is $80 million in low interest loans, grants, and other sources in order for the state to be a partner in the project. What this will likely look like is advocacy for several of the grant programs that are necessary in order to fund a project of this scale and size, rather than a direct earmark request. And the last request is asking the legislature to restore some funding that was cut during the 2025 legislative session. The legislature had been making water banking grant funds available to jurisdictions, and the city had worked for several years in order to put together a competitive application to that grant program. However, just prior to submitting the grant application, the legislature chose to reduce the funds because the account was undersubscribed. They had not received as many applications as they had made funding available. However, what they failed to recognize is that to put together a water banking application is very complex, requires a lot of interaction with ecology. So this is direction to make a plea to the legislature to restore that funding in light of the complexity of these grant applications, to give an opportunity to secure funds. Next slide. On the next 2 pages of the draft agenda that's before you, there are a series of policy statements. The policy statements are very similar to what was included in your 2025 legislative session with some updates. I want to highlight a couple of these items, but I don't intend to read through each and every single one of them. The first one I want to highlight is around local community decision making. You all are aware that the legislature has passed several bills in recent years that are mandates to you all, particularly in the land use space. This is calling on the legislature to take a pause in passing any additional mandates and allowing you all the time you need as a city to implement the direction that they have already provided. And another component to highlight for you all is under community safety around law enforcement recruitment and retention. Last year, we saw the legislature allocate $100 million to a grant program to support law enforcement recruitment and retention. As that grant program is coming online, there are some additional needs to make modifications to some of the statutes that the legislature put in place to ensure that all jurisdictions are eligible for those grant programs. So there's a statement of support for that work there. The public defense issue that the Association of Washington Cities has prioritized is included in your policy statements. We've also included a new statement around the use of automated license plate readers, which is a technology that we're anticipating the legislature will want to regulate this next year. There's a statement in support of preserving state shared revenues alongside the Association of Washington Cities, as well as looking at different ways of reducing insurance costs. There's been a lot of legislation and court decisions that have increased the legal liability that the cities are facing, and we're anticipating a fairly robust discussion this next session of ways of reducing that liability, not just for cities, but also counties, school districts, and the state government itself. Under economic vitality, there are a couple statements added, particularly around shrub step and critical areas, really calling on our engagement to ensure that any revisions to SEPA in critical areas are done in a way that reduce regulations related to shrub step to support infill development. I think I'll stop there. I'm happy to answer other questions about items on the policy statements, but also I don't want to spend all evening reading them to you. I want to go to the next slide. Next slide after that. Mayor, I think I will turn it back to you. I'd love to hear discussion and feedback on the draft agenda that's before you all. And any other comments or guidance you all may have as we prepare to engage our legislators on December 8th.
All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. I think we're going to start off questioning first with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Brianna. It was really a pleasure to work with you last year, and glad to have you with us again this year, and sorry for your under the weather. One of my questions, just in regard to no money, and you kind of answered it through there, is, what do you suggest we ask for that will bring the most success? And I think the police academy, I really appreciate where you rank that. And I think because it goes beyond Pasco and multiple legislative districts and is regional in nature and will help, teach, train, and hopefully even bring retention to the law enforcement community. I think you picked a real winner there to put at the top of the list. And so, thank you for doing that. I think that's a great one to lead off with, and perhaps, as you noted, represents our best opportunity for success in this legislative session. And I also agree with you of keeping the Road 76 overpass on the list, that there may not be funding. I kind of almost cried when you said $10 or $15 million requests are out the window, knowing what the request is for that. But I think you're right. I think we keep beating the drum. I think we keep it before them, and who knows, next time around here in 2027 in the longer session, that perhaps we can get funds for that and get going on that. I would love that. Really just a question, as far as the US 12 study, you said that Amazon is in support of that. What does that mean? I mean, does that mean their checkbooks coming out, or what does that support mean tangibly?
Great question. Amazon has a fairly robust lobbying team, and so it primarily means that if I reach out to them and say, hey, it would be really helpful if you told Senator so-and-so that this is a priority for you, that they would be willing to do that. They also submit to legislators a list of their priorities, and we're included within their list of priorities. So unfortunately, it is not them opening their checkbook, but it is them lending some advocacy engagement, which I do think is beneficial here in Olympia.
Thank you. Yeah, and I guess have you seen their name bring success to other projects like this before?
Yes.
Okay. Also appreciate you prioritizing local decision making. I think, the principle of subsidiarity is always relevant. The more local any decisions can be, the better off we are. And then I saw we kind of just jumped past that last slide there of the Foster Wells interchange, but it was shortly after you had that bus tour here. Of course, we had a fatality there too. And so we are definitely in need of 3 overpasses here. Kind of urgent needs, I would argue, not just the one. But overall, I think your priority list is really, really good. And, it just sounds good to me from what I'm seeing in my work with you in the past. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. I concur as far as what you're saying, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. But let's see what Councilman Perales has to say.
No, I was just going to thank you, Brianna, for the presentation and also the policy proposals from us. You're really good at your job because you really kind of know what exactly we're looking for, and our priorities and all the little issues that we need to address. So I was going through, I was trying to find something to add, but everything that was in this proposal is really adjacent to a lot of issues that I was thinking about. So looking forward to your work and working with you in this next legislative session.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you for that comment. I was reading a report the other day. It talked about in the past decade, the state of Washington has increased expenditures 116%. What is your takeaway as far as what do you see as far as the direction of Olympia going? I mean, are they cutting back, or are they wanting to tax? Do you have a kind of any idea on how our state is the mood in Olympia?
Yeah. Well, I think every election cycle presents an opportunity for there to be a political shift. And I think there are definitely many in my space as political observers and advocates who are looking to the November 2026 cycle to see whether there will be a political shift. I think based on the state's history of when we would typically see a political shift, we're overdue. But it's unclear whether a shift to smaller Democrat majorities or even, we've had ties or Republican majorities in chambers in over the course of my career. whether that is likely to happen really seems to have a lot of interconnectivity to what's going on at the federal level. As far as this immediate session right before us, I think it is unlikely that the legislature will make significant tax increases in the short 60-day session. If they do make tax policy changes, I think they're more likely to be making adjustments to the policies that they enacted last session, which were significant, and potentially advancing some policies to the ballot in November. So, for example, the legislature considered a wealth tax last legislative session. Governor Ferguson has been pretty clear and consistent in saying he's not supportive of a wealth tax. I have heard some legislators indicate that if the governor is not going to sign it into law, that perhaps they should allow the Washington electorate to decide whether or not a wealth tax should go into law, and to put it on the November ballot in lieu of trying to pass it through the legislature and be signed into the law by the governor. So I could see something like that happen. But I think for the most part, legislature is going to be looking this session at addressing that $400 million shortfall, which I think will end up being a little bit larger, primarily through cuts and modifications, tweaks to the policy tax bills that they passed last year.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer. I'm not seeing any other questions, so again, thanks for your presentation. Is there anybody at the audience that would like to make a comment or pose a question? Going once.
Or anything I forgot, if Deputy City Manager wants to
okay,
catch anything.
Thank you, Brianna, and thank you, Mayor. For staff, if you would like for us to bring this back for adoption in the next regular meeting, we're more than happy to do that. Have an adopted legislative agenda for that December 8th with the legislators. So if you're happy with what has been presented today, then we will make sure to bring that back as soon as possible.
All right, well, I can't see Kata's head, but it looks like everybody was kind of in agreement. All right, so I think we're all good with it.
Then you'll see that in the next regular meeting agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now is there anybody in the audience that would like to make a comment or going once, going twice, going three times? Okay, well, thank you for that, Brianna. And let's move on to 5B, be the Peanuts Park North conceptual design presentation. And we got Director Jesse Rice.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening we have a presentation on our conceptual design of Peanuts Park North. We have both Brent Kabalik, our Recreation Manager, and Jeff Stiltz from MTLA Architecture to give a presentation. But before we get into that, just a quick background so everybody's at the same spot. So in 2021, we remodeled Peanuts Park South and brought it to its current status with the Mercado, the bathrooms, and all the wonderful space there. In 2023, we had a $150,000 legislative appropriation grant through the Department of Commerce for the Peanuts Park North project. However, to use those funds, it required a finalized plan and a finalized budget to be able to move through that final contract. So 2024, we had removal of trees and shrubs in Peanuts Park South to help diminish some undesired activity, which has worked effectively but left that park pretty bare at this time. February and March 2025, we issued an RFP for design consultants and ultimately selected MTLA for the conceptual development. And then April through June 2025, the consultant worked through 3 initial concepts and some community outreach. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff and Brent, who actually have some additional history, so I'm not taking away all the work that they've done. Thank you.
Again, Brent Kabalik, Recreation Services Manager here at City of Pasco. And just one correction, we have Mike Terrell actually from doing the presentation. Jeff was originally planned, but made a switch here. But Mike Terrell from Mike Terrell Landscape Architects is here. So, Mike.
Thank you. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Mike Terrell, Landscape Architect and Principal of MTLA. I just happened to be in Pasco tonight, so it didn't make any sense for Jeff to come down. So you've all seen the history of Peanuts Park. You've lived through it. Peanuts Park South has had a great renovation and evolution and resulted in a space that is really pretty dynamic and is a big improvement to downtown. We kicked off looking at Peanuts Park North in terms of having a kickoff with staff and then doing a couple of outreach events. We were present in Cinco de Mayo earlier this year, and engaged the public on what their thoughts could happen in Peanuts Park North, which is a really challenging space that's across Lewis Street from the main Peanuts Park. On June 17th, we had a public engagement session here in council chambers where we had a televised session, had limited participation in that. We did have a lot of good conversation with members of the public and staff, both at the Pasco PD level and the Parks and Recreation level as well, to look at the different options that were possible for Peanuts Park North as well. And then that brings us to today, and then the next steps are really as the design is finalized and we gather additional input, move forward with final design, and then construction as money is available. One of the things that we did in our work is went forward and took a look at what the history was. We looked at history of Peanuts Park, the work in Peanuts Park South, but also what happened in the Pasco Downtown Plan. So there's a lot of great ideas in the downtown plan, and we engaged the plan and brought some of those concepts forward, including art, active and safe streets, and other strategies that we incorporated into the various different concepts that we developed. The next thing we did is we went back and took a look at what is Peanuts Park North. It's bounded on the south by Lewis Street. It's really kind of disconnected from main Peanuts Park because it's offset a little bit. It's got the downtown area station for Pasco PD on one side, some additional buildings, commercial buildings on the east, and then it's got an alley on the north, which is kind of a challenge because that's an area that there's a lot of folks that come in, and as the Parks Director noted, a lot of challenges with that site, and the trees were removed, and it removed some of the unwanted, undesired activity because it reduced the amount of shade. So now it's a really challenging space that's narrow, long, and hot. So we looked at a couple of different things, and one of the things we did look at is what's the character of Peanuts Park South, and how do we engage that character and the design and carry that across the street. And some previous designs had looked at maybe adjusting what's in the street to make a more physical connection, but also just carrying those pieces of the character of the existing park to the north. And so that's what you see in the first one. You see some diagonal lines that carry the paving patterns north, a few more trees. And so one of the things that, again, we're weighing is we want to create a space that works for the city, works for downtown, but also doesn't re-engage those challenges that we've already faced with. And so that's one of the things we're looking at as we go through this process. Concept B, community engagement, recreation, and flex space. It's like one of the things we looked at with staff is like, how can we do something different? We tried a lot of different things. What's something completely different? Maybe it's a athletic space of some kind that's flexible, so we can get some activity in a positive way. Maybe there's some downtown groups that might use it, but it's a flex space that could have other things happening in it as well. It's not just a perfect sport court that is waiting for pickup basketball games or pickleball or things like that, or futsal or other things. So that's one of the things we looked at, but also some gathering spaces. How do we create and activate this space so maybe the buildings on the east side of the park can be redeveloped to open into the park and create more activity, more eyes on that portion of the park as well. And the third concept was engaging the art, which, reaching back to the downtown plan, art was a big important component of that. How do we bring that forward as well? So art walk and social activity, again, creating opportunities for the buildings on the east and on the west to engage that space. So we got quite a few votes, both at Cinco de Mayo and then the public presentation that was online. And C kind of came up doing more art, more public engagement, and providing additional opportunities. But we really got some really good feedback on concept B in terms of community engagement and the athletic component as well. So that resulted in us taking all that information, feedback, and discussions, and creating kind of a hybrid hybrid solution, which creates the athletic sport court space in the back. We actually create a fence on the backside between the alley with a gate that can be opened, so that when we want to have activity and positive activity, we can open the gate and people can come from the parking lot into the park, but other times we can close it off so you don't have that porous flow. But in the front portion of it, have an opportunity for public and social engagement. Again, try and facilitate the economic development of the adjacent spaces, so we can get some positive activity, either restaurants opening, but also, again, programming small events like concerts, have a small stage, and then have one of the things we determined kind of in conversations were we need to have some shade, but we want to be able to remove the shade so that we can control what's going on in the park. And so that's what you see in the middle component, the lower component, which I should flip to the more focused areas. So you see the orange stars, those are art. The orange triangles in the lower portion, those are shade structures that are a fabric that can be put up and taken down. So when there's an event like a concert or something that might be in the lower left hand, we can create some shade, bring people in, and again, try and activate those buildings to the east. Looking at the different opportunities, could it be a futsal court? Could it be some basketball? Could it be a pickleball court? It could be any of those things. So being super flexible and working with recreation to kind of program that space as well. Then on the south, again, looking at how do we control access and how do we make it so the positive activities occur, and we delineate where the park starts so we can kind of control the flow and get positive activity in. So we talk about a fence on the Lewis side to delineate this is the entrance into the park, and this is not just a place for negative activity to occur after hours. And so again, integrating art both on the walls and the murals, collaborating with the adjacent property owners, installing art, maybe looking at opportunities to have in-place games, again, looking for ways to activate the space. Then also look, again, the art components, again, reaching back to the downtown plan in terms of murals and art installations, to really create a texture and an activation for that portion of Peanuts Park that's different than the south portion. And that brings us to any questions that you might have.
All right. Well, thank you for that presentation. Do we have, I guess we're going to start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you for the presentation. I guess really kind of a comment, kind of a question was really what I typed in here for my notes even before you started was just how can our concepts incorporate the desirability of families and youth while discouraging nefarious behavior? And it sounds like that's what a lot of the research that you have put into this. And I don't know about my fellow council members, but in my mind, I mean, I really don't care what we do with it as long as it doesn't turn into a place that, is just filled with vagrancy and drug use and those kind of things, because we only have, so many resources to patrol it with law enforcement and everything. In a sense, in the concept and the design, and I really appreciated all of your comments about it. It seemed like about every third sentence had something to do with it. But, just in the concept itself, kind of policing itself, from those kind of behaviors, whether it be, the way the seating is designed, or like you mentioned removable shade and those kind of things. I think that's the important part, is to discourage bad behavior, but encourage, our youth just to feel safe being down there, families to feel, welcome going down there. I think that is just really the key. Everything else is almost a moot point in my mind, as long as it can be a safe space. In my mind, Mr. Mayor, that's what I think is most important.
Couldn't agree more with you. Let's go on to Councilman Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question in regards to, we had three concepts, and the art walk and social activity concept had 30 votes, and the preferred concept only had 6 or so. So we decided to do a hybrid. I guess why wouldn't we just do the art walk and social activity in its entirety if that one got 5 times the more votes than pretty much everything else.
So one of the notes on the slide for Concept C is that there was a lot of discussion about recreation in the Concept C when we're talking to people. And our impression, and we take that impression from discussions with folks, is they were like, I had to choose, but I liked what was going on with the art walk, but I also liked what was going on with the sports court and the athletic recreational activities. And so that's why we gave the hybrid. And so it becomes kind of professional judgment and working with staff to say, hey, this is what we'd like to provide as a preferred proposal and see what the response is. So.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. I had to ask because I'm sure someone's going to ask me, well, that one had 37 votes. I guess I got 2 recommendations. Bathrooms. I mean, I know those bathrooms are across the street, but so are we expecting people to walk all the way across the street to use the restroom? Is there any way to add bathrooms to the north side some way, somehow?
Want to take that? I can tell you from like, I'll try not to speak for the parks part. Bathrooms are like the single biggest sink of maintenance dollars probably in a system. So that would be a challenge. And so I think that's something that well taken because having it, but I think one of the things that we've looked at in other parks in our experience is, hey, maybe we can install a porta potty enclosure or something like that. And you guys do that in a lot of your parks as well as a temporary to see what the need is. And so maybe that's a base level. Is there anything else you have, Brent?
No, not at this point. I think that, this is the point that we're getting go ahead on the preferred concept design. Whether a restroom can be worked into that is something that we could discuss as we move forward within that design.
I think the other thing that I was kind of looking at was I kind of would like to see the north and south kind of connected in some way. So I don't know, like some brick across the road, some lighting. I know it's kind of at an angle, but it would just be connecting the two, the north and south, as opposed to just Lewis Street, asphalt, black pavement. I think that would be cool, or almost maybe like an archway, like the North Plaza, just something to kind of bring people over there. I think that's something I would like to see, maybe in the design alternatives.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the design characteristics that we used was that angle paving, which occurs in Peanuts Park. We could carry that across Lewis Street to make that physical connection. We looked at some concepts that were more intrusive into Lewis Street, like actual ped crossing through there. That's a much bigger ask, but that's something that we could look at as well.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. I really like the mural look for downtown. But I really like the permanent facility, especially the ice rink. Because when I think of an outdoor ice rink, and I believe downtown Spokane has one, and it draws people in, and I think that would be really nice to have that in downtown Pasco. I remember vaguely going there at like a nighttime. It was lit up. There was tons of families, and we're kind of lacking nighttime use in downtown. So I really like the concept of basketball, pickleball, 3-on-3 soccer, ice rink. But a couple of questions that come to mind. How much work is that going to add to Parks and Rec? Would we charge for it? And how much upkeep is it going to be? Tearing it down, switching it over for the seasons. That would be my main concerns for that concept.
All right. Thank you for those comments. Let's move on to Councilwoman Bras.
Are you
Or-
expecting
No.
a response?
Oh, were you expecting?
No, not necessarily. I was just something to think about.
Thank you. So, a couple questions. First of all, I like this concept. I like the hybrid concept, and my ask would be that it mimics some of what we already have at Peanuts Park. Quick question on this though: is there a gate separating whether it's your basketball court on this design in particular, is there a gate separating that from the social area? Is that what it looks like?
We
If
have,
you want to go back, I don't know.
yeah, we could,
So there, that shaded rectangle between the basketball court and your social area?
the shaded area rectangle is a goal.
It's a goal. Okay.
So we didn't get into that level of detail of fencing off, but we're trying not to put a bunch of fences in.
Sure.
We try to be strategic.
Okay. All right. Well, I like this concept. My concern would be the trees. If you're adding green trees there, probably again, we just tore down some trees, right? To help prevent the vagrancy. So my idea would be plants, again, just to mimic what we already have over at Peanuts Park. Something very, very low maintenance, just something that doesn't require too much work. Other than your regular, I don't know, every 2 weeks, every month, once a month, kind of. Very low maintenance. But I do like this concept. That would be just my ask. The plants. I mean, it looks great. I mean, you add chess tables, you add your life-size chessboard, I guess, on the ground, basketball, pickleball, whatever you want to add on there. I think it's a great concept. It brings in families and, just to share space.
And that's something that was kept in mind, and you do notice on the bottom left there, it says the planting would be, native, low water, again, keeping those in mind.
Thank you. Great.
All right. Let's go with Councilman Cotta.
Just making sure I understand. So this is when it says preferred concept, this is the direction that you're moving in now. And it's just within your assessment that this is what is going to draw the most people based on the feedback you've gotten and the presentations you've given.
Yes, and we're looking for additional feedback out of this meeting as well. And so the design is not, it's never completely done until we pour concrete. So yes, any additional comments would be awesome.
Are there any ideas that you have to get more public feedback? Do you feel like it's adequate, what you have now?
I think it's kind of challenging. I think after we get done tonight, we'll sit down with staff and see if we need to strategize a little bit more and get any additional feedback as well. We at the last public meeting, we had some adjacent property owners and that, so maybe there's some additional feedback that way as well, that we can do some additional outreach. So
yeah. Thank you. I feel a little bit sheepish saying, oh, I like this or I don't like that. It's sort of like whatever is going to draw the community out and make it safe and family friendly, I think is what we want.
All right, Director Rice.
Just real quick.
Oh.
Sorry, going back, it looks like there was 1, 2, 3, 4 public attempts, correct? For attempts at outreach?
well, we had two very specific ones where we were at Cinco de Mayo, and then we had a televised one here. And so we did some other outreach too.
Right.
But those were the big ones.
Okay. Normally I would say there's 4 attempts, right, to connect with the community, and those that showed up have spoken. However, also taking into consideration that those that did show up do not speak for the whole city. So maybe just another last effort for outreach, social media. I'm sure you guys
and
have.
we did. That was one of
touched
the
base on
part
all
of
of them.
that segment is we did do it online.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and taking into consideration Mr. Cotta's comments, 30 responses are not enough, even though there was 4 attempts, but, just one last attempt.
And I think those votes that were on there were basically from the Cinco de Mayo outreach. That the others, I don't think were included on that.
All right, thank you for that. And I should put on the next tour after there's always a ton of comments. Not saying that's the way it should go, but I'm always shocked when even Perales mentions something and then you read the comments and it's 30, 40. But my comments would be, how much lighting are we going to have? Are we going to put like string lights and light the place up like a Christmas tree, or what are we going to do about that?
We haven't gotten into lighting design yet. We do have an electrical engineer on board the team to take the next step. But so string lights over the area where we've got the sails is part of the design consideration right now, but also permanent lighting throughout the space as well. So it's, when you turn the corner, you can see from one end to the other and see what's going on. And so we haven't designed it yet, but yeah, the intent is to have it well lit.
Okay, love that concept. My other question was on the social area of the park. You're talking about like a gate. Is that also going to be able to be like fenced off, like where you talked about where Lewis Street is, and then you have a little arrow, the yellow arrow that shows you walk in, and can you actually, is that a concept where you can actually gate it off at night, or is that just, okay.
And the discussion was, what's the height of that fence on Lewis Street? We don't want it to feel like, you're in a cage, but we want to say, this is the delineation of the space that if the gate is closed and you cross the gate, you're not supposed to be here. So that was the discussion that we've had so far. The gate and the fence in the back off the alley, I think 6 feet is what we're looking at minimum, and that could be open so that like the UGM folks could get from parking getting into it. But again, it would close it and it would make it so we did a park differently in Spokane, where we created a fence on the backside, and talking with the police department, they wanted to make sure that when they responded, anybody that was there couldn't vaporize out the back side of it. And that's one of the things we're looking at here. It's like if something bad's going on, once you're in there, you're going to have a tough time getting out when you're in there after hours doing things that are not conducive to the public. So that's kind of the discussion that we've been having.
Now, is that front gate, is that like a wrought iron gate with like little spikes that look really cool, or what?
We haven't designed it yet.
I don't know. I doubt people would want to jump over one of those if it was 3 or 4 feet and had little cute spikes. So anyway, I'm not seeing any other comments. Oh, go back to Director Rice.
Yeah, so thank you, Council. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Brent. So I guess this evening we got a little bit of feedback, but staff is looking for direction on how we can move this conceptual design forward so that we can finalize it and, of course, use it to obtain the state allocation we already have and then start looking for grants and other funding sources moving forward. So I think I heard that we'd maybe like another community outreach, whether that be social media or something like that. Is there any other direction that you'd like to provide us? Because we will bring this plan back for final acceptance so that we can use it to move forward.
Let's go. I was just going to say, have we tossed this in front of the Pasco Parks and Rec board?
Not the final presentation, but they were involved in our community outreach and have had some feedback on that board as well.
Let's go with Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, just kind of want to circle back to my comments. I just want to build something that we can use, whether it be, some bathrooms we built that we almost instantly surrendered and locked up and, only used in certain occasions and that kind of stuff. It just needs to be something, if we're going to put the funds towards this, we need to be able to use it, to protect it and keep it to a safe space. But as far as I like the, this concept, as far as blending kind of the two ideas and everything, but I also agree with Councilwoman Blaisdell. Holy smokes, is that going to be a lot of work? Go every 3 months changing it back and forth. How much money is that going to cost? How much staff time is that going to be? So I think that's super relevant. If those can all be mitigated, I love this idea. But as long as we're not putting money towards something that we surrender right away to vagrancy and other non-desirable behavior is, I think, very, very important to the trust of the taxpayers. Thank you.
All right. I guess I like to say sometimes when you visit other cities, they have murals and you can like stand up it and it has like wings, so it looks like you're an angel. I know my wife did one of those in Dublin, but I always think those are kind of cool. I don't know if we could do anything where it's kind of more fun like that. They have 1 or 2 butterfly, or something like that. Yeah, and then I like the concept. Anything is better than what we got now. So, but it looks pretty impressive. kind of too bad. I always like fountains, but I know those aren't cheap either, and those always look good. So anyway, I think we're kind of done. So, all right. Thank you guys for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, we'll move to 5C, Basin Disposal Incorporated. Oh, do we have anybody from the audience that would, before we get to Rebecca Franczyk, I think let it open to the public. Trying to get ahead of myself here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. Thomas Grandbois, Big Maple Properties, 108 North 4th Avenue in Pasco. I was fortunate enough to come on to the listening session, and I just wanted to say that they did an excellent job interacting, and it was very clear that they understood the difference between concept B and C and how valuable it could be to integrate them. As somebody who drives through that alley at a minimum 10 times a day, I think that this is an excellent concept. It's going to bring a lot more positive activity down there. I also drive past Sylvester Park multiple times a day where they have the futsal courts, and I am every time shocked how much positive activity there is. Folks playing basketball there, playing futsal. So I think that that's a great opportunity. And with the artwork, it's always great to see. My hometown just did a major rejuvenation of their downtown, and that was very noticeable. That's what they focused on, and it has made a huge difference down there. They had similar challenges to what we have now here. And when it comes to lighting, I'm with you 100%. You can make lighting both what I call uncomfortably bright at night and also attractive. We've achieved that in our alley, both with integrating our murals and also having bright lights, but also nice string lights. So it is very possible to do that. I know in my experience, just one block over, I see on my cameras all the time people coming down, shooting photos, shooting grad photos, shooting music videos and things like that. And when I see them on there, I'll go down there and I'll turn off my uncomfortably bright lights for them, and I'll change the color for them, for example. So we do see a lot more positive activity when we make those changes. So thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. And yeah, we were eating at Chow's, I think, a week ago, and I saw somebody doing a music video down there. I thought it was kind of cool. So thanks again. So now let's jump to 5C, which is anybody else going once, going twice, going three times? Okay. Now let's jump to 5C, and it's Basin Disposal Incorporated presentation. And I know Maria Sarah's going to kick it off.
And I have to ask you, who's controlling the slides, me or?
Yeah, you can control them with the down arrow or the space on the keyboard.
Down arrow it is, thank you. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rebecca Franczyk, and I'm here tonight representing your garbage utility service provider, Basin Disposal. My goal is to provide you, I have multiple things tonight. My goal is to provide you a brief overview of how garbage disposal works, state regulations that we operate under, how Pasco's contract works and the options you have within that contract, how Basin works with your staff to provide better service, key legislation which is coming forward which will impact your garbage rates, and then I'd also like to introduce you to my colleague Jeff Thompson, who's in the audience tonight. He is going to be replacing me when I retire February 1st. So, garbage is a highly regulated industry. The state takes an interest in managing garbage because it's one way they can ensure public health and safety. No one benefits when our water or our soil is contaminated, and we all lose when the public has to use taxpayer dollars to clean up illegal hauling. Much as they did when ensuring that all citizens had access to electricity, the Utility and Transportation Commission requires that every citizen has access to garbage collection. To do this, because think of how far flung some of our residents live, to do this they issue G certificates, and the hauler who owns the certificate within that area must provide service to any person in that geographic region that asks for it. The UTC also dictates what services must be provided. So in the county where they don't have individual contracts, you have to pick up garbage once a week. And they determine what your rates are. They tell us how much we can charge. Pasco has elected to opt out of the UTC system and do their own contract with Basin Disposal for their garbage collection. This means that you get to establish the service you want. So if you want a garbage service 3 times a week, you could have it. You determine if you're going to add a utility tax to the garbage price. Your staff coordinates with Basin to ensure that garbage service can be provided as cost effectively and efficiently as possible. And this is especially true in a rapidly growing city like Pasco, because we work with your staff to look at road standards and driveway access and new developments and commercial areas. We look at all your SEPA plans and we say, hey, developers, did you think about garbage trucks can't get through this access way? We can shortcut a lot of problems at the very beginning. And recently, Jeff worked with Jesse because we had a whole bunch of new residents who'd moved in next to an empty field, and then we had a great big huge windstorm, and so they've developed tumbleweed protocols. And then lastly, Pasco helps keep illegal haulers out of town, protecting your utility tax. This is why that's important. You can see that you charge 8.5% utility tax on our garbage rate, and that brought in over $1 million in 2024. Illegal haulers do not pay this utility tax, so every time a business illegally hauls garbage, Pasco bleeds revenue. Pasco offers its citizens unlimited service and drop box recycling. So let's talk about unlimited. Unlimited means you can put as many extra bags, bundles, or boxes next to your 96-gallon garbage can as you want every single week. And if you, like me, have a lot of garden produce that's filling up your cans, your boxes, your bags, and your bundles, you can get a second 96-gallon can for $2.66 a month in 2026. So it's a pretty good deal. Calling Basin in advance when you are putting out a mattress or a washing machine or a large piece of furniture ensures that you will probably have same-day service. Oftentimes when our drivers come down and they see that you've put out a mattress or a washing machine, they have to call back to the office and get a second truck, a rear loader that will come and 2 people will pick that up. So we don't guarantee same-day service on that extra large items, but if you call in advance, the chances are much improved. Basin serves residential customers, industrial customers, commercial customers, and your drop box recycling, which is at 7 locations. You can see them along the bottom of the slide. And we use 3 types of trucks to do that service. We have front loaders, which are the Corrados. We have side loaders, and then we have the roll-offs, which serve your industrial and your commercial customers. We set our rates using Laredo-Gallagher method. It's the same one the WUTC uses, and the reason we do that is it's a predictable methodology. When we match our books up against the state, we're all using the same method, so it's consistent. And we also have put into your contract a 90% CPI increase annually. So every year we look at what CPI is. If it goes up 3%, we charge 90% of that. Over time, of course, that erodes and we're no longer charging the true cost of service. And that's especially true because CPI is a whole basket of things that the consumer uses. Like they have maybe 2 cars and kids and groceries. We have diesel trucks and we have trucks and labor. That's pretty much our big and tipping fees. So eventually, over time, we have to do a new rate case. And when we do that, we say, what is the true cost of serving this? We agree with you as a council. We're not asking for that tonight, but ideally you do that every 3 to 5 years to keep those jumps between rate cases from being high. Your contract also has flexibility built into it. So if you as a council decide that you wanted curbside recycling or green waste, you could institute that tomorrow. There are 2 laws, however, that have passed that are probably going to change your optionality. The first one is HB 1799, and this requires that Pasco, because of your size, begins collecting green waste at the curb in 2030. Now there's a caveat to that. We don't have any organics processing facilities here, and to build them is very, very expensive. So what we really need is a regional solution, something Walla Walla and Connell and Pasco and Kennewick and Richland are all contributing to together, but we don't have that figured out yet. So our anticipation is that Pasco will be asking Ecology for a 5-year waiver. We have another little hiccup. Pasco is on the edge of being declared a Japanese beetle quarantine zone, which means everybody has to bring their stuff in. We can't send our stuff out, if that indeed is called. The next bill is Senate Bill 5284, and that is mandatory curbside recycling. Everybody who recycles was really excited about this one because the people who actually produce recycled products are supposed to pay for them. 90% by 2030, mandatory at the curb. However, there were a lot of things that weren't considered when they talked about 90%. Like if you have to start buying trucks in 2027 in order to pick up garbage in 2030, are they going to pay for it in 2027? That's all going to be negotiated, and you can talk to Jeff. He's going to be the one who's going to keep you posted on how that all comes through. The last thought that I would like to leave you with is we live in your community. We are part of Pasco. We also support Pasco through numerous donations. We support the Highway Cleanup Program, Cinco de Mayo, the Downtown Winter Festival, Water Follies, the Grand Old Fourth, the Fiery Foods Festival, the Benton County Fair, and goes on and on and on. So we're glad to be here with you. We're glad to see this downtown being dressed up. Wrapping up, I just want to thank you for allowing Basin to serve Pasco, and then I'd be glad to answer any questions that you have for me or for Jeff.
All right. Well, thanks for that great presentation, Rebecca Franczyk. I know your spirit is always contagious when you're always so happy, so thank you for that. Let's start off with Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Franczyk, for your presentation tonight. You kind of answered one of my questions at the very last minute, talking about curbside recycling. So many, we get guests by our house or whatever, and one of their questions is, do you recycle? And we do, recycle because we have a large family and we're consumers, at least cardboard. But the drop box stations, they're pretty much only cardboard anymore, correct? So no plastic, no glass, no anything. What's the reason for that?
Price. I was on council, just like you are, for 21 years, and several times we had citizens that would come up and say, we really want to have recycling, and Basin Disposal would come and give a presentation and say, we can do it, it'll cost you $3.80 extra a month. We can do it, it'll cost you $7.50 extra per month. And every time the council went, no thanks. It is very difficult to recycle plastics. 1 and 2 are recyclable. However, people are wishful recyclers, and they say, I know this is number 5, but I'm sure they can do it. And so those recycling streams get constantly contaminated. When we pick up your recycling, and the recycling we pick up, we do recycle, but it goes to the transfer station, it gets baled, we ship it all the way to Tacoma, to Pioneer. They run it through a very expensive machine called it's a MRF, it's a manufacturer reuse facility, and they blow the paper up and they have magnets that touch the metal. They do not accept glass. Glass contaminates absolutely everything. And then they sell it overseas. They sell it to China and Taiwan and Vietnam. It is a commodity, just like chocolate, coffee, wheat. The price does this, up and down. So we are more than willing to bring you those services, but you have to pay for the truck. You have to pay for the driver who comes around and picks it up. You have to pay for the cart. You have to pay to ship it off to Tacoma. And then if they make money, we credit that back to your account. And if they sell it at a loss, we credit that back to your account as well. So it's a very fluctuating market, and one that you can't depend on. Cardboard is pretty steady. I mean, it does go up and down, but at least it's usually positive. Glass is... There are people that are doing glass. It's very expensive because of the weight to ship it back and forth. Once they get it, SMI in Seattle just went belly up. They've been bought out by somebody called Arda. They are restarting, but a lot of glass gets recycled in the Midwest. So again, Walla Walla did a big study about 4 years ago. It was $1,300 to haul a load over to SMI. They got paid $400 at the door. And so we said to Walla Walla, we can do this, but you have to pay the extra $1,250. And they went, and then SMI went belly up and everything stopped for a while. So again, it's a commodity market. It can be done. It just costs a lot more.
No, and I appreciate that, and I think that's really helpful for the public to hear, because I know people ask that question from time to time. Just two more things real quick. I noticed you said appliances picking up. What about electronics? Are those, can people call ahead and put their old TV out there, or?
Jeff, we do have TVs, but
We do have a special part for that, but we store that and ship that off, so we can do that, yes, they could put that.
ultimately it's better if when you're buying a TV, if you trade it in at, wherever you're at, because they have those buyback programs right there. Like I know lights go to Lowe's, paint goes to Sherwin-Williams, but we will take it. We will take it, but it's just better if you send them where they come from.
Perfect. Last thing, and I know I've talked to you about this before, but how can we advertise better some kind of cleanup day or cleanup month, like, in the spring or whatever? One of the things we talk about with our code enforcement, there's derelict properties and that kind of stuff. And I think if, somehow we, maybe went to those residences in person or something like that and said, hey, you could put all of this out at the curb, and, I think garbage is just amazing. I mean, we take it for granted, and so many problems just disappear from us every week, and that would just be such a huge load off those people to be able to get rid of that and just help clean up our city at the same time. I would love to see an effort towards that. How can we get there?
Well, some of our communities who don't have unlimited pickup, we have in the contract that we will do a spring cleanup or a fall cleanup. But several cities with that in their contract have actually moved to unlimited because they want it cleaned up all the time. So I guess my question would be, in a city where you can put unlimited on the curb any day of the week, what would a cleanup day accomplish? Is it just an advertising, hey community, let's clean our block up this week? Or what are you thinking?
I think part of it is the first part you said, just marketing. I bet, a lot of people just don't realize, and maybe that's, something that needs to come from, the city or, from you guys. I guess I'm not sure what's the best way to get the word out, but, holy smokes, I just see that as a huge opportunity to, clean up. And, we feel better about ourselves when we're able to do that. It's relief. Plus, we feel like we're, doing something to, better, and it doesn't cost us anything. We just got to get it from there to there. And so, yeah, I just would love to see us take advantage of this unlimited garbage pickup as long as we're doing it.
So, yes, and while you're coming up, quite possibly we could work with your staff and we could declare Pasco Cleanup Week, and just
something.
make it a
I'd love
marketing
that.
campaign. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you,
Doing
Jeff.
a great job. Something I'd love to do is just looking at some marketing and branding, partnering with the city on some of that type of stuff. So I think we'll be looking at that in the near future. How can we partner and just communicate that? We have a newsletter. Could we put some of that out there? Not every city has unlimited. We think that's an amazing option to have. So just communicating, my God, you can put it out there. And we just had another city go to unlimited, and that was a lot of code enforcement. We can now clean up the city. So I think just some communication, but we can partner on that.
Yeah, I'd love it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go with Councilman Cotta.
Just a thank you. I've lived in other cities, around the region, and basin disposal being here in Pasco, it's definitely like a perk to living in Pasco. I won't go through all the issues, but I just appreciate your service and making it easy on the citizens. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Councilwoman Bras.
Thank you. I do have a question. Can you elaborate a little bit on illegal haulers? That captured my interest here, and what does that mean?
Well, so it's not quite as straightforward as you would think. So for instance, if I am a landscape company and I am cleaning up somebody's yard and I chop a bunch of branches off their tree, and part of that service is hauling that off to the dump, that is completely legal. But if I decide that, gosh, the winter months I don't have very much business, so I think I'll put my bins out for the winter and I'll let people use them, and then I will haul stuff to the dump, that is not legal. So, and they do it without, so that stuff comes across the scale without ever paying that utility tax. So that's typically how it happens, is you have a business who's trying to maximize their assets and fill in some dead months, and they just cross the line. it's also important to realize that not only does it bleed revenue through utility tax, but if you get somebody who's really choosing all the dense areas, then our rates are being spread when we're serving all the far out, far flung areas, and it raises your rates eventually.
Great
As a
explanation
city.
on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go to Councilman Prowls.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll put a bookend on this. I just wanted to say also thank you to you and Jeff. You guys have been really amazing. I know I've reached out to you. You've gotten back to me quite quickly. And also as Jeff, we had a home property in my district that had just code enforcement issues, and we had new people move in, and Jeff got your guys' staff out there to haul a whole bunch of garbage off. So it was really amazing. And I know the residents were really, really thankful at BDI. So just want to give you guys a public shout out that you guys are doing amazing work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. I know we recycle quite a lot of cardboard. Seems like my wife's always getting stuff on Amazon, so let's try to
And
empty
tin
the
and
po-
aluminum are still good markets. You can really take tin and aluminum. And plastic, if people wouldn't contaminate it, would be okay. But people just can't resist. They're sure that if you can do 1 and 2, you can do 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7.
All right, so I guess my question to you would be, when I'm at the cardboard recycling there on Court Street, the one by 68, close to that anyway, I've got like people throwing like boxes that has like styrofoam in it. And of course you go to talk to them, of course they tear on out of there. I had one guy throwing tires, really chapped me. I started to go for him quickly and he jumped in his truck and just tore out of there like a madman. I mean, just besides telling, I mean, he knew it was wrong. I could tell he knew it was wrong when I started walking over to him. I mean, is there anything, how much more does that like add to things when people do this? I mean, I know it does, but I mean, what are your thoughts, or what do you think that we could do besides just trying to tell people that, you know, hey, this is a bunch of crap? Overall, not it's bad things to do.
You know, we have signage. We have, Jeff is working on updating our website so we have better marketing. But what is it? 10% of your population drives 90% of your costs. You know, you've always got that 10% that are non-compliant. If we have a tire fall out when they're dumping those, when they're dumping the cardboard, they can pull those. Sometimes there's stuff that we don't see. And one of the things that's probably most dangerous is now lithium-ion batteries. If somebody's dumping those illegally, you can burn things up pretty fast. So we just have to ask the public, this is their taxpayer utility. The way to keep your rates low is to follow the rules.
Okay, but no, really, besides just trying to talk to people, I mean.
Right, I appreciate where you're coming from. I don't know the answer.
Okay.
I don't know what you do with people that are just non-compliant.
I mean, besides cameras and shaming them on Facebook, that's the only thing I think of. But, okay, I'm just kind of curious if maybe I was missing something I should be doing besides trying to talk to people. But it does really irritate me because, you know.
Thank you for trying to talk to them, though. I mean, it's nice if your community knows that you care.
Well, I know, like, at a citywide, when we've talked about, you know, having to cover some of the costs, like when the county didn't want to cover the cost for having the recycling, and so it's an option that the city, you know, obviously has to pay a fee as well, so it could be that you just get rid of it, which is something that I don't want, but when people are abusing the system, it makes it even harder to justify, so.
Yeah.
But appreciate all your hard work on this.
You're welcome.
All right, so anybody in the audience have a comment, or going once, going twice, going 3 times? All right, well, thank you for your great presentation. All right, so that brings us to 5D, the new Heritage Project update presentation by Mr. Bauman. I don't know if we should say Commissioner Bauman or Developer Bauman or just regular Bauman.
Just here as a developer.
All right.
How about that? There we
Hands
go.
on.
Mayor, thank you. Council, thank you for this opportunity to share with you for just a few minutes tonight. Also wanted to say thank you, the 4 of you that were able to come to the groundbreaking of the Terra Vita Phase 3. The Brochi family asked that I give you a heartfelt thank you for coming and seeing that and representing, and those that weren't able to be there would love to share that with you. That was a pretty special day It was pretty fun for me to be able to see that. Having walked with them from the purchase of that ground all the way through that ribbon cutting was pretty special. So a pretty special project, and so I'm excited to share with you tonight the next step. Sometimes I call this phase 4, but it's called the New Heritage Project. And so I think you have a packet in front of you. And so to be respectful of your time, I'm just going to go through it quickly and just kind of describe to you where we're at in this process. We went out actually last year and went through a request for proposals, and we went through a process of narrowing that down to where that we've selected a team to design this process. And so as you thumb through this, the process you have in front of you, just to see where the process has come through. You know, the vision at New Heritage is we strive to cultivate a flourishing community where everyone belongs, everyone has a purpose, and we help each other grow. And that's really what the Brochies have done throughout their history, from the Yakima, the city of Yakima, up through the valley, all the way out here to the east of us. And it's pretty fun to be able to walk with them. I'm humbled to be able to walk with people that are so purposeful in their journey. They say that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and the picture that you have there in front of you, that the tree with the showing that the hand holding that up, that really describes them well. Having got to work with them for a number of years now, it's really special to work with people that are so purposeful in helping their community grow and thrive. Just to give you a little piece of background, the New Heritage community out there, the Brochies, all that they've built, they started out in an unconventional way of helping people get into home ownership. And that has now, because it was unconventional loans, they were 20-year loans, and there is now family trees that have never had an asset that now have been able to pay off their 20-year mortgage, and they now own an asset and are changing their family trees. And so that's really special to see that happen in the way they do that. The one page there, on August 7th, we had a visioning charrette, and we had, you can see some of the names there where there's a lot of people in the community that were a part of that. We spent a whole day going through and talking about what does community mean and how do you do it. And so just a lot of the pictures there that you have in front of you of that process, we tried to do it, we all learn in different ways, and so we did it with pictures and we did it with stories. And some of those stories came from, places like the Oregon coast and Vista Hermosa, the community they built in the past that's out on the farm, Bend, Oregon, Mexico, Oaxaca, Haiti, Cancun, Nicaragua, to Europe, Cascais. As you know, some of the Brochi family is from India, and just East Africa, and then some of the things that we developed through that day. What does community mean and how do you build it? And you see this, all the words that are there, the larger words are the words that were used more often as we described that day. There was a couple of people there that were just very intensely listening and trying to capture what it was, and that's where this has come about. And then to the pictures that you see, that's what this community means to the people that were there as we talked through it. And so it's been a really special process. And so I'll let you look at those pictures and so just kind of describe where we're at in the process. So we're in the design. We've have a couple of just kind of general layouts that we think is kind of the direction that the Brochies would like to head. And so the next steps of the process are working with some of the partners. We have kind of a couple of different sets of partners that we are working to sit down with. We have the neighbors, the immediate neighbors that we'll sit down with and talk with them about, what does this mean and how do we be good neighbors. The Brochies are not passive good neighbors; they're intentional good neighbors. They do it on purpose. And so another group would be our professional partners, so to speak. That would be the port, the city of Pasco, all of the commercial neighbors that are around, and how do we work with them, the public utility districts. I really appreciate Rebecca and the presentation she just provided. The New Heritage Phase 3 that we just completed, we work very intentionally with basin disposal to the layout of the garbage collection so that we can provide, the big trucks. They have to have room to work, and so doing that on purpose. So that'd be another professional partner working with Ben Franklin Transit. And so really look forward to the next steps of the process. And I know that I've gotten quite a few questions along the way of where we at in this process. And so wanted to give you an update and kind of give you a picture of where we're at. So we hope to shortly, schedule time to work with Jesse and his team and Maria and her team and just appreciate all the support that we've had in this part of the journey and look forward to sharing with you guys and I'll leave it at that unless you guys have some questions. Would be happy to try to answer.
I did want to comment that 3 weeks ago I was actually in Lisbon and went to Cascais, and I will say I assume the takeaway you're given is the walkability, because I'd never heard of it until I went to Lisbon, and it was an amazing food. I mean, it was just a really cool resort town, especially being there, a little beach and everything. But is it the walkability that you bring that up, or is there something else that?
So there's several things about that was shared that day about Cascais, Portugal, and that was the walkability, the small shops or the second spaces. People kind of sometimes see them as second spaces whether it's a little coffee shop or it's a little cafe. It's the neighborhood market. Instead of shopping at Costco for the next 13 years, you shop for the next 3 days. You buy your neighborhood market in Cascais would be about half the size of this room. And you buy one onion, you buy 2 or 3 potatoes, and you buy them that smaller. So just that feel, and that was where really quite a few of the descriptions, but specifically Cascais, yes, walkability and the intimate way that the community works with each other. When you walk down there in the downtown, close to the edge of the ocean, there's people walking at all times of the day and night, and that's a part of what. Yeah,
it was an amazing place.
It's an amazing place.
To go back. So, all right. Anybody else on the dais that have a question or comments? Oh, it looks like we're real good. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much.
All right. Anybody in the audience like to make a comment? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right. Let's get this ball rolling then, and let's move on to item E, which is Boulevard Maintenance Program. And also Deputy City Manager Richa Siddell.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The item in front of you has been a long time in making, but also part of our effort that we've started quite a few years ago, people before me, Director Miller, about creating more predictability within our development process. There's also the financial aspect to this presentation as well, discussing some of the cost of the services that or the programs that exist, and any and Council's direction on revisiting those programs. So first of all, I would like to give a lot of thanks to Director Jesse Rice, who has done a whole lot of work here with our consultant. What we've done is contracted with McKay Exposito to look into some of the existing challenges within our Boulevard Maintenance Program. But let me step back and give you a little bit of a history of the program, because it goes quite a ways back. The city has had a long-standing commitment to enhancing our image, and so even back in 1995, the initial Gateway and Corridor Plan started, which set a vision for attractive, welcoming streets and entryways. Then in 2008, the Corridors and Gateways Plan was expanded, and it identified over 30 key areas for improvements. If you could go to the map. of those key. So there's the list in the presentation, which is included in your packet, but you'll see the map of these key corridor areas that were identified in 2008. There was a lot of public support for these enhancements. Nearly 90% of the respondents in 2007 National Citizen Survey favored improved landscaping along major corridors. Over the years, these standards have been incorporated into our comprehensive plan, into our municipal code, design and construction standards. Overall, traditionally, if the city was not maintaining it, it is the homeowner that is adjacent to the property, or many times a homeowners association that would take care of these boulevards. The program itself is funded by one-time fee of $475 per lot for new developments. So that is a one-time fee. This fee has not been sufficient, I would say, even since the program began itself. I apologize if you could go a little bit more. I'm moving a little bit faster. There you go. Thank you. There was a lot of value to the program for the city. People, the residents wanted beautiful corridors, main streets. So even the $475 back in 2008 was not a sufficient amount of fee. Because if you really think about it, $475 per lot is a one-time fee. And for that, you're saying that you'll maintain, mow, water, trim the trees, mulch, all of that forever. So it's just not a proposition that financially works. Next slide, please. We maintain approximately 26 lineal miles of boulevards, which is quite a bit. And we, like I mentioned, mow, edge, weed, trim, everything that you would see in our parks. There's a lot of labor costs there, 18,000 hours per year, and that labor hours relates to about $766,000 annually, which does not include equipment costs, vehicles, fuels, training, and all of that other overhead costs that comes with those direct labor hours. Next slide, please. This is a little bit of more of the breakdown of the same cost. So overall, and next slide. So overall, our estimate is the maintenance of boulevards cost about $1 million annually. The fund really brings in about $167,000 a year. And traditionally what happens is our facilities team, which is funded by the general fund, is working on these boulevards, and then the Boulevard Maintenance Fund gives what it can, is how I will put it. Historically, it has not actually given as much as 167. We've increased it over the years. But the way to think about this program is the general fund is subsidizing the cost by about $850,000 a year in average. So that's something that is definitely a big dollar item to be thinking about when you're thinking about this program. I would also like to stress that we have made a commitment to maintain these 26 miles at the very least. So that cost will remain. So we do not have an option of shedding this without some significant pushback, I can imagine. Next slide, please. So these are some of our pictures of the boulevards that we currently have. And you can just move past them as you see fit. Next slide. Next slide. But we do have some challenges as if you are walking by them. Like for example, the trees are too close to either the sidewalk or a fence. And the roots are destroying the sidewalks or the homeowner's fence. There's trees that are not appropriate for our weather. So we might need more trimming. I will let Director Rice kind of correct me as I'm talking about something that I absolutely have no idea about. And so there is a lot of issues here. We're also mowing small strips, which takes a little bit of work. Like the picture here in the middle, there's a lot of bushes there in the middle that we probably could trim or take out a little bit. And so there's challenges that our maintenance team is dealing with on a regular basis. Next slide, please. Next one. So this is more of a current growth of the city that you can see within the boulevards themselves. So we have added some boulevards as the neighborhoods have developed north, south, east, west. Next slide. So one of what the team has done is really looked at what is the history of this program, why was it created, and what are the costs, the true cost of maintaining the program. Looking at what the current issues are, and they've also started looking into what the other cities' standards are. The other issue that we have right now is that on the boulevard standard itself, it is landscaped by developers and then it is handed over to the city. Historically, we've not really had a strong landscaping standards for boulevards, and so that also becomes very confusing and unpredictable for our developers, because if you get new staff, maybe they have new ideas, and so what worked before might not work anymore. But then it's also very hard for our staff to maintain because they have no idea where things are at, or maybe they would have liked different trees or different bushes that are easier to maintain or are more weather resistant, grow slowly, or easier to maintain. So the lack of standard has been a challenge. So we're working on a landscape standard. And then council has also directed staff to look at xeriscaping. So that's another thing that comes with boulevard landscape standards as well. Next slide, please. You can actually skip through a few of those. So our staff has worked on what would xeriscaping look like, what would be a kind of the overview of standards, not delved deeply into it, and what that looks like. But there are quite a few policy decisions that we need from council to make sure that we're moving forward in a way that is effective and as per your wishes. And can you get to the policy? Yes, thank you. So some of the policy discussions that staff is looking for is, should we continue maintaining boulevards? That's a primary question. There was a need for it. Is there still a need for that? Could it be more slimmed down in terms of major corridors? Do we require xeriscape in all boulevards, or do we allow other types of landscaping? I think we still need to fix the issues that we're seeing. We can't allow just any type of tree that is going to destroy the sidewalks or fences. And also, if we are to say yes to expanding the boulevard program, do we look into what the cost of it is and look into that boulevard maintenance fee? Next slide, please. And so overall, we're kind of looking for council's direction on just any aspect of this program and what your questions are, what your desires are as staff moves forward.
No, I have my thoughts on this one, but I'll let the council go first on this. So let's start off with Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. Looking at these images here, I know the conversation for several years has been xeriscaping. Is there, well, a couple questions. Is there a way to work with the developers and maybe come up with a list of allowable plants that are drought resistant, that are maybe just boulders instead of, actual plants. I mean, they look beautiful and they enhance. However, the maintenance, the upkeep, the work, the cost is my question. Is there a way to minimize or just designate a small list of allowable plants? My idea on this is if we can put up art out there like this, those meadow flowers that are out there, or boulders, or something that identifies Pasco in some shape of art fixture, that would be great. But the least possible plants, live plants out there, or again, drought resistant plants would be my idea. Thanks.
All right, thank you for that. Then let's go to Councilman Cotta.
Yeah, I think whatever we do, it's just has to be sustainable. We have to be able to fund it with the system that we have and not dig into deeper city funds to continue the maintenance. I don't know that either having the neighborhoods pay for their own landscaping is certainly, I think, something that we can look at. I think people would feel better about knowing that they're funding something that they're going to look at every day. And so maybe there's some level of interest there from the public on those things. Ultimately, nobody's going to like hearing that, well, we can't afford this, so we have to change it. But that's just what happens. And so there's a change that needs to be made. It would be good, I think, to see a couple different plans. At least one would be just like a baseline. This is the least expensive plan that we can make that would present the least amount of cost to the citizens of the city, and then just kind of work from there.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go on to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I think first off, I think I would just put it out there. I think maybe we should just discontinue the boulevard maintenance program, or just boulevards in general, if we're not going to have a fee or any recurring revenue that's going to help maintain them. I just don't see the point, and I've always brought it up, and I know previous councils have brought up xeriscaping in the past, but I guess this council is going to be the one that's going to get it done, hopefully. I don't see why we have continued to implement these boulevards. Like where I live, I remember when they put in first place, put all this nice landscaping, and then a couple years ago they tore it all out. It's like, that was a complete waste of time and money. And so I think we need to clean up our codes. I think dovetailing that into the water conservation efforts that we talked about back in September would be prudent. But I'm not in the mood to revise a $475 lot fee, and then at the end of the day, it's not going to cover the costs from years down the road. I guess my other question would be, why do we always have these rates and fees that we never update? It's been years. I mean, I understand we have staff turnover, but it's like, don't we have like a master plan somewhere where, hey, we should probably look at this fee, and then you guys present to us, and the last time we touched or talked about it was 20 years ago. Like, to me, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, you guys go to the store every day or once a week and see that the cost is going up. Do we not see that the costs are going up around us, and everyone just comes to work every day and is like, okay, well, yeah, we don't have any money. We're have to use general funds now. It just, to me, that never makes sense. I mean, I don't know how many times you guys have brought stuff to us, and it's always, oh, yeah, we haven't updated or looked at this in 15 years. It's like, well, what are we doing? So, I mean, to me, I think the biggest thing probably would be to hold off on the boulevard maintenance stuff if we're not going to have the funds to properly maintain it. I don't think going to residents to take care of those stretches adjacent to them is a good idea either, because a lot of people just can't do it. They hire people to do it, or they just really can't do it. And yard work is strenuous for some individuals and stuff. So, gosh, I know you guys were looking for direction today, but yeah, I think until we really understand what those, I guess, any boulevards we're going to look to okay here in the near future with development looks like, I think we should just go with xeriscaping. A lot of those pictures were jarring a little bit with the trees encroaching on the fencing and buckling of the sidewalks. I know I see that in my neighborhood, but to me it kind of adds character in some neighborhoods. But I'm also not in favor of perhaps putting it on HOAs. There's pros and cons to HOAs. So I don't know if coming back with more comprehensive list of policies that we could look at as opposed to just getting direction on 4 or 5 items. And I guess I would like to know going forward what that $475 fee would go to.
It would have to be, we would first need to come up with standards. So we need to know from council, do you just want to do xeriscaping? Because that's a different cost calculation. It also requires, xeriscaping is not build it and leave it. It requires weed control and cleaning and things like that. So there's still maintenance to it, it's just less of it. So we would need to know which path you would like to move forward to calculate those costs. And to be frank, I think there's very few one-time dollar amount that will say, yep, that's worth it, right? Because you're taking care of it forever. So that's the challenge that you have here. But we can come up with some options once we know what kind of landscape standards you would like. And then extrapolate the cost of it.
So, but McKay Spacito is doing a small study?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think initially when we started this project, it started as Parks and Rec because we maintained the boulevards, and then looking at all these details and finding the 2008 plan and better understanding that, we realized that this is a much bigger policy decision project to move forward. So initially, we contracted with McKay Spacito to look into what is being done in other cities, not just locally, but nationally as well, to kind of give some direction on what those standards might look like. But to answer the question, yeah, the setting the standards would be kind of the first part of where we want to go. And those could be minimally, as we said, was rock. They could be rock and minor plantings. Our staff prefer not the heavy plantings as illustrated in some of these because they tend to take quite a bit to maintain. For example, just along the new airport route on Argent there, a very nice looking gateway entry, a lot of work to maintain those plants. So I think it became bigger than Parks and Rec and also became bigger than planning development in the city. It is more of this policy direction as it was initially started in 1995, maybe now 30 years later, it's time to reestablish that direction. So this would be a council's chance to do that and move us forward. As Deputy City Manager Sigdell mentioned, though, we still have the 26 miles, which is actually, I think, grown to 28 because when we started this project, we've continued to add every couple of weeks a new development coming online. We have proactively worked with a lot of those developers to kind of come up with a semi-xeriscaping plan, reduced grass, reduced trees, but nothing that's an official policy. But those developers that have reached out and asked us have liked the working direction where we've implemented more rocks or at least the correct type of tree, reduced the trees or grouped them together to make them better. So we're positively working forward, but we haven't for sure moved into like a 100% xeriscape plan yet. So again, this is kind of your time to determine which direction we like to go. Not just for future developments, but the current developments. As we did budget some money for xeriscaping and are looking at updating some of the boulevards now, particularly the islands along Burden, where those are kind of dangerous for staff to get out and mow anyway. So we are making proactive steps, but it just got bigger than a staff decision to move forward with this because this will impact the community probably for the next 30 years.
All right. Okay. I was going to say, so is McKay Spacito putting together something for us to look at?
I think now we're paused waiting for direction from what council would like to see so that we can continue this design forward and then kind of do like Peanuts Park North design. We'll come forward with the draft presentation to kind of set this in motion. And again, as you mentioned, update some other policies and probably some PMCs and some other things as well to align with these as we move forward.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just send you an email of kind of what my thoughts are, but just right off the bat, I would like to see a kind of a small study put together, what the standards could look like, what a increased lot fee, I guess, would be, and what would xeriscaping look like as opposed to the status quo of what we currently had. And because I like the character of a lot of neighborhoods, and so we're going to have one side of the city that looks green, and we have all these nice looking spaces, and then the other side of the cities, there probably needs to be some type of transition and balance. So just I would just like to kind of see what that looked like, but I'll send an email.
All right. Let's move to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Sigdell and Mr. Rice, for your work on this. What sounds like it's, kind of long overdue. And really just what I'm hearing the council decision here is it's a quality of life versus, money decision. And, shade's really important. Being your representative, Mr. Mayor, on the BFCOG, this is something in the regional transportation programs that comes up pretty regularly as far as, kids walking home from school. We are in a high heat area, and it, does bring the overall, temperature of the area down when we, do have shade trees. And I think it just makes people feel good about where they live, but yet at the same time, water is such a huge asset and a resource, and only going to become more scarce, more costly over the next decades. And so really, a lot of my comments echo what Mr. Perales has said about I think we do need to pare it down a little bit, but yet I think there's room across the city to have different approaches. I think there are maybe some areas where we do invest, where we do have some of these areas, not just for the beautification of the city, but also just for our quality of life, which I guess kind of falls under that, but just the walkability of the city and those kind of things. But I think there are some areas where, we should get as close to zero-scaping as possible, and maybe some areas in between where, maybe there are some native shrubs and bushes that are more drought resistant and those kind of things. Looking at some of these slides up here, it's painful to see some of these issues in the landscaping. They weren't built that long ago, maybe before our time up here, but it's just like, holy smokes, yeah. I mean, especially on Burns, that's just not that long ago to see all those densely planted shrub beds. But we're here to look forward and fix what we can fix. But I guess where I finish my thoughts here, typing in, is just standards. Is just obviously that's what staff is looking for, is some kind of standards that we can give them. And so, Mr. Mayor, my kind of proposal would be, I think we do need to back it off. And I think without, I guess, just losing our identity as a city and having, just a total hodgepodge that makes no sense all across the city, it would be nice if we maybe selected some certain corridors. I think, what was the phrase I used here, pretty particular in the application of those standards, picking a few key areas where maybe, we do, allow trees and shade, and then some other areas where that's pared down a little bit, and then some other areas where maybe it's just gravel for the good of our future and everything. And I don't know, this definitely is a lot to think about, and I appreciate staff coming back to us and getting our thoughts on it.
Yeah, I actually do agree with part of what you're saying, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, as far as maybe having certain corridors where we have trees, we have grass, and then the other ones we have zero-scaping. But before I go on with what I think, let's go on with Councilman Cotta.
Sorry to speak twice. I just think that the power of people seeing their money go to something tangible, they can actually see what it's going to. I think there's some power and interest in that. Or maybe you do something, it's going to be a number of ideas that come together. A hybrid idea would be, you double the lot fee that you have now, and that helps clear some space. And then people can contribute. And whatever they're contributing, whatever measure they decide to go to, I don't know how you figure that out. You'd be dividing it into subcategories or homeowners associations, whatever it is. But it would just be, hey, your homeowners association's meeting, this is what you're going to decide on, what you're going to vote on. And if it's something that they want to do, it's fine. If they don't want to do anything, well, you've got at least some kind of base fee to get zero landscaping in there and see if it works.
All right, let's move to Councilwoman
One
Rojas.
comment for, I guess this comment is for mostly for us. Staff is looking for direction. They heard all our concerns. They heard all our ideas, suggestions. What is our guidance to direct staff?
Can I speak?
Getting there, but okay, let's go with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
So Elite Construction built, they have like a sports, I don't know, it's a sports, it's in front of my place hotel. They have partial turf, and they have partial, they were fighting with the city because of the requirements that we had in our ordinance, I think it was about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And he came over to talk to me about it. They ended up going half and half. And if it was his choice, he would have scaled back even more on the trees. that's, I mean, even if it's a good example, I guess, to look at, his property looks really good. In fact, I'm really jealous because I have to pay a landscaper every week to come in, mow my lawn, but his looks, you know, I mean, he never has any issues with his plants or his, turf. So that might be a good, I guess, example to look at if you guys have time just to drive by and look at how he's set up his, to even do like a half xeriscape, if we didn't want to go all the way.
All right, well, thank you for that. I guess now I'll give my comments. I know we always talk about affordability, you know, for a home in Pasco. You know, obviously not raising the rates. You've tried to keep homes affordable, and now we're coming into where the programs aren't sustainable. So now it's, you know, we talk either we need to raise the rates, which makes the homes not affordable. So, I mean, we're kind of, seems like we're stuck in a pickle here as far as trying to keep prices down, but then we also need our city to be as beautiful as it can be. I know there's certain corridors, like, you know, obviously I live off Road 100, going down Road 100. I like to see the trees. Court Street, a lot of times I get frustrated because I don't see a lot of trees, I just see walls. And so that's always irritating. I guess my question, a couple questions would be, right now you were saying we went from 26 to 28 acres. When we have, like, you know, our master plans where Pasco will be, say, in 20 years, when we're talking about the extra 40,000 people coming in, how many acres do you, like, rough estimate, do you think that would be added into all this? I mean, is it like 2 million? I mean, what, like, you know, 50 acres? I mean, what are we really talking about here? If
Well, let me just clarify first. We're talking lineal miles of boulevards, not acres, just for clarity. And what that means is those could be 6 feet wide or they could be 12 feet wide. So it's the way we calculate those. So really it's going to come down to the number of miles of streets that we ultimately implement between Broadmoor and that urban growth boundaries we take those in. So that it's really going to be development dependent. So I can't really answer that question until we see some of those developments come in. But I think that's where the design standards come from. Do you want major boulevards done? Are they arterials? Are they gateways? So a lot of choices to determine where those are. Combined with the fact that we are Tree City USA and we're trying to balance out our trees and our at the BFCOG's desire to reduce the heat islands and things like that. So there's really a lot of moving parts, which again is why I got more complex than just staff leading this charge. So, you know, back to you, yeah, there's a lot of different options, and I think this is probably going to take a little bit longer than staff anticipated, but the longer we wait to do it, the more development that's impacted, and that we're, you know, either trying to do this hybrid mix on the fly or trying to then align those as we go development to development. So yeah, I think it's, like I said, we kind of are in a pickle, or we're chasing our tail to get ahead of things. So I don't know that staff any more recommendations other than what we presented, because we kind of got stuck ourselves. So
okay,
honestly, that's where, yeah, this direction moving forward is what we definitely want to agree with. I think facility staff, maintenance staff, they would like to see reduced landscaping just based on the complexity of maintaining the boulevards. They're dangerous areas. Tree trimming requires shutting down streets. Mowing the islands requires crossing the streets. So staff, maintenance staff is definitely on board with seeing some sort of reduction, but also struggle with the loss of the green space and you know, the beauty that brings. So we're feeling the same on this side as you are illustrating on your side.
all right, I guess I'm for, you know, some kind of standard as far as doesn't make sense if they put in a tree that doesn't make, you know, is going to, you know, break up the concrete or break up the street or, you know, or make a big, huge mess. So obviously I think, you know, or bushes, trees, grass, all that should be standardized as far as what the city wants, what we could handle, what we could do. I'm kind of going where Grim and I think Perales were going where, you know, and Blaisdell, we're talking about a hybrid. If we can, you know, maybe certain points you coming into Pasco, if it's feasible where you'd actually have more greenery there, and then the rest side streets would have, you know, more xeriscaping. I mean, that's the kind of concept I like. So that's my direction. I don't know if the council's agreement with that, or if that's a good compromise. Let's go with Mayor Pro.
Drought resistant.
Drought resistant. All right. Let's go with Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that pretty much sums up my comments. Yeah, choosing a few key areas and, really, letting staff try to put together a plan that, picks a few key areas when people are coming into town, whether it be from the airport, or off the interstates, those kind of things are what it sounds like you have in your mind. And then, yeah, I guess to some degree when you get, more into the interior where we can, I guess do some of those drought resistant or zero-scaping ideas would be better. We need to, I like the balanced approach, but yet somehow we need to have some consistency to where they can apply it and developers know what they're getting into too.
Okay, and then also, when we talk about, different housing units paying for their own costs, I mean, if they didn't have an HOA, wouldn't that be pretty much incredibly hard for these people to pay, or is there like a system where you could actually institute that?
I think the only system would be maintained by private development, or as HOA, as you'd mentioned, would be the direction that would go.
Okay.
At least for consistency between landowners and some of those areas.
So right now, do the HOAs say, like, for instance, like Ivy Glades, do they handle their own area, or do we handle that?
I see their contracted mowers mowing that space, so.
Okay, just kind of curious. Yeah. Okay, let's try to wrap this up. Councilman Cotta?
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement with what the rest of the council has said with David's comments about, if we're in agreement. It'd just be neat if there was an option for people within sectors to say, yeah, we'll fund this and make this look the way that we want it to look.
All right, is there anybody from the audience? Let's go with Ms. Franzik.
I don't have any answers because this is a tough situation, but I was wondering if it would be prudent when you have Esposito bring you back ideas and you're looking at mixes, if you should consider the heat load and the impact. Some of your neighborhoods are getting smaller and smaller as far as yards, and so the more zero scaping you have, the more heat you're going to have down those corridors, and I just wonder if that should be part of your consideration.
All right, great point. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience like to make a comment?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. What an exciting night. Garbage, zero-scaping, Peanuts Park. This is the stuff that makes my Mondays worth coming out for. I've been talking about this for years. I would love to see, obviously this doesn't impact me. My oldest property was built in 1912. My newest was like 1940, so I obviously won't be covered by any of this. But what I would like to see is our older, more mature neighborhoods being considered as well. Maybe by providing some incentives, be it tax credits or something, or against your water bill for converting our boulevards out, because I know I have to go out and mow all of my properties' boulevards and look after them, and I would love to be able to rip that grass out and put that in, but it's financially very expensive to do something like that. In addition, we're in our more mature neighborhoods, we're also using potable water to water our yards, so that's also an important thing to consider as well, is that we're not just using irrigation water, we're using that, so that would reduce a load on the city as well. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Thanks for the comment, Thomas. It was a great point. Anybody else in the audience like to make a comment? Going twice, going three times. All right, let's see if we can power these two out and get home. Let's go with 5, resolution award bid number 25679 for farm well number 4 installation. And we got Public Works Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This will be a very brief presentation. We had a bid opening for the replacement of farm well number 4, and you're seeing in the map where that is. This is tied to our land treatment system associated with the PWRF facility. This well was failing, so we had a bid opening for it. We received 2 valid bids, and the lowest bidder here is Carpenter Drilling. Their bid was $382,025.40. The engineer's estimate was $429,000. So this bid is well within the budget for the project, and we recommend award.
All right, thank you for that. Any council discussion and comments? Looks like we are all good. Is anybody from the audience? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right, let's jump to 5G, resolution sole source contract with Citywide wide area network services for telco wiring and repair incorporated. And Director Rashid.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, the council. We're presenting a resolution to authorize a 3-year contract for wide area network services. This agreement is proposed as a sole source contract with Telco Wiring and Repair Incorporated, the city's longstanding WAN provider. Just to give you a little bit of background, back in 2010, Telco helped us set up the initial MAN architecture for the server connections for the city to support the emergency response, utility, and administration. Although we started with a handful of connections, today we have 109 connections across the city. That includes dedicated 10 gigabit link between City Hall and Station 84. Current coverage is fire, police, water, City Hall, and traffic signals. The following map provides a visual overview of the current WAN service area. As you can see, it's scattered across the city at this moment. So currently, out of that 109 connections, 88 of them are on month-to-month and 21 of them are in contract. So this sole source contract is for $360,000 over 3 years. That's $10,000 a month for 119 lines instead of 109 that we have existingly. That allows 10 additional circuits without renegotiation or price increase. Some of the benefits would be consistent service, deep vendor familiarity, high availability, that's 99.99% uptime according to the service level agreement, and security features that it provides. Risk of switching is disruption and security concerns that I can go into if you have questions. Recommendation is to adopt sole source contract, transition all circuits into one contract, and monitor performance. Next steps would be, upon council's approval, execute the 3-year agreement, transition all month-to-month into one consolidated contract, and monitor performance as we under the new agreement. Some of the alternatives that you can consider, we looked into those. Number one is keep the contract as is, continue to add lines without consolidating contract. Fast deployment would be a benefit of that. But cost increases as we keep adding lines to it. Fragmented contracts, limited competitive bidding with that option. And the option 2 is taking the 88 connections that we have out of contract, put it up for bid. Pros would be potential partial competitive pricing, and the cons would be basically, while we go through RFP, the city will keep adding lines to it. New vendor learning curve, complexity, and security risks that it adds with another vendor into the network. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or comments you may have.
All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. Let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be for staff's recommendation of taking on the sole source provider. I've used them myself for over the past 15 years with 2 different businesses, direct fiber hookups. They are a local company. They are competent. They are capable, and I have nothing but good things to say about them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. All right, well, it kind of looks like most of the council's on board with what the staff recommends. I'm for it as well. So I said put that on the agenda.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, so that jumps us to anybody in the audience have any comments on this? Once, twice, 3 times. All right. Now let's move on to 6, miscellaneous council discussion. I know we need to probably bring up what we're thinking of. Since Harpster resigned as of last night, and again, a great guy, we are going to miss his leadership here on the dais. He's a friend for a long time, so again, it's sad to see him go, but I do understand if you move out of the limits of City of Pasco, you can't be on the council, which does make sense. So we kind of like to know we're the council when we want to reappoint somebody, how soon, what is everybody thinking? Obviously having just 6 is not a good thing, so I would like to hear what the council thinks. So we'll start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that's what I turned my light on. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Harpster, if you're out there listening, for your service to the city, and just really appreciate everything he brought to the council, his planning background and development background, and really, I think he dug into the agenda more than perhaps any of us did on a lot of weeks, so really, really appreciate everything he put into it. But with that, to your question, Mr. Mayor, I would like to move forward as soon as possible, kind of like how we did after Mayor Serrano's resignation. I would like to have the new person in place before the beginning of the year, so that's not something we're, trying to put together, because between elections and everything else going on, would love to just not have that bogging us down at the beginning of the year, so that we can have the whole new council and just go forward from there. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's move to Councilwoman Brajas.
My question is for staff. We have, 30 days to put someone in position?
90.
90? And also, the term would be for how long?
2027.
Mr. Harpster had 2 years left on his term.
2 years left, okay. I agree if the announcement can go out as soon as possible to get that position filled. Sorry, Peter, I'm not trying to replace you ASAP, but yes.
So am I to understand then that you want to go through an application process like you did last time? Or are you willing to consider any of the applicants that applied last time, since you just did that a month ago?
Reapplied, since it is not district based, it's citywide, so I think that makes more sense. The same people could still apply, but let's go to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I just have one question. Coming that we usually take the month of December off. Have we thought about that, and where would that put us for a timeline with applicants?
Ultimately, that'll be up to council. That was something we're going to talk about next week, was what your schedule and plan is for December, knowing that you usually only have the first regular council meeting, then you don't. As was mentioned here earlier this evening underneath the legislative updates, you will have a special meeting on the December 8th to talk about legislative issues. So you could lump this as a special meeting then and have, like you did last time, where council's ready to interview some slate of finalist candidates for that, and then you could take action then at that point, and then have them sworn in and be ready to serve after the first of the year, after you take your December break.
That sounds good. Thank you.
All right, I think basically I'm seeing some nods, so I think December 8th we would make our decision, and then the person would be sat that night, and then he would be ready to go come January.
I think what we'll do is we'll post with a deadline at the end of November for people to apply. We'll provide those materials to council. You can review those in closed session on the first council meeting in December. Come out, open session. You can determine which candidates you want to invite for finalist interviews. Hold those on December 8th.
All right, sounds like a good plan. All right, do we have any other updates from staff?
Just 2 brief ones real quick. Wish everyone a safe and happy Halloween this Friday. And as part of that, we will have our spooky hall here at City Hall from 3 to 5 p.m. And that's open to the public. Anyone can bring their kids by and dressed up, and we'll have some decorated booths and free candy for all the kids here at City Hall in preparation for the evening's festivities. So, and with that, staff is going to provide a brief update on our lead and copper roll notifications.
Right, and I did want to comment that my wife and myself will be here for the spooky hall, so I'd like to say hi, or we're doing a good job or not. Then if any councilman or councilwomen would like to show up, it'd be also a pleasure to have you from 3 to 5 on Friday. So just throwing that out there. I'm going to be dressed as a king, and she's going to be dressed as a queen. So anyway, so that's our plan. So I'd love to see the rest of the council if they have the time to come out.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Relating to the lead and copper rule, notifications to a big portion or a certain segment of our potable water customers will be sent out in the coming weeks. The notice is mandatory for those services that have not been verified to not have lead. So what that means is that we don't know if those services have lead or not. There is no indication that they would have lead, so there is no reason to be concerned or alarmed, but we do have a whole site within the City of Pasco website where customers that receive that notification can go in and review what are potential actions they can take or precautions that they could take. So this is just advance notice that notifications will go out and that there is no reason for alarm. It's just a mandatory process. We are working with our water crews to verify the remainder of those services that are not known at this time. We are identifying materials for those. So every year we are required to provide a notification. So we are working steadily trying to get to 100% identification. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. With no other lights, I think we're going to jump to number 7, exec session, not enlisted. And so that would bring us to 8, adjournment. So it's 9:25 and we are adjourned.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, first, I got a question for you. Then, several of them were very vocal about previously about under you have made decisions like council members to make policy changes.
Sir.
Ma'am. Oh, I know, I'm watching. I'm wondering. No, I understand. It's in my hands. Yeah. You know, it was, I was going to get there for Martin the Great. It's so ridiculously good. And so I'm going through and moving offices, little paperwork, and smiling on this shit. I look back at my BDI plan in 2010, compared to now, like it's barely gone. Like negative. And unlimited service. It's ridiculous. I know my father-in-law said like you couldn't even have the lid like tipped up. And then so I'll call up the guy, I'll show up at the beginning of the year and I'll just listen, see these are all my boxes and see all the stuff. And your drivers in our neighborhood, man, we have a slumlord that operates multifamily, one block, right? Just like 10 inches. Dumb.
Because of how difficult it is to identify that it's across the whole city. Next slide, please. Okay, so once more, this table is much easier to review in your packet, but it's showing the overall list of what we have, and I will call attention to the different colors. We have in the first segment in blue the projects. So those are projects that have design, sometimes right-of-way acquisition, and then construction. Call attention to those that are bolded. Those are new to this list, and I will tell you which ones those are. And then we have 2 projects that are shown in orangey color at the bottom of the first group of projects, and those are brand new, different, or new from the last list you saw as a draft in our previous meeting. So that's why we are trying to call attention to those, and I will go ahead and read what those are. Then in green, we have programs, and at the bottom of our list are the studies, and there is also 1 bolded project there. Okay, so let me read to you what are the new projects that have been added. Okay, starting with project number 16. This is the Road 68 Payment Preservation Project that is new to this TIP, did not exist in the previous TIP that was adopted by you all. Number 30 is the 4th Avenue pavement preservation, which extends from I-182 to the county line. And then in orange, in the first group of projects, is the brand new project. You have not seen this one before in any draft list. That is project number 43, is the Road 44 FCID canal crossing. That is pedestrian facilities to cross the canal. It's a gap that has been identified and mentioned in prior meetings. And then item 44 is Core Street Safety Improvements Phase 2. And this was as a result of comments that we received during our meetings. It's pedestrian and bicycle facilities along that corridor extending between Road 68 and Road 96. And this is because there are safety improvements proposed in our current TIP that extend on either side of this segment, but this segment was not identified yet, and it's planned to be incorporated in this program should you desire to do so, likely in the later years of the plan. So it's a brand new project coming to add with the new time frame that we have in this program versus the prior one. And finally, the other new project to this, it is a study to this program is number 51, Road 68 and Taylor Flats intersection study. That is an intersection that didn't used to be city jurisdiction. It is now partially city jurisdiction, and with increased volumes and the configuration of that intersection that has 5 legs, it is likely we will have to find solutions for increasing safety at that location. Okay, so next slide is the same list of projects, but in this case you are seeing the schedule in which they've been planned to be delivered. And along with that, you are seeing also the status of their funding. That's the very last column. And what you're seeing is that the vast majority of priorities 1 have funding secured, and that carries us pretty much to number 10. So there's at least 10 projects that are either fully funded or substantially funded. And then we have other projects that have partial funding and so on. So that is the current proposed prioritization of the projects and schedule. Next slide, please. And then this is our schedule that we had discussed earlier. You are seeing all the things, all the activities that have already occurred. We had several meetings in which we discussed this preliminary list, and we received feedback. We did outreach and received more feedback, incorporated the feedback, discussed the feedback with you. And so today we are right here in the public hearing date. And the next steps would be potential edits to DIP that could occur based on the feedback we received today and your direction. And the adoption prior to July 1st of 2025 is currently scheduled for June 16. And there is something weird happening with our slides, but I will confirm. Yes, June 16th is the tentative date for adoption of this plan. Should there be more changes by that date, we can still plan for a special meeting on the following Monday. So we have a lot of time and opportunity for making this program be exactly what you want to see. Next slide, please. Oh, perfect. So with that, that is an overview of our program. And I would be happy to answer any questions. And if there are no questions, we can move on to the public hearing. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you for that presentation. I know before I ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you before we do the public hearing, I had a question. Maybe you could kind of like run us through, like, say for instance on Road 100 in Court Street, where it's my area. We talked about the roundabout, and I know it's on here, but so say like in 2027, you don't get the 500,000. So obviously it wouldn't be completed. And again, it's hard to read some of these numbers because my eyes, I guess, aren't as good as I think they are. You're talking 2030 or 2031 for that to complete it. So what if there's another budget crisis? I mean, how does this work basically just for the people at home? We see it on the list. We see that's when it would happen or what should happen. But what if it doesn't? When? How long? I mean, does it just go with the first 10 get knocked off and then they move up in the list? Or how does that work where we have the most constituents complain that they want their stuff because I will say I've been trying really hard to go down Road 100. We got a constituent in the audience, and so I'm like, instead of taking the pathway along the park to Chiawana, I've been actually walking down Court Street more with my dog, and literally, I don't know if somebody was trying to scare me or what, but they were within a foot, and I was in the bike lane, and at night, and the wham went by me. I thought for sure they were trying to knock me out, and I'm totally shocked. But again, usually it's at nighttime where people really like fly down, and maybe they weren't paying attention. I don't know, but obviously I do think a roundabout would, because you would nail it going the speeds they're going. So getting off my tangent, what do you think would be more realistic in people in this area? And then like on funding, can you give us a quick overview of how this should work and how realistically it does work?
Yes, so the program itself proposes the schedule based on likelihood of receiving funds or having collected the funds. There are several mechanisms for collecting funds for projects. Of course, our arterial fund and streets funds are funded through gas tax and other utility tax revenue that is provided for street maintenance and improvements. Now, additional to that, there is the transportation impact fee, which could be one mechanism to partially fund projects, and that is a project that is included in the transportation impact fee list of projects. So that is another avenue. And then, of course, there's always the opportunity to pursue grants from federal and state agencies, and the city has a history of pursuing and receiving, thankfully, some of those grants. We anticipate that the future of grants for the foreseeable future will be a little bit drier than what it has been up until now. And Pasco has been very, very successful, so that may actually impact our likelihood of receiving additional funds, since when funds and resources are short, there is the feeling that funding agencies need to ensure that everybody's receiving a little bit, right? And so Pasco, having had so much success, may actually not be our best way to advocate for more funds. Now, the way our plan or program is proposed is based on reasonable expectation of receiving funds. So we believe that this is not too aggressive of a plan, and therefore we think that it is possible to receive funds. If funds were not available, typically what happens is year after year, as we look at TIP, we identify how much end balance is available and whether we've received the funds or not, and then we adjust priorities. As we have talked in the past, priority to safety issues is typically given over other amenities within the roadway. And so there is dollars that are good for maintenance, especially in the grant world and our own funds, and then dollars that are good for constructing new. And therefore, there is the possibility that the funds will not be available to do the full improvements that are planned, and then projects get reprioritized, whether that means that this project moves further out in the future or other project gets moved down from the list and this one takes its place. And that is a call that is made during this TIP planning, and then if it's dependent on receiving funds that are external, is on the actual receiving those funds and securing them. So it's a combination of factors there. Hopefully that addresses the question.
That does. Again, just to clarify one quick thing. So, say like for instance this roundabout. I always love the idea. Always wanted to see it. And again, it's hard sometimes to rally people to a cause and to attend these meetings. But say you had 20, 30 people come to a meeting, everybody said the exact same thing. Would that like up the scale, or would it mainly just be the same? I mean, if everybody comes out and says, this is what we really want, we want Court Street, Road 100, roundabout, does that like jack it up, or does it mainly stay the same? I mean, I'm just asking,
I understand. So yes, we appreciate public input. I cannot underestimate the amount of data that is used to prioritize things. And so as an engineer, for good or for bad, I make decisions based on data. And so we take into consideration crash data, analysis on volumes, and then prioritize based on that. Similarly, as we talk about different treatments for addressing an issue, we look at the possibilities of how to solve that and evaluate which alternative is the one that produces the best results. At the same time with, balancing use of resources. And so that is a equilibrium that we try to have. And yes, we value input. We want to know where people are experiencing issues, but certainly at the time of prioritizing, we're also looking at data.
Okay. Well, again, I know sometimes you have data and how many people get hit and stuff like that moves it up, but then at the same time, we don't want anybody getting hit. So again, this is what another frustration. You can only do so much with so much money, but as council, I will say if you walk down Court Street at night on the pathway, where there's some people that if there was a cop there, man, he'd be given ticket after ticket after ticket because it's sometimes it feels like a racetrack, and I'm not wearing a helmet. So, but anyway, so I don't want to talk all the time. Let's go with Councilman Grimm, and then we'll work this way.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Director Sarah, for your presentation. Thank you for all your work on this. And I know why we have been successful in getting so many grants. I've had a couple of different little birdies tell me you are excellent at writing grants. So thank you for all the funds you're able to get us for the city of Pasco. And I look at this list and, holy smokes, we are a growing city and there's just a vast amount of projects. It's almost just pretty overwhelming, just the financial impact and just the needs of the city. And so I really appreciate you prioritizing and getting these all the way down. Even the very last one, I mean, it's like number 52, but just the sign reflectivity analysis implementation, how important that is. I mean, I've seen the new signs with the red strips down and the larger stop signs. Those things really do help. And there's so many, crashes at intersections, like I was just talking about earlier in my reports, the comprehensive safety plan, that I think those things really will help. So I appreciate you including that on the list. I see over there, just in my district, the traffic analysis for US 12 and just how important the need is over there. I mean, there's so much focus on West Pasco, but just over there, I mean, there's a huge need with congestion, and we've had some serious accidents over there. I just want to ask a specific question, though. Up towards the top of the list, I see Court Street. It was one of the new ones added, the pavement preservation south, not Court Street, south 68 between 182 and Court Street there. And just not to get too far in the weeds, but I look at that section of the roadway, especially between I-182 and Argent, and think, aren't we planning on widening that at some point anyways between Argent and the interstate? And how does that, because I didn't see it on the list, and how does that get prioritized? I mean, I drive up 68 every day and my old war wagon bounces up and down. It really needs help too. But if you could just talk briefly about the priorities there, and perhaps when maybe 182 to Argent might end up on this list.
Yes. So this project addresses specifically pavement preservation, the one that you're seeing in number 16. Mm-hmm. And the reason for it is there's the opportunity to apply for funds through a national grant, which is specific to pavement preservation. This is, I believe, the last corridor that the city is to overlay, utilizing the funds through that program. And so we incorporated it because we had already kind of tackled the other corridors that were eligible, and that is NHS corridors, so National Highway System corridors. So that you're seeing that project there. We have areas that have been recently incorporated and others that were city. So it's a combination of kind of joint jurisdiction, which sometimes made it hard to do pavement preservation. And therefore, now that the vast majority is city, we have worked with the county, and we have collected information, and we're able to address those needs for pavement preservation specifically. As far as widening, We did find that the prior TIP did not include a widening, but our CIP did, and we did some research, and we believe it was prudent to wait until our transportation system master plan was updated, which is underway, and determine whether that project was adequate and consistent with our patterns of development, and whether that needed that additional lane or not. It was going to be a pretty expensive project, and knowing what we know about grant funding, we thought that it wasn't very prudent to add it to this list yet. Of course, if this is something that you really want to see added, we could add it. It could be, our addition maybe after item 44, could be item 45, and then we have it in the list and we keep an eye out for it and see what the results of that TSMP tells us, right, with the new land use and volumes and so on, to identify exactly what is needed. That is in areas it is 2 lanes, in areas it's 3 lanes, and so if we were to widen, like, is this a 5-lane corridor? 5-lane might be excessive. And then 4-lane has the problem of the left turns, right? So there's some further analysis that are going to be needed to support the widening as we understand it. And I do have my engineering manager in the audience in case he wants to add anything. But I think that's why we have what we have today in the list.
Okay, no, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, and I'd much rather have an overpass than, that wide. No, and I appreciate all your work on it. And I've got an idea for pavement preservation too, that maybe I can catch you and the city manager offline and try to work through or whatever to preserve more of our roadways. So thanks again for all your work.
Well, thank you, Councilman Grimm. And just in case you don't know, we do appreciate all the work. We appreciate all the grants. I know sometimes members up here on the dais don't say it, but I know we all do really appreciate you guys, everything you can do to make Pasco a better place and the roads better. It's always appreciated. I'm not seeing anybody else's lights. And Councilman Perales, do you have anything you'd like to mention or have a question?
I have a comment. I sent the email out earlier. I just want to put it on the record. I would like to see a potential project, a enhanced crosswalk at Road 44 and Hilltop Drive. And really, across the whole city, I think we should be partnering with the school district to find funds to enhance our crosswalks for our kids. So here's my plug. It's for the kids. It's not for me. It's not for my district. It's for our children who are trying to get to school in the mornings. And we all know we have a speeding problem, and we want that dedicated traffic unit. So, but this came across my emails, and I've had phone calls about this intersection, but I really just want to say we need to be doing this, enhancing our crosswalks across the whole city. So I'll go ahead and put that on the record. Also, too, I like where Mayor Bertamelli was going with the roundabout, and I think we should probably seek out, like we're doing right now, comments from the public about what they would like to see done first as a priority. I know we have a list of stuff, and staff gets together the data and stuff and then believes that we should go after funding for this project or that one. But I think from time to time we should really sit down and really look at this list and decide which ones we believe should be a priority, and kind of compare that to what the community believes is a priority, and then direct staff to go seek funding for those projects. So that's just my 2 cents, and I'll yield. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Councilman Perales. So with that,
May I address one of the comments? I appreciate the email. I received it. We appreciate making us aware of crossing issues. And then as far as collaborating with school district, our engineering team has a standing meeting with school district staff, specifically to discuss future projects and support for infrastructure surrounding schools. Every 2 years, there is a call for projects for grant funding specific to Safe Routes to School. And historically, we've been successful. We actually are about to put out to bid a project for 2 crossings that were highlighted. And so this will be added to our recurring conversations, and we will identify this and any other location that can be paired up so that it's an attractive project for funding. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for the comments.
Thank
So
you.
with that, I'm not seeing any other ones, so I want to open it up for a public hearing and hear from the public. So with that, and people that would like to speak, we'll give you 3 minutes. Please, again, bring your comments to just 3 minutes. And with that, I'd like to know, do we have anybody from the audience that would like to speak on this topic? Mr. Green?
My name's Dallas Green. I live in West Pasco. Real quickly, Project 20, Road 100 and West Court intersection. I recognize the comments tonight about roundabout or stop where signal, and I really believe living nearby, we should look at a roundabout. It will allow flow, but also slow traffic. I think a signal, because I'm a traffic engineer in my dreams, not in real life, I think a signal will allow people with a steady green at night or whenever just to bomb down that street. So if we have a roundabout, that works 24/7. Project 28, pedestrian bike safety on West Court between 96 and Harris. The 25 mile an hour speed limit, believe it or not, Councilwoman, is working pretty well. It's slowed, I believe, anecdotally, the average speed. But we still need the radar feedback signs that the council voted for and also the striping. And I know there's some engineering involved in that, getting some approvals done in that, but we are now in the spring season. As you know, that path is busy. It's busy at night, it's busy during the day, and people are inches away, and he's not kidding when he sees it. Coming up on that, look at that project, $7 million, that's number 28. That's a lot of money that we hope to get someday. And I think that's kind of a pie in the sky. And you know, as you know, I've brought a lot of residents to these meetings, 50 some at a time. They're terrified of Sylvester Street. I don't know anyone that goes down Sylvester and thinks it's a workable street plan. And residents on that street don't like it. You have vehicles delivering FedEx, UPS, whatever, they're having to stop in the roadway. And we just cannot allow that to be repeated, not just on West Court Street, but anywhere in the city. So if Project 28 moves forward, I do believe there should be some public input, and that needs to be considered in what's done, as well as looking at stats. But we need to make sure that we've got something that's workable for all parties, the users of the trail as well as the residents. Last thing real quick, I think the traffic improvement plan, is always kind of a reactive thing, fixing problems. And I really want to address, what are we doing with developers to make sure we're not chasing the problem 10, 20 years later? And I think the city has to think about that when they're looking at their planning and when they issue permits, how they issue permits. Look at what Ken Oak's done with fire stations, creating a special district, in effect, where if you want to build in this zone, you're going to contribute as a developer to fire protection. You're also going to contribute, in my book, to traffic flow. We notice people 300 and some feet out. Why aren't we making those developments pay for traffic impact 300 and some feet out or more? And I think it's going to really start at the planning level with your input. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else from the audience that would like to talk about this? My second call. And third and final call for public comments regarding the topic. Not seeing anybody. So again, thank you for that. So we're going to close the public hearing. And with that, we'll move on to number 9, ordinances and resolutions not related to hearings. And we have number A, resolution number 4601, setting a date to consider a notice of intent to commence annexation proceedings for SG Management LLC and Oregon Farms LLC annexation. And again, we got, it's going to be a report from Haley Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening,
Council. Tonight before you is a resolution to establish a date to consider the intent to annex these two properties in Pasco. And when the date is set, then we will review the details with council, and then eventually we'll have another meeting for the official annexation proposal. So this is part of the process. The applicant has met all the procedural requirements to staff, so we're forwarding it to the group to set a public or a meeting date to consider this notice on June 2nd. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, do we have any other questions before we do a motion? I'm not seeing any. We'll give Mr. Perales a second, but
Nothing to answer.
okay. Well, with that, I'd like to get a motion from Mr. Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4601, setting 7:00 p.m. June 2nd, 2025, as the time and date for a public meeting with the initiators to consider the SG Land Management LLC and Horrigan Farms LLC notice of intent to commence annexation of short plat 2021-08 Lot 2 and short plat 2022-32 Lot 1 property located south of Burns Road and east of Shoreline Road in Section 12, Township 9 North, Range 28 East Westernmost.
Second.
Thank you. So we have the motion by Councilman Harpster and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. And with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Looks like that one carries unanimously. So we're going to go on to B, resolution number 4602, setting date and time for right-of-way vacation public hearing for Wanderack. And again, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. This is also a resolution to set this is a public hearing date for right-of-way vacation for Wanderack, and this is a property located over on 2502 North 4th Avenue, and this is a fueling station, and the front portion of their property that faces the street has a right-of-way there, and this was initially brought to staff in 2024, and we were researching whether the state owned it or the city owned it, and we landed on the conclusion that the city of Pasco does have ownership over this, so the applicant will be proposing to vacate this portion, and council will be hearing this matter during a public hearing on this date if the date is set tonight. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. So with that, can I get a motion, Mr. Harpster? Councilman Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4602, setting 7:00 p.m. Monday, June 16th, 2025, as the time and date for a public hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of right-of-way along North 4th Avenue in Pasco, Washington, and waiving the requirements for an appraisal, title report, and payment of compensation.
Second.
So we got a motion by Councilman Harpster and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed
Aye.
say. Thank you. All those opposed say nay. Again, passes unanimously. So with that, we're going to move on to item C, which is resolution number 4603, setting date and time for right-of-way vacation public hearing for Pasco School District. And again,
Thank you. A little bit of repetition tonight here. So this resolution is for the school district, and they are proposing to vacate parts of the right-of-way along North Utah Avenue and then East Salt Lake Street on their property boundary. There's a jog that goes into their site, and it looks like they don't need that much room to provide the frontage improvements. And then there will be also a dedication on North Welch Avenue to facilitate North Welch Avenue extension. So the date proposed for this is June 16th. I'm happy to answer any questions.
okay, thank you for that, Director Haley Miller. Do we have any questions from the council on this? I'm not hearing any. So with that, I'd like to get a motion from Councilman Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4603, setting 7:00 p.m. Monday, June 16th, 2025, as the time and date for a public hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of North Utah Avenue and East Salt Lake Street right-of-way in Lot 1, Block 18 of Fraze Addition to Pasco, Washington, and a North Weehee Avenue dedication of Lot 1, Block 19 of Fraze Addition to Pasco, Washington.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Harpster and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So we have an aye there. So again, passes unanimously. So we're going to move on to 10, unfinished business. I'm not seeing anything, so let's move on to 11, new business. Again, I'm not seeing anything listed, so let's move on to number 12, miscellaneous discussion. And it looks like we got Mr. Eric Ferguson, lawyer.
I'm actually going to have Director Miller start off with an update for city activities that have been happening.
Okay.
Thank you. Quick update for the group. We had a third-party canvasser start with the City of Pasco this last Monday. I believe it was the 12th. So they have been out there 5 days in a row, and they were able to make contact with five different vendors and move them along and educate the vendors on the process. So far, 5 for 5. I'm not guaranteeing they're not going to come back into the area or end up somewhere else, but the 5 that we were able to make contact with were asked to move along and pack up, basically, if they weren't able to show they had the proper approval. So I believe it's going well. If you do see a roadside vendor out in a location consistently and want to let me know, feel free to email, I guess, Dave and CC me and let me know, and we can emphasize those areas for you. But so far, it's going well.
All right. Well, thank you for that update. Was there anything else from staff that would like to, Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah. So essentially, I just wanted to circle back. Last time we talked about this a couple weeks ago, the kind of the marching orders, as I understood them anyway, was to make sure that we looked at this issue with the other cities, get a sense of what our other neighbors are doing, and then also see if there's just something that we don't have that everybody else has, kind of a silver bullet. Is there just something is this just new to us, kind of thing? So we did a couple things in order to start that process. The main thing we did was we reached out to Richland and Kennewick. Didn't hear back from Richland, but I did have an extended conversation with the city attorney for Kennewick, which was kind of a nice treat. We were able to really dig into this issue quite a bit. And essentially, I think the article, a lot of folks saw the article in the paper, and it talked about kind of what their approach is. But essentially, excuse me, they're not too worried about it. That was kind of the takeaway that I got. And that's not from the city attorney. That's not his assessment. That's just based on the conversations that it sounds like that have been dealt with. It sounds like it hasn't been as prolific, maybe. I don't know if that's the right use of that word in this sense. But it also it seems to be the issue that they were addressing they felt it was more related to seasonal aspects, in terms of that it goes away pretty quick after this kind of the spring kind of run at it, and then they really weren't getting a whole lot of complaints. It sounds like that. I don't mean to be putting words in their mouth. This is just kind of my assessment from the conversations in the article. But so it doesn't sound like they're in any hurry to try to do anything about it, and they're just going to kind of stand down and stay where they're at. The other thing that we did was I took the effort to get on what's referred to as the WASAMA listserv, which is the Washington State Association of Municipal Attorneys, and put out a very specific inquiry related to this. It's one of the few times where we can do that where we don't have to worry about any kind of privilege, because obviously this is a big issue that we're not seeking legal advice. We're just trying to gather policy advice online. So I received a whopping 0 responses from about 200 to 300 attorneys statewide. So normally someone will just ping you and say, how's the weather over there? But I didn't even get that. So yeah, I was disappointed in that. I thought for sure that there would be a little more out there. One of the things that did come out of my conversation with the Kennewick city attorney was that apparently their current city manager was the former city manager in Battleground, and she was she had stated, or he told me that she'd stated that they had tried to address something like this in Battleground and to take a peek there. So we did. We went to Battleground, looked at their statute or their code sections, and unfortunately, it's not really helpful. I see why people might think that it would be a little more helpful because of the way it's titled. It's called mobile food units. And so it looks like it might be a little different than what we're normally looking at, but essentially when you read it, it is essentially the exact same thing as what we do under mobile vendors. Now, the one little nuance, they have this description of where a mobile food unit has to be must have quote wheels and be attached and be readily movable. So clearly that's not anything remotely close to what we're talking about with this situation. So anyway, I guess a long way to say that Battleground wasn't a whole lot of help. We didn't. That wasn't really what we were looking for. So with that being said, really what we're stuck with is kind of on our own in terms of like really kind of pioneering this and seeing, okay, what would this look like and what do we have? So to that analysis, that's really where kind of the legal analysis kicks in. And this statute is very interesting. It's very broad. I don't know if for folks like me who get excited about stuff like this, this was actually originally passed in 1897. That is 9 years after statehood for those that are keeping track at home. And it was really interesting because the title of the act in the Session Law of 1897 stated that it was an act to permit farmers, gardeners, and manufacturers to dispose of the products of their labor. So that was essentially the overarching title of it. It's changed a few times in terms of adding some language. They struck some language that talked about that they struck out a bunch of fish and milk and poultry and stuff like that. But long and short of it is it's really been around for a long time, and pretty much it's standard form. It shall be lawful for any farmer, gardener, or other person without license to sell, deliver, or peddle any fruits, vegetables, berries, butter, eggs. So it's still pretty close to the way it started, and there's been a few iterations. But really, what it comes down to is the statute that we start with really is an exception to, and these are rare situations when the legislature. Maybe not so rare anymore, but they used to be rare situations when the legislature would really preempt local government's authority to regulate certain things. And so this was kind of an extraordinary thing that really limits the local government's ability to regulate something. So it really just takes it off the table the way it's drafted. So it's a very strong, broad statement right at the get-go. I'll just refresh everybody's recollection here. It shall be lawful for any farmer, gardener, or other person without license to sell, deliver, or peddle any fruits, vegetables, berries, eggs, or any farm produce or edibles raised, gathered, produced, or manufactured by such person, and no city or town shall pass or enforce any ordinance prohibiting the sale by or requiring license from the producers and manufacturers of farm produce and edibles as defined in this section. So that's a really broad statement there, and so broad, in fact, that that's why it's accepted in our mobile vending stuff. So, and as we talked about last time, this is really this this one little narrow area, which is we're not talking about folks that are selling food, any kind of food products that's been produced or manufactured in any way. We're talking about produce, and that's not as clear either in some of our analysis in terms of trying to analyze, does that include flowers, which we do believe it does based on the statute. So anyway, long and short of it is what it really comes down to is we're really talking about this narrow little area. We know we can't regulate. The statute couldn't be clear that we can't require a license on private property. We know we have our mobile vending requirements or our ordinances that allow to regulate who can sell these food products, and then those do allow some use of the right-of-way, but it's very specific in our code as to how that can be utilized. Then we have people who sell certain things along the roadway that we know we can regulate that, like products, things that they may sell, kites or what have you. Other items, excuse me. So we know that those can be regulated. So this is just one of those really narrow situations where you have a statute that says you otherwise can't regulate this activity, but you do have, these are your rights of way. This is the local government does have the ability to regulate what goes on in the right of way. So it's a nuance. I will say this though, the one thing that really, one of the things that we started to look at, well, would there be a way to have, say, a permit for this type of activity, since you're essentially giving someone the ability to be in your right of way to sell, to engage in this activity. And we know we can actually regulate this activity on private property if somebody calls the police department and they come out and say, get them off of my property, right? That's trespass, right? So what would be the equivalent of a civil situation where the local government may or may not be willing to give its permission to be in the right of way? So our thought was, well, maybe this would be some kind of permit, not a license in the sense of like a business license, but some kind of a permit to do a certain activity in a certain place. And that's not going to work. If it's specifically related to this activity, a permit and a license are going to be looked at interchangeably. One of the Cornell Law School, they have a website that does a lot of definitions, and license is defined multiple different times in the RCWs, not in this particular section, so it kind of amalgamates them all. But the definition that really seems to be stated over and over again is generally a license is permission granted by a qualified authority permitting a licensee to do something that would otherwise be prohibited. License may also refer to the physical document granting such permission, sometimes referred to as a permit. So there we're right back to where we started. So I think there could be a way to regulate your right-of-ways in a way that would make sure that anybody engaged in any particular activity had to adhere to certain standards. We have some guardrails kind of outside of that. Don't block traffic. We have some kind of criminal statutes that if they're really causing some kind of disorderly conduct or something like that, those are clear. But you would have to be unrelated to this specific activity. So what I'm getting at is we were hoping that there would be a very precise tool that we could find and utilize and give the council an option to adopt a policy that would really engage in just regulating this one particular aspect. And I don't think I don't think we're going to be able to get there from here. I think the way it's going to have to go is you're going to have to really look and say, this is about permission to be in the right of ways for all activities, and they're all going to require a certain amount of licensing. But if it's specifically related to this activity, it's going to be viewed as requiring a permit to do an activity that the state says that you're otherwise allowed to do. So with that, sorry, I don't mean to go on and on, but we've had quite the law school debates about this. So anyway, happy to try to answer any questions, but a whole lot of talk to tell you that this is new, and this would be something that that would have risk.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Ferguson. Do we have something from Councilman Grimm?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson, for digging in and trying to get to the bottom of this and really just giving us more information than what we had before. And I appreciate that. Just a couple follow-up questions. The first one that comes to mind, I guess I don't think anybody has an issue with what's going on private property. I mean, ultimately, that's for those property owners to deal with and all that. The complaints that I've heard are especially along the Road 68 corridor when they are on the sidewalks. Perhaps maybe it's a fruit, maybe it's a knickknack, but here's the light changing, and suddenly you're waiting for heavy traffic already, and people to set down their phones in their cars, and now we have to wait for a transaction to finish. And so I think the right-of-way regulation is that's the feedback I've heard from the community that I think just creates a safety concern, and so I don't know if there is a way of pursuing or a resolve to do so. But the other aspect, I mean, are we liable for this if there is an issue there? I mean, do we have a liability in this? And what can we do to mitigate our liability? Or, I mean, can we name the state as a, I guess,
third party.
Yeah, think you need a lawyer to straighten it out for me. But, I mean, what do we do with that?
That's a great question, and I think it's an open question, and I certainly obviously wouldn't want to speculate about it in this venue, but yeah, that is something that we would want to look at because I think those risks are always there. Anytime that that you have something that is controlled by the city, that's something that you're going to want to be careful to make sure that you knew or should have known that you're regulating or that you're taking any kind of safety precautions. So again, I don't want to try to give legal advice in open session, but I am worried about that.
Okay, yeah, and I guess that would just be my one concern. Again, private property is private property, but again, I look at one of the busiest intersections in the entire Tri-Cities where, it's prone to crashes, it's prone to safety issues, so much so that we've put a red light camera there to try to mitigate some of those. And so that I guess that would be the one thing that, I would hope we would have the resolve to maybe move forward is just in those areas to look at that. But that's just my opinion. Thank you again for all your work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilman Grimm. Do we have any other staff? I know we have a Memorial Day agenda here, so I could probably get...
I will actually just hand it over to Director Rice, who will talk about the upcoming event and then do a brief update on Memorial Pool.
Okay, thank you for that.
Good evening, Councilor Mayor. Yes, so next Monday, Memorial Day service at City Cemetery, starting at 11 a.m. So looking forward to host that between, again, 11 and 12 noon. We'll have one of our own staff as our primary speaker, as well as the mayor to kick that event off. So also make note that no council meeting next Monday, because that will shift to Tuesday as well. I think more on that if we need. But otherwise, I do have an update on our Memorial Pool Dome project I want to share with you, some of the progress that we've made, some of the items that we've discovered and some additional expenditures due to those, so that council is up to date as we try to wrap up this project in the next week and bring that project bid closure to you soon. So brief update, 2018, the city recognized the need to have a year-round swimming pool in the community and decided to add an air dome cover project to Memorial Pool to the capital improvement plan. 2024, City Council approved the purchase of the pool dome cover, so manufacturing could begin for delivery in 2025. And then just this March, the city awarded EFS Construction the contract to install the pool dome foundation and deck totaling $757,000 for completion prior to the general pool opening. So kind of brought us up to date. As with several projects, particularly something that was built in the 1950s and has been remodeled through the years, there are several unknowns that have been discovered since construction started, resulting in about 64,000 of approved or pending change orders to allow planned public opening of the pool. The change orders will be presented as part of the project acceptance, but wanted to review them now as we are incurring the costs as the project completes. Further delay to the pool usage impacts our lifeguard training, resulting in delays to general pool opening and swim lessons. So if we hadn't kept moving forward, it just kind of cannonball right into the middle of summer, which we've been trying to avoid, especially with the start of our swim lessons. So a couple examples of these. Shade structure. We had a pretty large shade structure that was installed several years ago. We found that the contractors found the foundation encroached in the pool decking area that we needed to replace. And not only did it encroach, it was a very large chunk of concrete holding that in, so it required additional labor and equipment to remove. We found an unknown manhole in the parking lot requiring a reset for future access and maintenance. We think this is from the 2009 construction project when we did the last remodel there. So you can kind of see it buried in the middle, but that required resetting and setting to the level of the parking lot so we can maintenance that in the future. The previous pool remodel backfill was unstable. You see it's a combination of this pea gravel and the sand. It was continued to fall in, so it required additional labor and forms to stabilize for the new pour. They located the original abandoned pool deck, which I think would have been from 2 remodels ago. As you can see, this rebar on the left side of the picture that needed to be cut out and removed. Not only the removal, but then we needed to procure additional concrete to help fill that back to the deck level. And then a couple of additional things. We paid for a couple of extra work days or overtime for they're working 4/10 schedule, so either Friday or Saturdays to help round out those days, keep the project moving. Additional labor materials to support the installation of the bulkhead, which is ultimately the pool lane divider that we'll use when the dome covers on to expand the swim opportunity. Discovered unknown fiber optics line, gas line, and fence line that all intersected together in the same spot, so we've worked on moving those things around. Labor and industry required some electrical bonding to reduce stray electrical current throughout the system. and then some additional electrical changes related to changes in the foundation. But the project is on track to be completed by May 26th. Facility staff have been given the go-ahead to start draining the water out of the pool and then filling up this week. Recreation staff will perform lifeguard certification in the following weeks. We'll slip in a quick swim meet, and then the pool will be open to the public on June 14th. Everything progresses as planned this week. And then pool dome delivery will be in September with installation to follow right after the end of the swim season in October. So far on track, but as council has asked before, they'd like to hear about some potential changes before we expend them. This is kind of like the middle ground because I'm expending them, but I'm giving you the heads up that I'm spending them. So hope to be a little bit more project timing where we can stall the project and seek permission first, but doing the best we can to tell you what's going on. With that, any questions?
Do we have any questions from the council? I'm not seeing anything, so thanks for the update, Director Rice. I do appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, I'm not seeing anything else, so we're going to jump to number 13, which is exec session, and I'm not seeing anything listed, so hallelujah on that. And so at 9 o'clock, we are adjourned. Thank you. I'm always hitting the
Good evening and welcome to the City Council special meeting of Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. I know it is odd for us to meet on Tuesdays, but yesterday was a Memorial Day, so hopefully you all celebrated that and remembered those who have fallen before us. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll call us in.
Yes. Council members Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell.
Present.
Grimm. Okay. Harpster.
Present.
Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
I'm present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here, and I apologize, I did skip over our typical read-in, so for those following along, their agenda packet's available on the back of this table right there, next to Mr. Grambois, who's there presently. For those following along, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. The meeting's televised on PSC-TV, channel 191 in Spectrum. In Pasco and Richland, it's streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meeting is available on the city's website. The public may submit comments either using the Ask Pasco app or through the city clerk or city manager's office. With that, we've had the roll call read, and if you'd all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. That'll move us along to item number 4, which is our public comment period of the special meeting. The public may make comment on topics scheduled for final action identified in the agenda for this special meeting. Citizen comments are normally limited to 3 minutes by the clerk and myself and via the clock. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments or submit written information to either the clerk or to council through the city manager's office. Lastly, if you're called upon, please state your name and your county of residence. So with that, if you have public comment on final actions to be taken in this special meeting, I invite you to the podium. Going once, going twice, 3 times. With that, we have no public comments. We'll move along to item number 5, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating thereto. We do have a couple of items here. We got A and B, and the first one is item A, ordinance number 4767, Transportation Impact Fee Program. It looks like Ms. Sarah is going to be presenting that.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We will have. Okay. Can I make it work?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Perales, I didn't see your light.
I'm sorry about that. I was, in the interest of time, I want to make a motion to postpone the vote on the traffic impact fee program. I have reservations, so I'd like to make a motion to postpone it until the school impact fee, ILA, and all that stuff gets figured out. I don't think adding another fee on top of other fees, perhaps that shouldn't be in motion right now. It's not prudent to do with a lot of the housing affordability issues we see. And so rather than have Director Sarah give us a presentation, I just want to make a motion for that. And if that can pass, then we can bring this back at another date, preferably when the school impact fee ILA and stuff is addressed.
Okay, so we've got a motion to table this vote until the school impact fee ILA is addressed. Do we have a second, Mr. Harpster?
I'll second with discussion.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. Let's open the floor for discussion.
I would just say I concur with Ms. Prowse's comments. If there's a way that we could vote on it this evening and ensure a specific date that it does not go into effect till, I'd also be open to that, but I think the easiest path may be to just postpone it until such time as Mr. Prowse mentioned. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any further discussion? I will note that I believe I was CC'd on an email from Mr. Grimm indicating similar thoughts. I don't want to speak for you, Charles, but I don't hear you. Mr. Grimm, do you have? Can you hear us? And if so, oh, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my thoughts are pretty much what the email. I just don't think it's fair to the developers of the Costa Home to have both these on the books at the same time. And just in case there's a hiccup at the school level or something, I would be concerned about passing something totally dependent on them, on a certain date for them. Yeah, that would be my chief concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So if we were to table this, do we have an idea of like how long this would be tabled or what would be recommended? I'm not sure if you're aware of. I mean, when would you say realistically that this would come out with what Mr. Councilman Perales is talking about? What kind of time frame are we looking at?
Well, just from a procedural standpoint, the one of the things you have to do with an ordinance is it has to have an effective date. You can make that date very well into the future, but that's why they call it an effective date, not an effective event. You can sometimes make things condition precedent so that things have to happen before something else takes place. But the problem with this situation is that the ordinance is going to modify large portions of the code, and so you really would need to have an effective date, say January 1, 2026 or something like that, if you went forward on one of these options. So it really, from a procedural standpoint, if the council wants an absolute guarantee that something's going to happen prior to moving forward, then tabling it would be the preferred route, I would think, because if you pass something and make it effective, then you may have to come back and unpass it later on.
Okay. Well, thanks for the clarification, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing that, I liked Mr. Harpster's idea of utilizing a condition precedent, but hearing from our legal counsel, that's not advisable. I do think it makes sense to sit on this until we have things worked out with the school district. I appreciate the points before me not needing to re-raise them. Any further discussion? If not, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote on this one, Ms. Clerk. Sorry, just to remind folks, because it's been a while since the motion was made, this would be to table this to a date. Do we want to set a date post enactment of the school district, like the first regular meeting? I guess that's technically a modification. So at this point, it's just open-ended. And then we can direct staff the time according to if we move.
It sounded like, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Perales, but I thought the motion was to table this until such time as the school impact fee amendment can be effective. Is that correct?
Okay.
And you can make that an event.
Okay. Sounds good. Mr.
I would just say, yeah, my suggestion, this is the way council wants to go, would be to just schedule them both for the same night. You can deal with the school impact fee. That'll have an effective date. You can match the effective date of the school impact fee, the effective date of the traffic impact fee.
Are you requesting that in the motion, or is that something we can direct that's adequate direction?
I think if there's no objection to council, I think we can staff can just bring it back at the same time. I don't know we necessarily need that as part of the motion.
Any objections to that approach? Okay, so with that, I think we know what we're going with. We got to vote here, Ms. Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Grimm. Councilmember Grimm.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Okay. So sounds like you all know what you're doing and we know what we're doing, right? Thank you. Thank you for being prepared, Miss Sarah. With that, we'll move along to item B, which is joint resolution number 4604, extension of the interlocal and financing lease agreement for the HAPO Center facility until December 31, 2025. Interim City Manager Zabel, looks like it's yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. So, as Council is well aware, the city and county have had a long-standing partnership over HAPO Center for about the last 30 years. And that partnership, for the benefit of the audience, exists formally through an interlocal agreement, which actually dates back prior to that, 1994. A little bit of history over the years. Pasco's invested about $7.7 million into that facility. The majority of it, $5.6 million, for operational subsidies per the agreement, and about $2.1 million for 20 years worth of loan payments towards the initial capital outlay for construction of the project itself. So the original agreement was a 30-year agreement, and it was set to expire on May 24, 2024. Council extended that agreement in December of 2024, and we're now coming up to the expiration of that agreement, which will be in May 31st of this year. So we have to act fairly quickly. So we've been, we have a committee of council members, staff, and then some other meetings have occurred, and trying to get us to probably an extension. There was no way we were going to be able to, in the amount of time we had left when we really started meeting with the council or the commission, no way really to pull together a comprehensive agreement in just a couple months. And so we pulled together with their cooperation, just a brief extension. We talked about this a little bit at the retreat and got some direction from council that council would be willing to entertain an extension to the end of this year. But council had some conditions on that extension. There were some things that they specifically wanted to talk about having to do with governance, which has been an area of discussion over the course of the agreement, finances, whether that's capital or operational, even down to what the facility, what's the best use for that facility. We talked about review of cost centers and when it comes to finance, to look at operating revenues and expenses, and make some fresh determination as to whether or not the split, the 50-50 split that's in the ILA now, is appropriate. So there's about probably 12 or so items that are listed in the resolution. Those are not necessarily demands in that resolution. They're really a list of topics that we're going to talk about that we're interested in the council, and they're not all inclusive either. The guy invited the county to add anything to the list they wanted to. They felt that was a pretty good list to talk about, but we certainly, there's maybe other items come up during the course of those negotiations. So this extension gives some time to talk about these and other issues, and ultimately for the county commissioners and the city council to decide at the end of the day whether or not they want to continue the relationship through a successor interlocal agreement or a pretty beefed up extension that would probably very much modify the initial thing. I think one other piece of that is that I want to bring up, because it's something that we've talked about quite a bit, is the disposition of the land leased by the city or by the county, by the city from the county for the ball fields. And so that's also another piece of that. As council's aware, that's typically been on a 5-year lease. It's $1 a year. Maybe the last couple times it's been a little awkward, I'll say, between the agencies. $1 a year. It's getting to be pretty valuable real estate, although on the other hand, the county or the city has invested millions of dollars literally in that site to develop those ball fields. It was sagebrush before it was ball fields. So both the county has ownership of the land, the city has a huge investment in that parcel. So that's another big piece. And what council had directed staff at the retreat was we need to be working towards long-term security for those ball fields, rather, because they play such an integral role in our community. Those more than every 5-year lease with an option to extend. So those are the pieces. Tomorrow, the Franklin County Commissioners will be considering this same agreement. It's on their agenda. And if it passes here tonight and passes across the street tomorrow, we will have some time to negotiate all these issues, A through I, in the resolution, and probably more. And staff's recommendation is the council approve the agreement. I guess one other piece probably worth mentioning is that it keeps the original ILA status quo in terms of the subsidy share and operation responsibilities, things like that.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I just want to comment that it's a little aggravating. We're doing a third extension in over the last, I think, 18 months or so. However, I am pleased with the leadership changes at Franklin County, and specifically Mr. Dansel, their new county administrator, and have been able to talk with him about this. I've talked with Mr. Zabel about this, as well as one of the commissioners, and I think extending this one more time is what's in the best interest for the residents of Pasco and Franklin County for the long term. And so I don't want to say I'm happy to extend, because I would hope that we'd be further along, but I think we're making good progress.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I agree with a lot of the same sentiment from Councilmember Harpster, but I'll say this. I think my plan on behalf of the committee is this is the last one. I don't care if we're here on Christmas Eve, but before the end of the year, this needs to get done. And we're working diligently with our counterparts across the street, but you know, I do intend on seeing this being the last extension. I like the conversations that I've had, that the committee's had, and I think we're getting there. And I think from here on out, we're gonna see something come together here shortly and here in the near term. So don't get me wrong, I share the same frustrations, but negotiations sometimes take time, and I think with some of the changes that we've seen there over at the county at the courthouse, they've been good. Again, the conversations have been great, and so yeah, no, I this is on the list to get done for the end of the year. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Ms. Ross.
This is a question more for staff, and I'm looking at Ms. Sigdell. We've extended this a couple times. Is there any accountability to the individuals managing this organization to, as far as the accounting, as far as the reporting, so that we can finally come to a final last interlocal agreement to where we don't have to depend on extensions?
In terms of accounting and some of the financial concerns that you're stating, we are working with the new leadership in county and have received some much more detailed information than we have in recent past. And it is definitely an item that is addressed as a point of discussion and clarification for the new ILA, so that we are not in the same position that we have been in the last 5-6 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grimm, do you have anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for asking.
Not a problem. Thank you. With that, do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move to approve joint resolution number 4604, modifying the interlocal cooperation agreement between the City of Pasco and Franklin County, Washington, regarding the financing, acquisition, and ownership of a multi-purpose arena and exposition facility, the Hapo Center.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Grimm?
Oh, I said aye.
Sorry, didn't catch you. Thank you for clarifying. Sounds like that passes unanimously, Ms. Clerk. So, just one quick question on that staff. Will you be able to either transmit something signed or some confirmation that we passed this, just as a heads up ahead of their meeting tomorrow morning?
I was planning on sending county administrator an email tonight. So.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know you're working long hours, but It's always good to give them a heads up before they take action or don't.
I was gonna do it during the meeting, but.
Perfect. I wasn't going to call you out there. I was just going to give you kudos for long hours. With that, we're going to roll on to item number 6, which is adjournment of the special meeting. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco City Council regular meeting of this Monday, June 2nd, 2025. Hard to believe we're already in June, but here we are. The city welcomes you and thanks you for your attendance. At regular meetings, the City Council takes action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. For anyone following along, agenda packets are available either here on the small table in the back immediately to the right under the sign that says conveniently agendas. If you're online, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda is where you can find it. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 in Pasco and Richland via Spectrum Cable, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting is available on the city's website. The public may submit comments or ask questions by contacting city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app, and of course during our comment period tonight. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll read on the roll.
Thank you. Council members Barajas,
Present.
Blaisdell,
Present.
Grimm,
Here.
Harpster,
Present.
Perales,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne,
Present.
and Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. With that, I'll move us along to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. We have a handful of items. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council or enacted by a singular vote, by a singular motion. There will be no separate discussion of any of these items unless one of the council members asks for removal and further discussion. Then it would be removed to a later portion of the meeting via the regular agenda. So with that, item A is approval of meeting minutes for May 19th and May 27th, 2025. Item B is bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $4,387,389.29. And item C is resolution number 7605, the 2025 to 2029 Tri-Cities Home Consortium Assessment for fair housing. With that, do we have anyone seeking to remove any of these items? Hearing none, Mr. Milne, can we get a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne and second by Ms. Blaisdell. Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas,
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm,
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster,
Yes.
Councilmember Perales,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne,
Yes.
and Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we'll move on to item number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. They're not listed. Moving along to item number 6, we have public comments. Now, this is the opportunity for the public to address council on items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. And we have one of those listed in item in section 8. So as long as you're speaking on something not addressing that item 8, you may address us at the podium. This is the opportunity for folks to bring items to the council, to our attention. Excuse me, to provide your opinion on an issue. It's not an opportunity to provide for debate or expecting some sort of immediate response either from staff or from council, as some questions do require deliberative information and further consideration. We do appreciate your participation. Comments are limited to 3 minutes, as you'll see by the clock that's running to my right. As you approach the podium, it'll be to your left. And those with lengthy messages are requested that they summarize them, and then you're always welcome to submit further comment, again, as I mentioned, via the Ask Pasco app, city manager, city clerk, or if you have handouts, you can hand them to the lovely city clerk, who will then pass them down to us. When you approach the podium, if you can provide us your name and your county of residence, that'd be great. So with that, I'll make a couple of calls. This is the first call for public comment. Go ahead. And if you can push down on the mic, there should be like a little mouth button. There you go. You're on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Marcel Brown. I'm coming to address the council about a cell phone tower that they want to put in my front yard. I live on Riverview Drive. I've been there for 25 years. I have grandkids that are growing up. It's radiation, property value, and a whole bunch of other things. And I don't think that I should have to pay taxes every year on those, the place that they were going to put it. And then they can say, well, I just do it whatever I want. So if they own it, then why am I paying taxes? So I just don't think that they should be able to put that there. That's about it. I just don't want it there.
We certainly appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Thank you. Ma'am? It looks like a mouth with a couple of lines. There you go.
I'm also the grandparent, but I don't live there anymore. But, you know, the effects we really don't know about. We just want you to really consider it. I have 6 grandkids living there, and they're real young. So just please consider that.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any additional public comments? Ms. Mahoney.
This on? Yeah. Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr took an oath to follow the U.S. Constitution that says no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. Yet, Mr. Kerr authorized animal control with the right to seize, kill, and/or send our family dogs and pets to WSU for research without the semblance of due process. So Mr. Kerr did not tell the truth when he took his oath to follow the Constitution and to comply with due process. See files for Bell, Jake, Kilo, and thousands more. Further, Mr. Kerr falsely stated he would provide a copy of the termination agreement between WSU and Animal Control, now called Tri-City Animal Services, or TCAS. Mr. Kerr did not provide the termination agreement, and Animal Control continues as an animal research provider to WSU, and also as a high-kill facility with no spay-neuter program and no adoption program. See Tri-City Animal Services rehire Angela Zeiler's quote, "The dogs euthanized at WSU were ones we would have had to kill anyhow," end quote. With that, provide how much money WSU pays Pasco, the Animal Control Authority, and/or Tri-City Animal Services for our dogs and cats for WSU research. Provide Tri-City Animal Services Zegan Zeiler's training in humane euthanasia methods to end botched and painful deaths that Animal Control calls, quote, popcorning the dogs and cats, end quote. Provide the results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, the theft of $375,000, the missing and/or stolen rainy day fund at Animal Control. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Zeiler. Provide the fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers, Hayden Homes, for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. Provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop and destroy our floodplain. Provide all past and present ULID and/or LID designs for my Pasco property with start dates and costs. Include all Pasco officials' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. See requests made by me on May 5th and May 19 to Pasco regarding payments to ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins regarding his directorship or his LLC and Watkins Endeavor LLC. How much are we paying him? And Pasco's cap bonds. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, council members. My name is Amber Wade, as you might know by now. I live at the Sands Mobile Home Park in Pasco, and I know this might seem like an unusual comment, but I'm here today to honor someone who has quietly given so much for our city. This week, Becky, the very first resident of the Sands Mobile Home Park, is preparing to move now after 55 years in the same home. She's in her 70s now, and while this is a big transformation, she's meeting it with strength and grace. Becky has been the heart of our park. She's someone who checks in on neighbors, helps people through hard times, and has never asked anything in return. She's supported children, veterans, the elderly, and anyone in need quietly and consistently. She's been a source of stability, kindness, and community for generations, and now we want to return that love and support to her. We are inviting anyone who can lend a helping hand for her to move tomorrow and Wednesday with care, dignity, and gratitude from everything she has done for us. The address here at the Sands is 1416 North 1st Avenue, Lot 21. She will need help Tuesday at 2 p.m. That's tomorrow, and Wednesday bright and early at 8 a.m. She will be traveling with her family clear back east. I keep getting the state wrong. Let's give Becky the send-off she deserves after 55 years of showing up for others. It's our turn to show up for her. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments?
Good evening. My name is Frankie Hurley, and I live around the corner from Marcel Brown. And I also object to having a telephone tower put on my property as well. And if Verizon decides to put the telephone pole on his property, what's going to stop them from cutting into other people's property? And we also know that the tower, the poles, irradiates some type of poisoning, and so I would totally object to that. And I think each property owner should be able to object to that and have you all address those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, going a third time. Thank you. Appreciate those comments. With that, we'll move on to item number 7. There's a single item. Item A is verbal reports from council members. Mr. Prowse.
Appreciate it, Mayor. Sorry, I've not been talking all day pretty much. I met with the Housing Authority of the City of Pasco and Franklin County. Just had a meeting just about kind of what they're doing. They're going to be doing lots of growing here for the next couple years. The last time Matt Truman came in and actually talked to the council was well over 2 years ago. So I reached out, we had a meeting, and they're going to look into perhaps buying some land, and they're going to need partnerships and working with the city to get permitting and stuff. So it was a really enlightening meeting, and he's looking to start really expanding their housing stock. So it was a productive meeting, and I think as of right now, he wants to extend an invitation to perhaps come and present to the council, give an update. I mean, it's been 2 years since he's been here, and just kind of tell us their plans for the future. Then I also just met, I stopped in at ProMade Homes today to discuss the the dust storm from this past weekend, and they're going to work better at making sure that their ground is more saturated and that they have individuals out there on the weekends. But at that point where it was really windy, you can put water in all day. It was so windy, the water was just kind of just flowing in the air. So I know a lot of people were upset on social media, people who reached out to me, maybe other council members, but ProMade is going to do better, and so I guess we'll just find out on the next dust storm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pross. Ms. Blaisdell. Sorry.
Thank you. I attended the Visit Tri-Cities board meeting last week. Hector Cruz shared that the Washington Recreation Park Association had the opportunity to visit downtown Pasco and eat some good tacos. So they were pretty impressed with downtown Pasco. Also, I attended the District 2 Community Police meeting. Areas of concerns were racing and mini bikes as the weather gets warmer. And I also attended Farmers Market this last Saturday, and I believe that'll be going on every Saturday until October. Is that correct? So, and that's from 9 to 1.
Thank you, Ms. Blaisdell. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. On Thursday, I had got to come here to City Hall, and we had some students from Virgie Robinson Elementary. They got a tour of City Hall and the police department, and I got to play mayor, and they had wanted to know all about council and told them all about it, and I had 2 classes, and it was quite a lot of fun, and the students got to sit up here at the dais. Everybody wanted to get the mayor's spot. My spot wasn't as... everybody wasn't fighting for that one. So... but anyway, it was good. It's been a couple hours, and again, hopefully represented the city well. And then on Friday night, I did attend the TCRA graduation with the local firemen, and it was really good. Had a good turnout. I was also Councilwoman Brajas was there as well. So I think we're the only 2 elected officials there, but it was a good time, and it was really good to see the upcoming graduation class, and they did a video and get to hear their stories, and again, I was glad that I was able to take time out of my Friday evening and be part of that. That was me.
Thank you, Mr. Milne, and thank you for covering that event. I'd hoped to come to see the kids, but duty called, and I got to see the beautiful city of Spokane. That's certainly not as good as the city of Pasco, but I won't pull punches. Ms. Brajas.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, just wanted to mention that, yes, I was at the graduation. Very proud moment to see, 16 graduates. But I do want to highlight 2 of those graduates that came to Pasco, and that will be Cooper Famright and Jerome Needhold. So congratulations to them, and welcome to City of Pasco. Also did attend a luncheon, but I'll leave that to Mr. Harpster to talk a little bit more about that. But again, congratulations, Fire Department.
Thank you, Ms. Barajas. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I attended a luncheon with Ms. Barajas. No, we attended the Tri-Cities Chamber of Commerce luncheon, which was legislative update from Senator Torres, Senator Binky, Representative Clicker, and Representative Manjarez, I believe how you pronounce her last name. It was sort of a depressing presentation. We all know already what's happened, but I did want to note Senator Binky's remarks at the end kind of brought it all full circle. And if I could summarize his comments, it was something like, there's wins and losses, a lot of losses for those folks this year, but we keep fighting and we keep pushing. And in the meantime, we respect the people who are in the position they're in. He specifically mentioned Governor Ferguson, and keep trying to work together and make our communities better. And so that took me from sitting there wishing I hadn't attended, frankly, to just more motivated to keep doing what we're doing up here and keep supporting them as we can. So it was a good luncheon. And then Saturday, as Councilwoman Blaisdell mentioned, I did attend, I guess, the farmers market. And the one thing that I noticed was that whole area appears to be just so much cleaner than 12 months ago. And a lot of the activity that was maybe going on in Peanuts Park North was not present, and I haven't seen it there happening for a while. And then talked to a couple different business owners there, and they passed along their kudos to staff for the work that's been getting done in that area. So I wanted to pass it along to all of you. And it's just great as a council member for a city that I really truly love and have grown up in, to hear stuff like that from people and see really good sized crowds. Typically this time of year, before all the crops start coming off, it's a little hard to draw some crowds out there, but it was noticeably busy, and they had a kids band out there and stuff. So I think lots of good progress being made there, and really cool to see. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking of food, I forgot I attended a fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club with Benton Franklin Transit, and the new CEO there, Thomas Stross, just really brings a lot of new energy, passion, and excitement. Some of you may have seen online that they are starting express trips to the Tri-Cities Airport, and more kind of investment as it directly relates to Pasco. He has envisioned this perhaps a little bus, as he calls it, the shopper, that maybe just takes little trips around downtown Pasco, connecting people with close residents to kind of the downtown shopping areas. So he really comes to the table just with some great ideas, great enthusiasm, and even for somebody like me, it's inspiring to be around. But Boys and Girls Club looks like they had a very successful fundraiser investing in the lives of so many children in our community. So great turnout and great to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm, and thank you for attending that. That's the breakfast. I'd hoped to attend that, but same reason I missed. I was out of the area. Wednesday, I had the opportunity to cross the river. A friend of mine, Sergeant John Davis, received what they call the John Goldsberry Award. This was by the Rotary Club, and really the ultimate goal is to not promote in the sense of giving him a promotion, but promote an officer who embodies service above self. So when I heard he was going to be honored with that award, my wife and I attended. Not so much in the mayoral capacity, but it's great to see folks throughout the community recognizing our great officers, both for fire and police. And so, shout out to John and his great work and his team and folks at PD and the folks at fire. Thursday, I attended a National Parks Committee meeting. If you're not aware, they're doing some work to the B reactor, so tours are temporarily stopped for about, I think, 2 years. As you can imagine, with one, a behemoth that size, and two, trying to keep the historical authenticity, it's not so easy to replace a roof as it may be with, your shingles or something of that nature. So it's kind of a bummer, but it's the process. It'll bring the integrity of the building and the structure, and again, keep the historical presence. I think what I'm hearing is like a 50-year lifespan that it should add to the B reactor. So once the work's done, it'll be back up for quite some time, God willing. Let's see. In addition to that, and I have a list of places I was somewhere on Friday, and I don't know why it's escaping me where I was. Friday night I attended the Dust Devils game with the Amazon folks that invited me and my son over, and we were recognizing, back to the Boys and Girls Club, Amazon donated $40,000 as a community partner to Boys and Girls Club. Robert, the Youth of the Year from Pasco, was one of the individuals throwing out the first pitch, so it was pretty cool to recognize not only the commitment and the partnership between Amazon and our community, but also, recognize one of our local youth. So that's always exciting. I think that's about it for me. So with that, we'll move on to item 8, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. We've got a single item, item A, which is a public meeting and resolution number 4606, accepting notice of intent to commence Annex SG Land Management LLC and Horrigan Farms LLC. It's a 10% annexation petition, and this is going to come from Director Miller.
There's the button. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is a resolution to accept a notice of intent to commence the annexation procedure. And this topic was discussed at a prior meeting. And the purpose of this meeting is to set the stage for the next steps in the process, where staff will take in the annexation application and begin reviewing it. And then eventually the specifics of this application will be brought forward back to Council. And so during the public meeting, Council is, as outlined in code, reviewing these 3 key items: the annexation area itself, and staff is proposing that we modify the annexation area to include the portion of Burns Road that's located north of the project site and north of other neighborhoods that are already in city limits. So staff is recommending motion B tonight for consideration. And the second item to consider related to this is whether or not a simultaneous adoption of zoning regulations will be required, and it is likely that staff will go ahead and recommend that route. We do want to review the application, and then when it comes back, have a formal application or a recommendation within that. And then the final item is whether or not there's an assumption of bonded indebtedness that is required for the site, and that will be reviewed in the materials. So staff is requesting a motion from Council and recommending motion B. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Do we have any questions or comments? Seeing none, this is listed as a public meeting, so I suppose I need to, and I'm not opening a hearing. Am I offering
No,
comment period?
this is one of our one-offs in the statute. The legislative body is required to hold a meeting in public with the initiators. So typically what we do is just ask if the initiators are here and they would like to speak on this matter before you move forward. Yeah, no, at this point it's not a public hearing.
Okay. Yeah, I caught that and I forgot the distinction. So is the initiator here? I'm going to assume that silence means no. I guess going once, going twice, third time. Okay. It sounds like the initiator is not going to speak. So with that, having no comments from council or questions, go ahead and move forward with the motion, Mr. Milne.
All right, so I'm going to move with motion B. I move to approve resolution number 4606, accepting the notice of intent to commence annexation proceedings for the SG Land Management LLC and Horrigan Farms LLC annexation, providing a determination on the boundary to be annexed, which includes a portion of the right-of-way of Burns Road, and whether simultaneous zoning and assumption of bonded indebtedness will be required.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. It moves us along. You're right, Ms. Burrell, so we need to take a break?
I'm good.
Okay. If we gotta do it, we gotta do it. Just want to make sure you're okay. With that, we got number 9, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating thereto, and resolutions not relating to hearings. Sorry, I went a little lower on that and just went into full autopilot for a second. Number 8, at letter A, is ordinance number 4768, Sawyer RS1 to R1 zone change. This is Z 2025-002. And back to you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is an ordinance, and this is part of a quasi-judicial process where this rezone has been notified to the public, and a public hearing was held by the Pasco hearing examiner, and the meeting for this was held on April 9th, where all aspects of the project was reviewed, and the hearing examiner did recommend approval. There were no appeals received, and details can be found in the packet, specifically the hearing examiner decision. And with this request specifically, the applicant is requesting to rezone the site from RS1 to R1 low-density residential. And this change will allow for additional density on the project site. And staff is recommending approval of this matter. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions or comments from council?
If I could, Mr. Mayor, this
Yes,
is
sir.
a quasi-judicial matter, so I'll just run through the script
Yep.
real quick, if you don't mind. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on the materials presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, and privileges of the specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: A, a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties; B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally; C, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts; D, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing; and finally, E, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Seeing none, are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of the council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. With that, do we have any questions or comments from council staff? Seeing none. And we don't need to open that for the public comment, correct? Okay. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4768, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located on the east side of Road 40 near the intersection of Road 40 and West Pearl Street, Pasco, Washington, further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye. Oh,
Aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, passed unanimously. Was that supposed to be a roll call, Ms. Clerk? I saw you poke your head up. Okay, just want to make sure. I saw you give me that look. I thought I was in the right lane. Just wanted to make sure. With that, we'll move along to item B. Do you want to go ahead and kick us off with the quasi judicial?
Sure. Yeah. So same pretext that we just or premise that we just moved forward on, except just a reminder that any council member should consider whether they have potential conflicts related to demonstrated bias for or against any of their parties, any direct or indirect financial interest, whether there's been any prejudgment of the issues prior to the hearing, whether there's been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff, and finally whether there's been or if there's council member believes there's anything that would prevent them from hearing the matter fairly and impartially. Any council member with any of these concerns or disclosures would need to make those known now. Seeing none, any member of this public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating. And seeing none, please proceed.
All right. With that, we are going to kick ordinance number 4769, Stutzman RS12 to R1, zone change Z 2025-003 to Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor, and apologize for going out of order on the last item. This is a similar process, and this is for a rezone from RS12 to R1. And this application was forwarded to the hearing examiner, and a public hearing was held on April 9th. And there was an approval recommendation provided by the hearing examiner. No appeals were received. There was opposition that I noticed in the public testimony summary of the hearing examiner meeting, and there was just concerns in general about the duplexes that were already under construction, which the zoning does allow for. And this rezone would allow for the owner to subdivide the duplexes so that they could be separately owned parcels. So the hearing examiner reviewed that, took in the input, and recommended approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions on this if you have any.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council or staff? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4769, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located in the corner of West Sylvester Street and Road 34, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay.
Nay. Nay.
So did I hear 3 nays? Is that correct? Okay. And did you catch those? And then Mr. Milne. So our bookends and then Mr. Milne. So Perales, Milne, and Grimm. Okay. With that, it passes on a 4-3 vote. Moves us along to item C, ordinance number 4770, amending sections of the Pasco Municipal Code regarding work exempt from permit. It's going to stay with you, Director Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item was workshopped last week with the group, and this is a great slide. Thank you for pulling this up. Staff is excited to work toward exempting these different uses in the code. So Pasco has, over the years, which they are permitted to do, has required permits for certain activities that are exempted on a national scale through the International Residential Code and the International Building Code. And so with this code change, it would enable the residents to bypass the permit process with Pasco, save a trip, and be able to construct these different items listed or related to roofing without coming in and getting a permit. So this is a very exciting step for Pasco, and I feel a little guilty taking this near the end because I did not start this. I do want to give credit to our deputy city manager, Richa, and then the staff who worked on this. But we're looking forward to saving time for our customers, and we do have a flyer that is prepared that outlines these new stipulations. So we intend, if this is adopted by the council, to educate our customers who are calling in. We'll have a cheat sheet that says here's what you can and can't do if customers do need additional support with locating sheds in their backyard, or if they're not sure where their fence will be located. We will have our front permit staff help them. If the questions become more complex, we'll transfer them to a planner who can help them with the spatial regulations for the site. So we believe with outreach to our customers and educating that we can assist customers in building these correctly and in the right location. If for some reason there is an issue, that would be something that we would work with the property owner on through code enforcement if it does come to that, and if something is built over an essential water line or sewer line. But we will educate people when they call where they can locate these structures in their property to alleviate hopefully most of those cases.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Miller. I am absolutely over the moon by this. I know this council's been, had some frustration here and there about goals and agendas not maybe being done in the time we would appreciate, even though we've thrown a lot at staff. But this is one, thank you, each and every one of staff who worked on this, because this is just a big win for the citizens of Pasco. And I was going to bring some red tape, Mr. Mayor, that we could ceremoniously cut, but I did forget that. Probably a good thing, but no, and I appreciate staff talking through some of the potential issues of, somebody building something that may end up in the right of way or something that could bring a real issue down the road. But overall, I think this is a big win for the people of Pasco, and we'll obviously free up some staff help, I think, as this says, to be utilized for a higher mission, and just a big win all the way around. So thank you so much, every member of staff. Deputy City Manager Sigdell, I know you worked on this a lot, and thank you, Director Miller, for bringing it across the finish line. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. I'll definitely echo the sentiments of gratitude. I know it's something that we've talked about, trying to figure out how to right size some of our code provisions. So thank you to all staff who worked on this. And Ms. Miller, welcome to the team. And you get to carry the torch across the finish line. So you're the heroine of the day. Seeing no further lights, can I get a motion, Mr. Milne?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4770, amending Pasco Municipal Code sections 16.05.050, 12.040.100, 12.04.120, 19.10.070, and 25.180.050 regarding work exempt from permit and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Thanks for the quickness on the mic there, Mr. Graham. No personal investment there. So we've got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Mr. Grimm. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. That moves us along to item D, which is resolution number 4607, interagency agreement with Washington Traffic Safety Commission to conduct dedicated DUI enforcement patrols and ordinance number 4771, amending the 2025-2026 operating budget, allocating funding for the increased overtime to conduct dedicated DUI enforcement patrols. It's listed as Chief Roski, but is it Lieutenant or Sergeant? Lieutenant Decker?
Lieutenant Decker.
All right, got you right.
Not as attractive as Chief Roski, but other than that.
We still like you.
Well, thank you. I'm your guys' favorite, aren't I?
No one's our favorite, but you're all our favorite.
All right, it's not about me. Let me get you. So I'm seeking your guys' council, mayor, thank you very much for being here. I'm seeking your approval for a grant that has been funded. Just waiting for approval from this council, from the Washington Traffic Safety Commission / federal. It's a grant that we had sought previously for a year program. We weren't part of that. It was awarded to 2 other departments, but in that, the Pasco shined so bright that they gave us a second grant that they put aside for us. So I'm requesting approval of a grant for $43,500 in grant funding to support a targeted impaired driving prevention initiative. This project will fund overtime DUI enforcement shifts, overtime mentorship focused on DUI investigations, and enhance public education efforts through outreach and social media. The grant also covers the purchase of DUI-related equipment, including LiDAR speed detection units and portable breath testers. These resources will enable Pasco PD to increase proactive enforcement, improve officer proficiency, and expand the reach of traffic safety messaging, particularly in non-English speaking communities, which the grant is also funded. The initiative directly addresses the growing concern of impaired driving in Pasco, where DUI arrests have increased in 2024 and continue in 2025, and impairment remains a leading cause of fatal crashes. By investing in the strategic enforcement, officer development, and community education, this grant supports a comprehensive approach to reducing collisions, saving lives, and reinforcing the public trust in the traffic safety efforts that Pasco has put forward. As Pasco continues to grow, this program will help ensure we meet the rising demand for safer streets and accountable enforcement. I can take any questions if you have any.
I see Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Lieutenant Decker. I just want to thank you for your work on this, and I look forward to having some more enforcement dollars, especially ones that don't have to come out of our budget. It was just last week I was kind of highlighting information, or the week before now, from the COG, just talking about the rise in serious injuries and fatalities here, especially in Franklin County and everything. So really appreciate any more emphasis and enforcement we can have. And it's probably the number one thing I think probably a lot of, I know me for sure hears from constituents just as far as just woes of traffic and everything. So really appreciate you guys taking advantage of this, and I know you will. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Ms. Baraha.
Thank you, Mayor. Lieutenant Decker, this might be a question that I'm not sure you're going to be able to answer, but you can definitely come back with it. Just a quick question in regards to around the last two paragraphs on the discussion part. It says that there is external funding with no local match requirement. Can you just elaborate a little bit about that and what it means?
I can address that if you'd like. Essentially, usually many grants come with requirements of a 5%, 10%. So if they are giving us $100, then we need to, if it's a 10% matching, we need to provide 10 local dollars to the grants. So you really cannot get the $100 without spending $10. And so essentially this grant does not have any matching requirements. So whatever we get from the grant, there's no requirement for any of the city's funds to be spent in order to qualify for those funds.
Thank you. That's what I needed.
Every dollar they give us is a dollar we can spend. So I'll have to make weekly reports to Washington Traffic Safety Commission for what we do spend for that week, and provide data to them why I'm doing what I'm doing. So the benefit to this is, I'm sure we're all familiar with the Teen Target Zero program. That I run based upon their data and what they want us to do enforcement. With this grant, with the data I have, whatever the need for Pasco is where I can push the resources to. So it doesn't have to be targeted of what they want. I can push it to where our data says we need help doing this, and use that money for those resources.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple quick things, and then hopefully roll into motion. Do you anticipate this is going to be more, I know it's enforcement, do you foresee it being like stops with, like a reader board or active patrolling? Both?
It's everything. So this grant covers everything from getting new equipment for those officers that are out there, so they have it, so it doesn't affect patrols resources from what we already have. So it gives them new equipment so them to go out and hunt down impaired drivers. It covers everything from social media, paying them to be in overtime to do social media posts, to go out and do interviews with the radio shows, to do Spanish-speaking radio, that kind of thing, all in overtime, to do a whole board from everything from social media to putting the reader boards out, those kinds of things. But the majority of it, the bulk of that money, is for straight enforcement. And as of right now, we're a little behind because of just the way how things lagged with getting that grant in. So I actually have, once this kicks in, I'll actually be able to put out extra patrols once this starts. So it won't impact the staffing at Pasco because it's an overtime detail that we will be scheduling out. So it's going to do everything. And it'll run all the way until the end of September 30th.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing the quarter end report or whatever September 30th turns out to be. We really appreciate the work y'all do in keeping our community safe. I see no further lights, so Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4607, authorizing the interim city manager to execute the interagency agreement with the Washington Traffic Safety Commission and the Pasco Police Department for grant funding to support DUI overtime.
Okay.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Now to the second one, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4771, amending the 2025-2026 biennial operating budget by providing supplement thereto to provide additional appropriation in the city's general fund, allocating funding for increased overtime for the police department to conduct dedicated DUI enforcement patrols, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Aye.
I'm guessing it's a second. I mean, it can be both.
Second.
But,
I second that, yes.
Okay,
I wanted to say that.
well, you can have both if you just sit tight a second. We got, it's okay. We all are. It's a Monday. So Mr. Milne's got the motion. Ms. Barajas has the second. Do we have any discussion on if I know typically we don't do that, but since this is the second motion on the same topic, I just want to make sure we didn't need to cover anything. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that too passes unanimously. That rolls us into item number 10, which is unfinished business. There is none listed. Moving along to item number 11, there's a single item, item A, that's new business. Designating voting delegates and alternate delegates for the Association of Washington City, or the AWC, annual meeting scheduled for June 26th, 2025. Interim City Manager Zabel, looks like you're taking this.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So the AWC annual meeting will occur, as the mayor mentioned, on the 26th, and that's kind of sandwiched into the Association of Washington Cities Conference, which is going to take place at Three Rivers between the 24th of June and the 27th of June. So the annual meeting itself, a little bit different than the meeting. Meeting, you just need to register and you're in there, but the annual meeting, you need to be actually designated by the council as delegates or alternates to be able to participate. Kind of a rough agenda is election of the board, AWC board of directors and officers. There'll be an update from the AWC chief executive officer, update on 2025 legislative session, and then voting on amendments to AWC bylaws and AWC policy statement. So there's a lot of opportunities for council and other city officials to participate in this. Council needs, like I said, council needs to delegate. We need to report in advance who the alternates are to AWC, delegates and alternates are. And so tonight we're asking you to kind of flesh out that slate as to who you want. As far as I know right now, I think Councilmember Barajas and Councilmember Perales are registered. I'm not sure if other council members have registered in the last few days or not, or plan to register. You don't really necessarily have to be registered to show up to the annual meeting. You can attend online, or you can participate in it, I believe, in person as well. There's also a number of staff, registered staff are available to be alternates or delegates as well. So my recommendation is that you designate 3 delegates and a couple of alternates.
Sounds good, thank you. So before we get into the appointing or whatever we're doing, are any of the other council members not listed and intending on attending? I know Mr. Zabel, I've sent an email saying I might, but that's as far as I've committed. So I just want to make sure, Okay. So my suggestion is, with that, unless there's a reason not to, we appoint those 3 council members as our delegates. So you're certainly committed, Ms. Blaisdell? Okay. So it sounds like you do have one action item after this, which will be to make sure she's registered. I mean, not you. You can delegate that downward, but for staff. So, I mean, I guess let's go ahead and take these 2 pieces, or 2 actions at once, or 2 separate actions. So the first one would be to appoint our 3 delegates. Would be Mr. Perales, Ms. Blaisdell, and Ms. Barajas. Does anyone? I see your lights on, Ms. Barajas.
I have a follow-up question for Dave after we're done with this.
Okay. I guess with that, does anyone having discussion? Anyone oppose those 3 names as our delegates? I hear none. So can you go ahead and make a motion on that, Mr. Milne? This would be that first half of the motion.
Okay, I move to approve up to 3, Mr. Perales, Blaisdell, and Barajas, as the City of Pasco's voting delegates in the June 26th, 2025 Association of Washington Cities annual meeting held at the Three Rivers Convention Center, Kennewick, Washington.
Perfect. Got a motion? Can we get a second?
Second.
Got a motion by Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Ms. Barajas.
Question, Dave. Will the City of Pasco be participating in the Parade of Flags this year?
Yes.
Okay.
That's all I needed to do.
With that, we still have the second action, which is to appoint our 3 alternates from that list. Now, Mr. Zabel, does this conflict with other sessions, or is this separate from the?
Yeah, the business meeting separate from the
Okay,
session.
so it's not like if we pull, some of our executive staff out, you're missing something that's ultra critical.
Yeah, this is. Matter of fact, other attendees can sit outside of the delegate area, the non-voting area, and observe.
Okay. So, seeing the list has a handful of folks on the slate to my right. Let me start with this. Does anyone over there not want to do this? I mean, this is your out. This is not going to reflect on your performance. If you don't want to attend this and you'd rather sit outside, I don't know why you would, but air condition works there too. Okay, I guess if there's no one that doesn't want to do this, it seems to me it makes sense. Mr. Zabel, Ms. Sigdell, there Ms. Pichon, or since Director Miller's here and listed, maybe we could hand it to her. What are your all thoughts? We want Pichon or Miller, since Ms. Miller's here. And
Ms. Miller's here.
you cool with that, Ms. Miller? Okay. So we're gonna go Zabel, Sigdell, and Miller. Any further discussion on that? Okay, can you make that second half of the motion, Mr. Milne?
Thank you. Yes, I am making a motion that we designate Zabel, Siddell, and Miller as substitute delegates in the case an approved delegate is unable to attend the AWC annual meeting.
Second.
Got a motion by Milne, a second by Blaisdell. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passed unanimously. I know it's a little bit of a split process, but we got it done. Miscellaneous discussion. Mr. Zabel.
Just one item I wanted to get on council's radar. June 17th, we have the Basic Law Enforcement Academy graduation at Hapo Center. That'll be at 10 a.m. As I said, June 17th. So,
can you make sure a calendar invite gets sent out for that? There probably is one already, but usually I look day of to make sure I'm not screwing things up. I'm just going to throw myself under the bus. Okay, anyone else have miscellaneous discussion? I see Mr. Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple items. In my meeting today with Matt Truman, he was telling me that Paul Cook, who we approved back in August of last year, is still not approved by the city to be on the housing authority. We haven't sent over paperwork for him, approved paperwork, so he wanted me to bring that up, and I figured I'd bring that up in a miscellaneous. And then also I was going to request, can we get more information about this Verizon cell tower? Because I mean, it was essentially a complaint about it, and just I want to learn more about it, and I guess if there is a complaint process, and how does that go?
we could do that. Matter of fact, I was in the process earlier today of kind of putting together a note. Staff's been working on this to kind of get council up to speed. But short story is that as a local agency, much of your former authority, as of about 30 years ago, was preempted by the federal government having to do with telecom, the ability to regulate telecom within the public right of way. So you're very limited. Two, you did go through a franchise process. This was the U.S. Cellular. And, even in that franchise process, there's only so much the city could regulate. And frankly, it isn't a whole lot. So what you heard tonight, that example, and I plan on getting a hold of Browns as well, but and is with U.S. Cellular. But they're operating within their permit, and they're operating within the franchise. That's the unfortunate part. And there's not much this council or prior councils could have done about it, at least not in the last few decades.
Okay, and then lastly, I know we've talked about fluoride a few times, and it seemed like perhaps we're going to get information. I was just wondering, engage interest from the council, if we can just bring forward a vote in the next couple weeks to just remove it from our water without getting a staff presentation and or hearing. So I think a lot of us
feel that we should just take it out, and so that's what I wanted to gauge the interest of the council. Thank you.
So I'll speak to that before I get to you, Mr. Grimm. I'm certainly in favor of removing it, as insofar as I think my concern with jumping ahead of staff's presentation is if there's an indication of a high cost or a prohibitive issue of removing it, I'd want to be informed of that, or if there's some sort of process that would implicate other water quality issues, I guess. I don't know enough about it, but again, if staff's done the research and they say, hey, look, it's as simple as running it through a filter again and not going to cost us a bunch of OT and that sort of thing, I'd be okay with that. But I do think the presentation potentially could present those types of concerns or address them. Mr. Ferguson.
Just for the council, mayor and council's edification, I have not even looked at the legal ramifications of any of that. We've been obviously busy with school impact fees and vendors and all these other larger projects at council, as well as the packet items that we do have to do on a regular weekly basis. So we haven't even looked into the legal aspects of that yet. So just FYI.
Okay. So I think I'll just take my position. I don't necessarily need a formal presentation if staff's going to run it to the ground and give us the information. But that's my take. Anyone? Yeah, Mr. Zabel.
Yeah, I will just throw this out here because this is something that's come up before in the city back probably 8 years ago or so. I think we had maybe 2 different presentations about it, and it's a health issue, and there's 2 sides to it. I honestly don't think the cost or the procedural issues are that significant. We'll probably save $50,000 a year in chemicals, right? That's basically, and the water plant operator's job is probably going to be a little bit easier. I'm not sure what we'd have to do for off the top of my head, and Director Sarah's not here, but in terms of modification of any kind of equipment, but I don't think it would be very extensive. But I think the thing I would just caution the council, what the city attorney set aside, is that there'll be a lot of interest in this. There was before, because there's people that are strong believers in fluoride for dental health, and there's strong believers opposed to fluoride, and you're probably going to want to give them a little bit of some runway to address you. And if my fear, and certainly council can do what they want, but my fear is if you just make a decision without inviting input from those groups, it could just come back and bite you, and they'll probably give you input anyway, for a while, and I don't think it does a whole lot of harm to let folks talk. So.
Okay. I guess with Mr. Grimm, is your light still on or newly on? Or both?
Well, it's both.
Let's address fluoride and then we'll go back to
yeah. I guess I'm good with what the rest. I was just kind of writing a note that yes, to the best of my recollection, it was yes, just asking for staff to put together a resolution or whatever it took to remove it. But with that, yes, if we were looking for some information or whatever that might be helpful, my stance is probably with you, Mayor. If there was some information they thought would be helpful in the process or whatever, I would definitely be amenable to that. And I think to our legal Mr. Ferguson, his advice is this was still planned for another month or so down the road. So yes, the fact that he hasn't gotten to it yet, I think there's some grace there. Totally understand. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Barajas.
It's on that same issue. You're correct, Dave, on saying that it was about 8 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. It was former councilman Bob Larson that had brought it up several times, and we had a full room full of people from the Department of Health and other citizens. So I think it's in our best interest to have that open conversation before we decide on anything concrete.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harpster.
A quick Google search indicates that Washington State Department of Health must be notified 90 days in advance of making a decision to start or stop fluoridation. And so Sort of to Mayor's comments, I'm certainly in favor of removing it. Several cities across the state have been doing that in the last couple of years. But even if we wanted to vote next week, I think we need to, I'm not an attorney, but it seems like notify the Department of Health, then 90 days later make a decision at a minimum. So just my 2 cents.
Sounds good, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm also for removing it. I've done quite a lot of research, I think, on this, and brought it up at a couple of retreats, but it didn't go anywhere. So it's good. At least we're gonna vote on it and see how it goes.
Are you looking for a presentation? Sorry.
Let's just do it the correct way. So what Mr. Ferguson recommends, I'll just let him decide and then go from there. But as long as it's going to come up for a vote this year, that's what my main concern is.
Okay. Ms. Blaisdell, you have anything?
I would like to go the proper channels.
Okay. Mr. Prowse?
Hey, I was just going to say, then can we direct the city staff to notice to the Department of Health, Washington State Department of Health, that we're looking to do this, and then as that plays out, we can get together information, have presentation, and then we can make a vote. Seems like prudent to me.
Go, Mr. Graham, you went on.
I want to just get back to Mr. Brown at some point.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
I guess from my perspective, I'd like, in case there's something in that process and notice, I'd like Mr. Ferguson to advise us. That's my take. You know, I feels like it's, if there's a process, if we're just going to unilaterally say we're going to start it, that's great, but I don't know that what it takes to bake it out. Now, if it can be elevated up the sheet, that's great. That's my take. Does anyone have any different opinion? So, I guess there's either consensus that we just push the notice out now, or there's consensus that we await legal review. So please help me here.
I would just add, I'll just add that, okay, that we have until, Mr. Ferguson has till July 1st to give us something. I think that's a month, right? Say by July, we should have something, a review, kind of a plan or a process of what we would need to do. And I think that would be appropriate. So I guess that would be my ask.
Okay, that seems to make sense. If you're good with that, you
It's
can
on
bring
June.
us back.
Just so you know, it's in the queue for June.
Okay.
So
Okay,
that's
so
not
then
changed.
we'll anticipate something by July 1st regarding fluoride and the process. We good? All right, thanks. Okay. Go ahead.
My comment was going to be that if it's further along in the proposed agendas, so just follow that schedule. But if it's for July, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to get back to Mr. Brown's comments, as even brought up by Councilmember Perales there. He did reach out to me personally, and I know he also reached out to Councilmember Barajas, and she probably has some thoughts on that too. But I share his concern. I mean, I think that's, kind of where we're at even with the fluoride thing here. There are some unknown health risks that have come to light because of 5G internet technology that are concerning, and it is unfortunate that it sounds like, as our interim city manager said, that our hands are tied at government levels beyond the local level. But I really share Mr. Brown's frustration, and what might be in the right of way or an easement in his mind is in his yard and what he has maintained and mowed and all of that. So man, I really feel for his concerns, both in the intrusion into what he feels is his property where he's lived for a quarter of a century and maintained, but also the potential health risks with that. And so just kind of frustrated and feel for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Ms. Barajas.
I just wanted to follow up on that. Yes, I've had several conversations. Thank you for passing along the contact. Mr. Marcel Browns lives very close to me, actually. We are in the same district. Did reach out to him, had a conversation in regards to his frustrations around the antenna that is literally going to be, well, the proposal is that it's going to be in his front yard on an easement. just what 3 feet from the sidewalk, basically. So he is frustrated. I've been having conversations with him routinely. We are getting together again to have that conversation as far as next steps, what to do, who to reach out to. We have reached out. He has reached out to our staff, Dave, and I think there's a meeting set up for the conversation. But this is ongoing. This is something that not only he is affected, his neighbors, but I think it's something that affects a lot of individuals within our city. So on my end, I'm just meeting with him and having that conversation just to see what next steps we can take as far as much as we are allowed to. So yeah, just an update on that.
Thank you for that. Seeing no further lights, we're going to move along to item 13, executive session. None listed. That moves us on to item 14. It is 8:05 and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for joining us. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council special meeting this Monday, January 23rd, 2025. The City Council thanks you for being a part of our city government. At special meetings, Council takes formal action on specific items, and then during workshops, which one will occur after the conclusion of our special meeting, we only discuss issues with no formal action taken. Agenda packets are available, as always, on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda for those present on that same table with the little blue agenda arrow. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV, channel 191 in Spectrum in both Pasco and in Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, its website, its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and all prior council meetings are available on the city's website. For any of those who want to submit their comments or ask questions, they can do so by contacting the city manager, the city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. Public comment will be available after our executive session in this meeting, and then the same rules apply as with all prior workshops of the 2 minutes comment limitation. We'll get to that though in time. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas, I believe.
I believe she's absent and excused.
Thank you. Blaisdell.
Present.
Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Perales.
He is en route.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Same.
Okay, and Mayor Serrano.
I am present.
Thank you.
Well, if you'll all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. That moves us along to item number 4, which is our executive session. We have a couple of issues that we're going to discuss. The item is to evaluate qualifications of an applicant for public employment under Revised Code of Washington, RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection G. Second item is to consider site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase or lease if likelihood that disclosure would increase price per RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection B. We've got these action items listed for 50 minutes. For the first 15 minutes, it's going to be council alone. At that point, or shortly thereafter, we will bring in the city manager, the city attorney, and our consultant for the application, for the applicant qualifications. So with that, we're going to go back to our executive session. And Ms. Clerk will get you the time that our other 2 council members arrive.
Pardon?
I can make sure that we get you the time. Okay? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, could you oblige me for 2 minutes for the first 2 minutes of the session, just so I can make council aware of some things related to that?
Okay, so we'll bring the city attorney in for the first couple minutes and slide you out, and then we'll bring you right back.
Absolutely.
All right, with that, we are going to executive session. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for joining us for this special meeting. It is 6:55. We're now out of executive session, which rolls us into the rest of our meeting. Give me 1 second. Oops. Okay. So this opens us to our public comments, limited to 3 minutes each. Does anyone have any public comments at this point? Going once, going twice. We don't have anyone signed up to speak online, do we? Going a third time. All right, with that, we have no public comments. That moves us on to item 6, which is our unfinished business. We have 2 items. We have item A and item B. Item A is ordinance number 4777, budget amendment for upsize water program, or for upsize program water and irrigation. Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and
Real quick, sorry, I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is an item that was discussed in prior 2 meetings, most recently last Monday, and it pertains to an ordinance amending the water and irrigation budgets to allow for a supplement to the irrigation upsize program allocation and the inclusion of an allocation in the water budget for the same type of program. As a reminder, the program works as development occurs. We want to ensure that underground infrastructure is built to the right size to serve the long-term needs of our system, and this contribution from this allocation would support that activity, preventing the need for upsizing later on and disturbances when that occurs. I'm happy to answer questions. I'm being brief, just understanding that it will be a long night. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Ross.
I'll keep it brief. I appreciate the information I was given over the weekend. I would say just for future reference, if we're going to be doing upsizing agreements like this, either out of budget or in budget cycle, just to have more information, have the information. We need to have the information so we can think about it, make the best decisions. And so that's all I'm going to say. I would like to see it maybe codified in some way, shape, or form, but those are just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Ms. Prowse. Seeing no further lights, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4777, amending the 2025-2026 biennial operating budget by providing supplement thereto to provide additional appropriation in the city's water and irrigation funds and declaring that an emergency exists and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Go ahead and grab Mr. Harpster. Moves us along to item B, which is resolution number 4619 and ordinance number 4778, authorizing the interim city manager to execute the purchase and sale agreement to purchase parcel number 1153-50010 and amending the 2025 to 2026 capital projects budget. We got you, directors, or Deputy City Manager Sigdal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Evening Council. This is an approximately 3.9 acres of property that would be a future site for Harris Road overpass, Road 108 overpass. It's a project that has been in our capital plans for a long time. A project that is supported by many traffic studies, essentially to connect the commercial area, the 2B commercial area with existing residential area, similar to Road 76 overpass. Overpasses are critical for our city given that we're bisected by a freeway and ensuring that there's not critical choke points in our interchanges, which are a lot more expensive and require a lot of coordination with WashDOT to build to begin with. We are extremely preliminary in the design of the overpass, the Road 76 overpass that we are working on for design that we recently received grant for. We're looking at about $2.5 million. So just to design an overpass costs significant amount of money. This project is listed in our transportation impact fee project list. So that's something that had recently passed. And there's a very small sliver given that this is an out-year project. And we are recommending at this time, from staff's perspective, that we buy the piece of property with this future overpass in mind, and given that we do not have a complete design and all of the contours of what that project will need and require in the future, as there's some interest there to develop this piece of land. As we've had discussions, if council desires to purchase a smaller piece of land, I would recommend that you vote down the motion that is currently there, and staff can restart the process in a different manner.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Harpster.
I think it would be very wise of us to vote this down, to do exactly what Ms. Sigdell just mentioned, look at acquiring a smaller piece. Staff said themselves in the staff report, we are extremely preliminary, and I think it would be foolish to spend almost $1.4 million on what may or could happen. My recommendation would be to staff that we purchase a much smaller portion, around 30,000 square feet or so. Looking at the preliminary designs, where we need approximately 10,000 square feet, so around 30,000 gives 3 times the space we need, which should allow flexibility for design as well as flexibility for eventual construction. And I'd also recommend that the seller, if still interested, be responsible for doing that. It shouldn't be up to the city or city staff to complete a short plat or some kind of parcel segregation. So those are some of my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Any further comments? Seeing none, Mr. Milne, can we get a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4619, ratifying the purchase and sale agreement with Gage Properties LLC for purchase of parcel number 115350010.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. I think this one, given we're already at 6 instead of 7, let's do a voice vote here.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
No.
Councilmember Grimm.
No.
Councilmember Harpster.
No.
Councilmember Perales.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
And I'll go with yes, but it fails 4-2. However,
Yes,
you
that
want
is
to count
correct. Thank
that. All right. With that, does staff need further? Mr. Zabel.
I was going to suggest, council, and I know there's an idea about how much we should negotiate with. I'm wondering if council be open to staff working with, doing a little bit of consulting engineering work to kind of take a look at what we might need out there, and then come back to you with a more defined portion of that parcel, whether that's 30,000 square feet or 1 acre or whatever it might be, and make sure we have enough for the future, because we're trying to hit a target we don't know where it quite is yet on this one.
Yeah, I would, just speaking from my perspective, I would be very much in favor of that. Because to your point, Mr. Zabel, it could be 30,000 or more or less. And once we had some preliminary engineering done, I'd feel much more comfortable spending this amount of money on this kind of purchase. Because again, we're paying apartment dirt level rates, and we don't have an intention of building apartments there. And so, well, like my comments last week, I still understand we need that property, and I, again, appreciate the forward thinking, but if we did some preliminary engineering, then I could much more easily stomach apartment dirt pricing for that project. Thanks.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do, since we're a little bit over, is anyone oppose that approach? Okay. So hopefully that's enough head nods. Mr. Ferguson, I see you trying to zoom your light in here.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a new one or odd one. So essentially what's happened is the resolution that the emergency in the ordinance that was based on failed. And so it sounds like you're giving further direction to staff to proceed. So my recommendation on the next item would be for someone to make a motion to strike from the agenda so that you don't have to take action on the next item. That would be my recommendation, or you could actually bring it up and discuss it and then decide to vote or not vote. But I would caution you that a lot of the basis for the ordinance emergency was the resolution.
Okay. You catch that?
Yeah, you want me
to. I think if you can strike that, that'd be easiest, unless someone wants to discuss this. I think striking is the best.
Okay, I move to strike the ordinance number 4778, amending the 2025-2026 biennial capital project budget. Do you want to read the whole thing?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'll sleep much better today.
All right. Hey, that's what we're here for. We'll get you a pillow next time. With that moves us along to item number 7, which is adjournment. We are adjourned. Communicates. Welcome to the City of Pasco City Council Workshop Meeting of Monday, June 23rd, 2025. We've already done our roll call, so we're going to go ahead and we don't need another roll call on this one, correct? That's what I thought. Let's roll into verbal reports from council members. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? I'll kick us off. Today I attended the Hanford Area Economic Investment Fund Advisory Committee. We are actually transferring some of those funds over to Tridec to help smaller businesses and potential grant funds. I will say we've had some great successes throughout HAFE's run. The Port of Pasco is able to utilize some monies to purchase the ground for the Ryman Center. If you're not following along, that's pretty significant to the industrial development of the city of Pasco. Thanks to our partnership there with the port. And the city also has been a beneficiary of some of the monies that it's been able to use in leveraging for the land acquisition. Then the other thing that I attended was the, I think this was last week. Chief, correct me if I'm wrong. Attended the graduation ceremony. That was last week, right? Okay, thank you. Graduation ceremony from our Pasco Police Academy. There were, I believe, 32 officers. One of ours was graduated, Officer Rodriguez, I believe, right? Rivera, I apologize, sir. Very great meeting, Officer Rivera. His family was very supportive. It's always great to have folks in our community come and serve our community. So that's what I've got to report. What else did I do? Oh, yeah. Apparently, thanks, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Also, with Mayor Pro Tem, did the Breeza Heights, which is an apartment complex right off of Burns and 100, right next to that Sinclair, did an opening ribbon cutting. It's certainly beautiful property. They had some pretty cool amenities. They had stuff like a dog park, a splash pad, pickleball court, so pool. You know, some really good. They have this interesting trash service that could come right to your door. So I guess for anyone looking at apartments, that's one of the nice new facilities that we have. It's nice to see folks building here in Pasco. Anything else? Mr. Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended with the Mayor Pro Tem the, make sure I get the name correct here, the Wheelhouse Events ribbons, ribbon cutting ceremony there, just in my district down there on the port and near the barge slip, and just kind of what the family has done there with the old restaurant and modernizing it. And it looks like the rates are pretty affordable for what's really a nice venue for people to rent out on the water. And so that was really good. And then also on Friday, I attended the BFCOG meeting, where really the only action item we had was a big one. It's approving the 5-year comprehensive economic development strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 5, which is our items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. If you're not familiar with this process, there's an opportunity as we discuss these next 3 items, A, B, and C. For public input, there are up to 2-minute conversations per side, either pro or against. And so there's a total aggregate of 8 minutes. You can't cede your time, but this is the opportunity. I'll call for public comments after we discuss it. So the first item, item A, is discontinue fluoridation and drinking water communications plan and timeline. City manager or interim city manager Zabel.
Thank you, and good evening again, Mayor and Council. So following up on the Council's discussion and direction that you provided at the June 16th meeting, and our need to maintain compliance with WAC 246-290-460. We put together a communications plan, which is an attachment to this agenda report. And that communication plan talks quite a bit about means and methods by which we might be able to get out there the message to the public. The council's considering the discontinuation of fluoride in drinking water. That decision to discontinue needs to be preceded by 90 days of notice to the public. So the communication plan talks a little bit about a number of different means: TV, radio, social media, mailers, use of our billing system. We can put a message on the bills, and I think we talked a little bit about this previously. There's also a kind of a classification, if you will, of system users that may not get a bill. You know, those folks that might be in a mobile home park or that may rent an apartment in an apartment complex where there's a master meter. So the manager of the apartment maybe gets a bill, but each of the residents don't. And so we need to think about how we might get that information that council is considering this. And so, as I mentioned, a couple things we probably need from council tonight is your comments or thoughts on the communications plan. If there's things in there you like or don't like. I think we're working backwards. We need probably an idea of council's goal. When do you want to be able to be at a decision point? And from there we can kind of build a schedule with that 90 days backwards in it. And time some, if council wants to have public hearings where the community, and suggested that again at your June 16th meeting, it might be more orderly if we kind of have specified times for folks rather than just whatever meeting they want to come to and take it over, because it's a pretty complicated topic, and it's probably would be difficult for a lot of folks to try to keep their comments within the 3 minutes of a regular city council meeting. So council could certainly limit comments to 3 minutes, but I know some folks and some presentations may take a little bit longer than that. So just looking basically for input from council on how you wish to proceed and what your scheduled date is or goal is in terms of wanting to be able to be at a decision point, and then whether or not you'd want to have some scheduled public meetings so we can kind of work those into a schedule working backwards from when you'd want to be able to make a final decision.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Go ahead, Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll kick it off. Appreciate staff giving us all these, options we have, and just going down them quickly, just kind of thinking out loud here. Recorded phone messages, I'm probably not too big of a fan for, just because how many people are actually listening to them. I think we probably all read our voicemails more than we listen anymore. Love the idea of emails, though. Advertising it on our social media channels through the city, I think, is also a great idea. I like the idea of an online survey, as long as we could, I guess, keep it to just residents of the city of Pasco, or we're going to get people from all over the nation. I'm not sure if we can qualify that or prove in a way that that's where they're coming from, because this is really about our constituents. So that's the only reason I'd steer away from that. And then, public hearings. I think the public, wants to speak about this. I think, just as we've heard already, I think a couple of them would be a great idea. An advisory ballot, that's going to kick it down the road a ways. And as far as I know there's a large expense with that and everything too. And so, those are kind of my preliminary thoughts. If I go down here, I see staff, gave us some more exhaustive kind of options for this, as far as, make sure it's in English and Spanish, and, just giving the public an opportunity to interact is, I guess, where I'm at, just for starters.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prowl.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with everything Councilmember Grimm initiated here right off the bat. My only concern was just, I hope the information we put out is more neutral in tone. After reading the staff report this week, I'm not sure who put it together. I kind of felt like the anti-fluoridation section seemed a little bit more hedged and qualified. I mean, I looked at words like phrases suggested, however, further research, while like the pro side seemed a lot more prominent. So I'm not sure who's reviewing this, but I don't want us to be accused of putting a narrative out there that's more bent towards the pro. I think I would be more in favor if we're going to have this discussion and debate for the information to be as neutral as possible, reviewed properly, so that we're not like we're putting our thumb on the scale. That would be my 2 cents. I think any social media platforms we use would be beneficial. Perhaps put it on some of the new billboard, the digital reader board signs we have, take the survey, things like that. I think that would be great. Perhaps put in the Tri-City Herald, but I think they only put out it twice a week, Wednesday and Sunday. So, I mean, a lot of people still get the Herald. So, I think that would be, I think they just put out an editorial this past week. So, I just think we got to do our due diligence in regards to outreach and, again, so that'd be my 2 cents, but I think the wording needs to be more neutral. So.
Thank you. And I believe I saw a head shake on the Wednesday, Sunday publication. Yep. Double head shake. Great. Thank you for that confirmation. Mr. Harpster.
A few different comments. One, I appreciate the timeline that was provided in the staff report. I would be good with that. Would put us at a decision point somewhere around late September, early October. To Mr. Grimm's point, I think we can, in my opinion, be that we scratch the recorded phone messages, and that looked to be one of the most expensive option. For the same reason, I don't listen to recorded messages, and there's, I think, more efficient ways to get the message out. As far as public hearings and stuff, one of my initial thoughts was I don't want to have additional separate meetings just for this item. We have public comment every single week, both workshop and regular scheduled meetings. But, and I hate to bring it up, but I know a couple years ago when council was discussing marijuana, that became such a hot topic that it almost distracted from the other business at hand. And so maybe look to Mayor Pro Tem Milne and Mayor Serrano's experience on whether that was a distraction or whether we should have separate meetings. If it does become such a huge distraction based on previous items they've got experience with, then I'd be open to maybe hosting some open houses or meetings specifically for public comments on fluoride and nothing else. But what I don't want is some of those meetings, 2022-23 went till 11 p.m. at night, and 15 minutes so it was say business and the rest was just comments and discussion. And so I want to hear all that, but I'm not sure if a regularly scheduled meeting is the appropriate place or not.
So I'll respond to that, even though typically we don't do that, but you asked the input, so I feel it's okay. Yeah, I mean, it definitely, the issue took over a lot of meetings, so I'm with you. I think this is going to be an issue that's hotly contested, and I think it's worth having workshops. We did that for a lot of the design work when we were kicking off various plans for parts of the city, like the downtown master plan. We hosted some public meetings. People had the opportunity. Obviously, there were more choices other than yes and no, so it wasn't just a binary decision, but people had the opportunity to kind of weigh in on some thoughts. So I'm with you. I think it would be worthwhile potentially having those types of meetings. I don't necessarily want to schedule a ton of these meetings where we conduct several items of business and have that overtake other workshop. Unless we have a really light agenda somewhere down the road, I'm fine kind of keying it in. Admittedly, I don't know how many I'm going to show up to of those public meetings. So it's just simply put, I'm going to inform our decision. We'll go how we go. So with that, I do think having, I can't remember what we call them, like not zone-based, but kind of district-based meetings, maybe one or two in different parts of the city makes sense. Just touching on everything else that's been said, I'm with it. The expense of the recorded phone messages, we could probably cover some of the OT that staff might need if we were to host, something at the Hapo and something at one of the libraries in downtown. I think really that's the one thing that I see as an added service that we could probably scratch that looks like the rest. Again, with the public hearings, I don't know that we necessarily need a public hearing. I think having meetings, again, community engagement meetings, I think are adequate. I guess technically the public hearing is a requirement, if that's what that intends. I understand that's, maybe a requirement for the code. And if that's the case, then I'm all for that. I don't have anything else to add. I see, Mr. Grimm, you're letting.
Oh, sorry. Go right.
I'm going to slide to Mr. Millie because
Yep.
I haven't spoken on it yet.
Yeah, I mean, I personally believe, I know the marijuana issue is a big one, but that's kind of like a very hot topic. Fluoridation or not is, to a lot of people, really isn't that big of a deal, especially considering that the other two cities don't have fluoride in their water. So, I know the council kind of has, maybe we haven't all decided, but I think we should, have a meeting, and maybe we have, as the Mayor Serrano was talking about, we have two events or two open houses, in the city. See how much people actually turn out to that, see what we get, and just kind of try to move this along quickly, and then go for the vote. I would, again, try to do it in 60 days or 90 days, whatever the staff thinks is appropriate. But to me, I don't want to have this stretched out, and I just don't think it's as big of a topic as marijuana, and I don't want to put too much time and resources of city staff into this. Want to hear everybody, definitely, but a lot of times when we have these open houses, it seems like we get 8 people or 10 people, and that's my 2 cents. Let's just see what emails we get, see what we get. Try not to spend a ton of money on this, and then put it up for vote.
Thank you, Mr. Millie. Back to you, Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I just wanted to quote, or just to comment on the timeline too, that yes, I'm also for the timeline. I know the 90 days comes from the Department of Health and their statute or their regulations that they have governing this. And then, the only reason I kind of threw out the idea of the public hearings or something of that sort is so that, we have a lot of other important things we're also trying to do. And so those don't get in the way of every meeting or, bog down some of the other business that we're trying to accomplish at that point too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sprouse. I think if I remember, I attended quite a few of the marijuana public hearings, and it was just essentially a mic, and I think staff just stood there, people came up and talked. So it could be beneficial, but I'm not married to it. If we can do it here, that's fine, but that's essentially all it is the platform. I think they hit record, and we just kind of heard both sides. So that'd be my 2 cents.
Thank you. And I'll make one last point, and then back to you, Mrs. Zabel. What I did hear that I do agree with is if we're going to do an online survey, and this is true about hosting in-person people, I think we'd need to make sure that we somehow capture the data of who's a resident and who's not. I recall with the marijuana issue, we had a lot of people that were from out of the city that, quite frankly, I don't care if you live in Yakima, you don't have an opinion on what happens in Pasco unless you're speeding or your car catches on fire and you need our emergency services, right? But when it comes to our day-to-day life, you don't have a vote here, and I equally don't have a vote to say what happens in Seattle, Yakima, pick any other jurisdiction. So if we're going to do it, we're going to need to make sure. And the tough part about either is someone could make up an address or whatever, but hopefully no one's going to that much trouble over fluoride. But that said, I do think having it culled down to people who are residents of the city who are going to be impacted would be helpful. Mr. Zabel.
Yeah, well, just on that issue, I think the first question of the proposed survey kind of gets at that, something along the lines of, do you or your dependents live, work, or attend school in Pasco? So, yeah. But the other comment I wanted to make about the recorded phone message, so that's the quickest way to get to all of our utility customers. So we could do it with the mailer or the bill, the message on the bill, but that's a four-week process if we hit it just right, because the bill is split into 2, to where half the accounts go out 1 month and the next month the other half the accounts go out. So depending on when we hit that, could impact when everybody has notice. So that was one of the reasons why the recorded phone message piece got out there, so we could get everybody that has a utility account notified at exactly the same time, or at least within a few days of each other.
Gotcha. I think, if that's our quickest way, I'm not hot on spending extra money, but it sounds like it's money worth spending. Anyone, Mr. Grimm?
Yeah, I would also not be opposed to that for the reasons our interim city manager stated, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Anyone oppose it? All right. Sounds like you got a head nod on that option.
And I think we have sufficient direction on what council supports and what methods probably aren't necessary.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure our future city manager is going to enjoy walking into that one. With that, we'll move on to item B, which is overview of payment transaction fees. Deputy City Manager Sigdell. Sounds like it's on you.
Thank you, Mayor, and evening council. This is an introduction to the credit card fees, essentially online payments, I'm going to say, because it does include ACH, which would be a direct withdrawal from your payment or your bank accounts as well. Over the years, the primary area where we utilize online payments the most is our utility payments. You have significant amount of customers. The bill is on a monthly basis, and so every month there's 20,000 plus transactions happening, and so that's your biggest area where you're paying for services to provide online payments. We just in the utility side, we have about 25% of our transactions where we're withdrawing via ACH, and the rest of that, 75% about, are paid via credit cards. We have a payment processor called Paymentus. Their contract with us ends at in November of this year. And I remember when I first started with the city changing a payment processor, and it is quite a transition. And the reason for that is because it disrupts what some people just have a credit card in there, it charges every month, have their bank account in there, and then they are not really paying attention till they're in arrears. And so it is quite a bit of work to do transition of payment providers. However, recently I've heard that they've made that process much smoother, linking kind of transactions so that people do not have to make those changes again or set up their accounts again. There's a lot that has changed since we picked the last payment provider, and one of which is that our utility billing system has changed. And also in the industry, what we're seeing is a software comes with its own payment provider, which didn't used to be always like this. They would be connecting with others and allow for, let's say, our TrackIt, which is our permitting system, to connect with Paymentus, which happens right now. But now there's a lot more exclusive access to the software. So we're seeing a lot of different softwares have different payment providers because of that reason. But the key financial impact to the city are really in two areas. One is the utilities, which we do provide online payments, and one is for permit fees, which we're looking to provide online payments. And as council remembers, as we were talking with our development community and asking them about how we can provide better customer service to them, online payments and online applications was on the top of the list. What is happening right now is either somebody's having to send a check, put it in the mail, wait some time, receive their permit, or somebody's having to come to the city hall. So that's a lot of labor, gas to come all the way to the city hall for, if it's a really large permit, maybe that's worth it. But if it's a smaller permit, you might be spending a lot of time just on staff labor. So that was a big thing. We've been working on figuring out how we can utilize our current permitting system and integrate it with an online payment system. Our team has been working diligently, our IS, Information Services team, and our CED team, and we believe that we would be ready to roll it out in the next 2 to 3 weeks. However, our current codes read as such that essentially does not really address how we handle credit card fees or any online payment processing fees, because a large part of our expenses have been in the utility realm, and there's advantages to incentivizing people to pay their utility bills online. Otherwise, you'd be dealing with, I don't know how many people have checks now, but let's say that, people had checks and they wrote it. It cost a lot to process that. So we want to incentivize people to pay online for such a routine but a smaller amount as much as possible. On the permitting side, you have usually bigger checks and they're less frequent, so it's not a monthly bill. The model for how the cities handle this cost is all over. So it's really up to us on how we want to handle it. But there are cities that just absorb the cost. There's no limits to the permitting fees, how much they can pay with a credit card. There's ones where they have a limit. So if it's more than $5,000, let's say, then you have to send a check or do it via ACH. They pass on all of the cost. And council was also interested in knowing how much are we spending on payment processing fees. So overall, at this time, you're looking at about $530,000 annually. And as our accounts grow, as our transactions grow, that is without permit fees. So as your permit fees transaction, once you fold that in, that's going to get a lot bigger. Just talking about what exists right now, that $530,000, because large portion of that is utilities. Our utilities funds reimburse that cost to our general fund. And so our water, sewer, ambulance ratepayers are essentially paying for that service via the rates. For our permit fees, all of that would be general fund. And my estimate was around $160,000, I believe. That would be impact of absorbing all of the fees for what I will call non-utility payments, because there's really those two criterias, utilities and non-utilities. And that's really based on some of our prior year's transaction, assuming that 25% will pay via ACH and the rest will pay via credit cards. There's a lot of people who will pay via credit card, especially if it's a large transaction and there is no fee because they earn points on those credit cards. So there's a lot of variance on where we think it will go. The question in front of council that staff has is looking for your discussion and your guidance on how we want to handle the permit fees, the online payments for the permit fees. It will cost around 2.75% for transaction of the permit fee if it's a credit card, or I believe $1.1 per ACH transaction. That's a decision that we need to make and make changes to our code in the next month. And then we have another decision that we're proposing be down the line in November. If we choose to change our provider, there's an opportunity there if you want to change the model for passing on some of the costs for our utility customers as well. For example, if you chose to say if you draw it from your bank account and it's an ACH transaction, it's free. If you pay with credit card, then we pass on that cost. That's a model that exists. It doesn't save as much money as one might think, because what will happen is most people will then migrate to ACH, which is not free either, right? So it's a lot of transactions happening on a monthly basis, but it's a model that we can do. However, changing it now is going to be essentially a waste of time and a lot of confusion for our customers, because we're going to be working on that transition and then our contract will end, and it will get us in a spot where maybe we're stuck with this payment provider when we don't want to be, and there's other better options. So at this time, we're looking for two things. One is, how would you like to handle the permit fees? And the other one is, are you okay with us not discussing the utilities, changing the utility online payment fees at this time, and we bring that back to you sometime in October?
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Sigdell, for bringing this back to us. I just, in almost a year in review here in June, and I just think about really all the council goals and agendas that you have worked on and brought to us through permitting, and, you know, even before we were blessed with Miss Miller down there at the end, and, you know, all your hardworking community and economic development, just with our mobile trucks and just so many other things that you brought before us. I just really appreciate it. And this is one just really I wanted to see just for the savings to the ratepayers and the taxpayers. And so I do have one question, and then I'm happy to share how I feel about this too. For the non-utility payments, you said number 3, absorbing ACH fees while passing on card fees with an estimated annual impact of $7,000. Is that just the savings, or is that what we would be passing on? I guess I wasn't sure how to read that.
That would be what it would cost us. So
Okay.
I counted transactions of, you know, how many permit transactions did we have last year? And there was about 7,000, a little bit less, but I extrapolated it for maybe a little bit more in the future. And if we absorb that ACH fee, it would cost the city about 7,000. So we're essentially incentivizing online payment by taking on the ACH fee. There's also a psychological element to it, which is you're taking it out of my bank account. Why are you charging me this? I mean, there's people who feel like that, and so taking that away might be a policy decision for council to consider, but it would cost to allow for our customers to not pay for ACH fee. It would cost the city $7,000.
Okay, thank you. One more follow-up question before I really chime in here. As far as the fees and everything for the non-utility customers, do we ever have an issue with bounce checks? Is there, and I'm not talking the ratepayers for utility payments, but the non-utility payments. And the reason I just ask is I know there's services out there that will run a check as like a debit card that costs about $1 a unit. And I was just wondering if we do get a lot of bounce checks, if we've considered that option also.
We've not, of course, we receive some, but not in a volume that has been challenging to address at this time.
Okay. So I think just kind of where I'm at on this is, of course, we don't want staff to have to start digging through, wrestling checks out of envelopes and preparing deposit slips. That's not the idea of this at all. I guess I'm just going to throw mine out there. First of all, I think you're totally right. If we're switching this up in November, we shouldn't, there's absolutely no reason, at least in my mind, that we should be doing, this should be, you know, done all at the same time and everything. But I think that the ratepayers should not have to pay more. You know, we're basically just pulling two cards out of our pocket. You know, one is our debit card, one is our credit card, and I get it. One's actually a checking account and a routing number. So I would be for absorbing the ACH fees, but passing on the credit card fees for, like you said, to incentivize people to still pay online, because yeah, that is a huge labor push to open up, fill out deposit slips and all that, but yet would save $250,000 on the bottom line. You know, I don't think it's the responsibility of the ratepayers and the taxpayers of the city of Pasco to allow people to get more miles for their credit card and everything. I don't think that's our business at all, and it's for that same reason for the non-utility payments that I believe we should also pass on the credit card fees. But you know, I guess I'm amicable. I would be for absorbing the ACH fees, because again, as you stated, you know, it makes people say, hey, you know what, I'm going to pay to use my checking account. So I would, my position is to take the same position on both. Absorb the ACH fees, pass on the credit card fees, and yes, as you also recommended, wait till November for all of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Prowlis.
No, I agree with Councilmember Grimm. That was the same sentiment that I shared in my notes. Can you give an example of permit fees, I guess, for non-utility with a 2.75 pass on?
It would be any building permit fee, plan check fees, anything that is related to development.
Okay, so like $100,000.
It could, yeah, it could be, it includes school impact fees, it includes,
Okay.
so it can get up there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Harpster.
I was just going to say ditto to Mr. Grimm's lengthy comments.
Mr. Melny.
Same here. I thought it was well put. So I would, as a business owner, I'd also agree with Councilman Grimm.
I guess I'm somewhat off here because I think all fees should be consumed by the consumer. So, Mr. Ferguson.
Well, to that point, I haven't had a chance to fully dig into this, but one of the concerns that we would have to analyze is making sure there wouldn't be a gifting issue related to a specific ratepayer. So that'd be something we'd have to analyze, but that's the first time looking at it.
Okay.
I was just going to add, I know like when we pay our property tax bill, it's the same thing, you know. I think Josie Kelser charges us $1. It's $1 flat fee if we do an ACH versus like the 2.75 or 3%. So I would assume it would fall under the same statute. And I know there's other municipalities and counties that do the same. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's my only comment. I'm fine with pushing this down till October, November, whatever it takes. But again, I recommend allowing the user to decide to either come in here and pay the same price in gas as their ACH fees, or, you know, I run a nonprofit. We have the option for them to either eat their fees or I eat it. I'm pretty sure you don't even have that option. And I'm pretty sure you don't either, and you don't either, and you don't either. And technically, I don't know that you ever take payment, Mr. Prowse, but for all of those. Yeah, for all those who have some sort of point of sale type service, our customers eat that cost, and we eat the cost, yeah. And I think in this case, I struggle to have the ratepayers being the ones that eat the cost.
So Mayor, if I'm hearing this right, are you all okay with bringing a change to our code for at least the non-utility payments so we can roll out the online payments for the permit fees, which you should be seeing in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I'm seeing enough head nods that would be the case, and then in October we can address how we want to deal with the utility payments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on that? Ms. Sigdahl? We good? Okay. With no further comments on that, we're going to move on to item C, which is a resolution acceptance. Oh yeah, I apologize. I have totally failed to invite the public to comment on items A and B. Do we have any public comment on item A, the drinking water fluoride issue? Going once, going twice, third time. Okay. Back to public comment on this one. Do we have any public comment on item B, this payment issue that we just discussed? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we'll move on to item C, which is resolution acceptance of work for MLB required improvement at Giza Stadium dugout bench additions. This is phase 1B. This is coming from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is the acceptance of work completed as one of the several phases of improvements that are happening at the Giza Stadium. And we have a location of the project. That's where the Giza Stadium is located. Next slide, please. This work was completed by CMR General Contractors, and we're going to see pictures of the before and after of the dugout bench additions. Also, if you came to our CIP open house at Giza Stadium, you may have gotten an opportunity to tour the facility. Next slide. And you're seeing, so pictures were before in the previous, this is in progress. You're seeing the work happening, the construction of those benches. Next slide, resurfacing of those areas. And then the final product all finished and ready to be used, already being used in this season. Next slide, please. And finally, an overview of the contract, which was a bid award for $45,481. No change orders for this project, and was completed within that construction cost, and it was slightly below the range provided by the design architect. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any discussions on this issue? Seeing none, I anticipate we'll see it. I do have one question not related to this specific. Last week we rejected a bid related to the stadium. Has there been further conversation with the Dust Devils folks, and can you share any update on that?
Yes, there was. Thank you for that question. There's been further conversation. There was a meeting that happened late last week, and there is a path forward with a proposed revised bid package that provides alternatives, in part based on the feedback or what was the driver for the higher price from the one contractor that bid. So we had some insight on what were the things that were rising the price. So we look at alternatives, and we're generating a set of alternatives that will go in the revised bid package. The plan is to be advertised in the next 2 weeks and have a bid opening 2 weeks after the advertisement, so that it can be quickly brought back for award and construction can happen. Now, we have also identified that the time of construction was a constraint. There was also increasing price substantially, much more than had been anticipated. So there is some flexibility there to allow for the additional days in the contract that would allow for a more aligned cost with what is in the budget for the project.
Thank you for that update. Really appreciate that. With nothing further, do we have any public comments on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. That moves us along to item number 6, which is our miscellaneous council discussion. Mr. Zabel.
Council, we have got some input from the community about 4th of July holiday coming up and fire, and I asked the chiefs if they wouldn't mind coming up and just sharing their thoughts and some of their preparations on what we can expect from the two departments and how they're going to be working together over the holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel, Mayor, council members. The police department is gearing up, ramping up. Plans are in place for an active July 4th and the weekend or the days before and after that. This isn't anything new to us. We gear up for it. All hands are on deck that day. We have resources for the parade in the morning, for the event at the Gisa Stadium, as well as the river activities and the rest of the events that will occur across our community to celebrate the holiday. It is an active time for us. We see a significant increase in just calls for service, aside from the obvious fireworks calls that we do get that come in on that day. So traffic control and the preparation for that is taxing on our resources. So we are prepared. We're in a good position. We have good resources and good plans in place, and I feel comfortable about our approach this year to keeping the community safe. As far as fireworks and the enforcement of fireworks, that will be focused on those with the most dangerous fireworks activity, where people or property are in danger. And then, of course, those violations that occur where our officers can observe them and issue tickets and seize fireworks, we will be doing that as well. So we work closely with the fire department in their preparations, and I think we're ready for a safe 4th.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. And like Chief Roski was saying, we are working together on this. So from a fire standpoint, what we're doing is we're upstaffing. So we have a couple extra brush trucks on hand that we'll have throughout the city. Our deputy chiefs will be splitting the city into 2 to help monitor activity. We also have a regional plan, so that's with all the other fire agencies, the 3 cities and the counties. We went through some specific dispatch protocols and how to dispatch more appropriately. So we really feel comfortable, and we feel very confident that we have the cities secured and safe as much as we can. So we feel very good with this 4th of July. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I got one. I mean, if there's people, so are we looking to cite people if they are doing, if they're using dangerous and fireworks that aren't allowed in the city. Because I'm glad I moved out of Linda La Vista because it was really bad the last couple of years. Ever since previous council opened it back up, it was nice to kind of get it out there again and see how people would, act. But honestly, at this point, from a lot of people that I've talked with and my own personal experience, I almost feel like we need, if not an outright ban, I don't know. I think in more enforcement. People out there getting tickets and then setting the tone. Because I'd hate to just take it all away, but with wildfire season and all this stuff, you guys are already taxed to the limits with your resources. Something has to give, and so that would be my only thing. If I hope we're actually writing tickets and people are actually, we have evidence of them breaking the law.
Yeah, so our posture won't change from years past. Those violations that we can write tickets to, that we can catch, but just like as in years past, the focus will be on those fireworks or those issues that are most dangerous. We aren't seeing an increase in fires during the 4th or people being injured by fireworks. So our focus will be on those things to make sure that doesn't occur. But yeah, as you'd mentioned, our resources are tasked and maxed on that day. Simple to say more enforcement, but you only have so many resources, and the obligations are there. We have to be in a ready posture as well. That's not uncommon for that weekend to present violence to us as well. So we need to be in a position to pivot to address violent action and calls for service that occur.
Thank you.
Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I know, as you know, Mr. Roski, I've done quite a lot of police ride-alongs on the 4th of July. I do love it. I'm going to do one again this year. I will say that it was phenomenally hard to catch people. I mean, I'd be riding with Pasco, we'd see this stuff going off. We'd turn the corner, he'd fly down the road, hit the corner, and they were gone. I mean, you see seats, the chairs, drinks on the sidewalk, everybody's gone. I was shocked on how many people could run that fast or get away that quick. I mean, it happened over and over and over again that whole night. So I guess my question to you would be, and I realize it would be difficult to have like unmanned cars or not unmanned cars, but unmarked cars. But is there anything? Because I mean, again, it seems like people have a sense when a cruiser's coming down the road, and they're assuming that's Pasco PD. And by the time you hit the lights again, we never caught one person the whole night, and it was again quite a shock that people are watching, or they're really, when they're doing the legal stuff, they're really very vigilant of, they know it's wrong, they're doing it anyway, and then they scatter. So
and we will have unmarked vehicles out, unmarked resources as well. However, they aren't just focused on people committing fireworks violations. There's drunk drivers, there's activity, other things going on that are, we put in a priority response that the most dangerous to the public, drunk drivers, etc., we will be responding to first. But those undercover vehicles and those undercover officers will and have, same posture as in years past, we do catch people with those undercover approaches and stuff. But you're right, it is difficult. And then the time that we have to put those resources in, do we need to be putting those at traffic control, monitoring the Giesa Stadium, the riverfront? We still have a downtown corridor and a whole city that is celebrating in a lot of different ways. So again, directing our resources, we have them all, everybody's in service that night, everybody is working those days. Both of our lieutenants will be out. It's a busy time for us.
Okay, well, thank you. I do remember last year when I was riding, the only person we caught was a guy that was shooting his 9mm into the ground, and the amount of police that had to attend that, get the interviews, and then arrest the guys. I mean, it took like a couple hours to do everything. So obviously that was 4 vehicles that couldn't be patrolling neighborhoods. So I'm just saying, I do realize there's people that are drinking, doing crazy stuff, but a lot of times that's what causes all the police attention, and then people get upset that there's nobody when the guys are shooting off the fireworks. So it was really interesting to actually ride along with you guys, see what is the priority. Obviously, a guy with a gun is a huge priority versus the kids shooting off the legal stuff. So I do want to commend the Pasco Police Department and just say there's a lot more different circumstances why you can only attend so much when you get alcohol and fireworks and guns and all that kind of stuff out there. So again, just thank you, and just letting you know it's a lot more complicated than I thought it was.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take the opportunity to tell both the chiefs thank you. Chief Roski, you used the term taxing on your crew, and I know this is kind of a big push for them, that weekend for both of your crews. And so just wanted to say appreciate the service of all of your teams, and thank you. And hopefully they're all able to get some rest at the end of the day. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rice.
I just want to take the opportunity to promote our Grand Old Fourth celebration, which will be out at the Gisa Stadium this year, and encourage those that are using fireworks at home to maybe come out and attend our celebration. This year we've partnered up with Gisa Stadium to expand our event, which will include a battle of the bands. 4 local bands will be battling it out. So instead of our normal start time, we'll be starting at 6:30 p.m. Concessions will be open this year at 7, and then the battle of the bands starting at 7:30. Every half an hour until the fireworks start. And then also just want to say a quick thank you to our sponsors, Edison Valario at State Farm and Renewal by Anderson Windows. So please come on out and join us on the 4th for that at Gisa Stadium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Mr. Zabel, do you have anything else?
Just one other thing, of course, this is a double plug, AWC this week, and then part of that is there's a transportation committee, legislative committee tour of some public works projects across the Tri-Cities, including in Pasco. So they're going to take a look at I-182 Broadmoor interchange improvements and the Court Street roundabout, some things like that. And they'll be leaving from Three Rivers Convention Center. So I think that's on Wednesday, is that right? Tomorrow. There we go, tomorrow. And Director Sarah will be representing the city on that, talking about those projects with the legislators. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I did brief the mayor and city manager Zabel that I would be bringing this up tonight. It was a piece of legislation during the this past legislative session in regards to public safety funding and different tools. And so essentially HB 2015 passed, and now it allows cities to adopt a 0.1% sales tax increase, which would be dedicated to police, safety, fire, EMS, and justice services. And so I wanted to gauge the interest of this, of our council here. If this is something we can task our staff to look into. It's a two-for type of piece of legislation. We also have to be eligible for the grant funding and what have you, but I think this is a good opportunity. I know we've talked about dedicated traffic units, expanding our fire departments as we grow. I think this is a tool in our tool belt, and I think we should use it respectfully and carefully. But the sales tax is, in my opinion, is more equitable, even though it is regressive to people who don't have a lot of disposable income. However, they all use the same services that we're talking about. So I would just like for us to kind of be proactive and look to perhaps getting staff involved and start kind of workshopping this for us.
So I know you're asking for kind of some head nods. I'm open to looking into this, or having staff look into it. I don't know. I think my comment to you earlier was I don't know what our timing is as far as where it falls in our list of honeydews and hot sheet lists, but I think it is something worth looking into if there's an opportunity for helping our budget out, which is tight, especially in some of these areas. So I support Mr. Milne.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, as a business owner, the more you increase taxes, then people go to other cities that are less across the river. So, again, I'm all for fire, all for police department, 100%. Obviously, once it adds to the sales tax, it never goes away. It'll always be there. Again, you can have a look, but again, unless there was something dramatic, I would be a no. It's so difficult when things cost cheaper on the other side of the river than in Pasco, and we already have difficulty of sometimes getting people even into Pasco to buy from our stores. So I don't think we need to have less revenue. I know it's just 0.01%. But again, it all does add up, especially when you're talking a table saw or a drill press, and people go to Amazon and get stuff. And so I'm just saying it's very challenging for a business owner and a councilman to say, hey, let's keep taxing when we are the highest out of the 3 cities. And that's my 2 cents. And you guys can do what you want, but I would probably be voting against a sales tax increase, considering that we've already increased the sales tax for the aquatic center and other issues. So that's my 2 cents on that.
I appreciate that. And again, I think at this point, unless I misunderstood, the goal is to look behind the curtain, get some analysis, and determine whether or not it's even viable or helpful. Let's go to you, Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I would be in favor of Mr. Prowse's request to just get some more information and learn more about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wouldn't be opposed to getting more information, but for the same reasons the Mayor Pro Tem listed, I would likely be a no as far as anything added to the sales tax or the property tax is pretty much with us forever, and I don't think that's the best direction to go, even though I'm very pro-police and pro-fire. Thank you. And also one last comment. We did not vote for the aquatic center. That was by vote of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. So it sounds like you at least have enough interest in engaging that. Maybe just look at the hot sheet, get us a generalized timeline, and then kind of figure out what that analysis looks like, maybe what revenue it could bring in, ensure that we have needs based on what it can benefit, that sort of thing. Mr. Zabel?
We can give you probably a high level at the June 30 budget workshop.
Okay. I wasn't going to commit you to that, but sure, I'll take it.
Okay, and then one more item, and it's in regards to noise ordinance reform. I get a lot of emails from individuals in the community, in my district, outside my district, and according to the MRSC, I kind of did some digging on this. Our code's pretty outdated, and it's really hard to enforce, even according to them. They gave me kind of insights into like Camden, Bellevue, and they use a public disturbance noise standard, which doesn't involve a decibel meter. I think it's time to look at, I know we've talked about this a lot, looking at our codes and updating them. I think this is something that really needs to be looked at. I had a resident send me a video of someone just nonstop right next to their home in a residential neighborhood. It was a good fight, like a minute video, and it was just bang, 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 like with power tools and stuff, which is great. And there's some other issues with that, but no one should have to live next to noise ordinances or noise issues like this. And I feel like I get a lot of them through my emails, and so I want to do my best to address every issue that comes through my email or through a phone call. And so I'm just requesting hopefully a review of our codes and perhaps draft something more in line that has some teeth, that can give our law enforcement the ability to start citing people for noise complaints and issues. So that was it.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts. As I emailed you earlier, I think that's something that's kind of for me is down the line, especially like weighting some of the issues that we have. I'm open to looking at some of these issues in our code. I have no desire to do so now, given that we'd have to shuffle some. I mean, especially if it was checking into the sales tax increase versus that, my interest would be more leaning towards making sure our budget's as flush as possible. So. From a perspective of asking for assistance or head nod, I'd say sure down the line, but not now. Mr. Harpster.
I was just going to say basically the same thing. Definitely something I'd like to take a look at in the future. But I think we got quite the workload at this time. And I don't remember what the item was, but sometime recent I mentioned that the noise ordinance part of our code mentions jukeboxes and cassette tapes and things like that. So it probably is due for an update. So is much of our code. So something to probably add to the list, but not to try to get done in the next 6 months or so, in my opinion.
Does anyone have a higher priority? Okay. I think just sit and wait and put it in the shuffle and the iPod shuffle, that is, because that's probably in our noise ordinance too, if it was updated in 2006. But just put it in the queue as something down the line, or just where we go. I do have one item. Sadly, I got this information from a friend in Tacoma, not from Washington State Department of Transportation. They're going to be here tomorrow night. in case anyone was wondering, they're going to be talking about the Snake River dams at the Pasco Library, the one on 1320 Hopkins Street, from 5 to 8 p.m. Pretty frankly, I'm disappointed that that's how I learned about it. That they didn't communicate to the city. Apparently, they're doing these presentations in Colfax, Pullman, and Clarkston. And tomorrow night, Pasco's open house is at the Mid-Columbia's Libraries branch at 1320 West Hawkins, 5 to 8. I know I've got a jam-packed evening, but I'm going to try and shove a few minutes in there to just say I'm the mayor and I still oppose this. Hopefully council members can slide in for a couple minutes. I don't know how this is going to play out. I don't know what their structure is of the meetings. Apparently there's one that just finished in Colfax. So hopefully we can get some staff there, at least to hear. I mean, I hate to throw more on the plate and not needing to stay for all 3 hours, and hopefully some of us can show up. But yeah, so the WashDOT's talking about the Snake River dams tomorrow, 1320 West Hopkins Street, 5 to 8 p.m. for anyone interested. Seeing no further lights, that leads us to our favorite part of the evening. It is 8:08 p.m. and we are, oh wait, sorry, just kidding. Executive session, there's none listed. I don't hear a need for a second one. All right. With that, it's still 8:08 and we are now on to item number 8, which is adjournment. We are now adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Pasco City Council. We're good? Okay. Good evening and welcome to the Pasco City Council meeting. The council thanks you for being part of our city government. At meetings, the council takes formal action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, if I could get a roll call.
Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell.
Here.
Grimm.
Here.
Perales.
Here.
Mill.
I'm here.
And Harpster and Serrano are excused. 5 council members present, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Much appreciated. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, well, that moves us on to the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So we have A, which is approval of meeting minutes for June 9th, 16th, 23rd, and June 30th. We have bills and communications approving claims in the total amount of $8,419,368.36. Resolution number 4620, acceptance of work of MLB required improvements at Giza Stadium, dugout bench additions, Phase 1B. We got Code Enforcement Board reappointments of Dwayne Spear and Daniel Galetchuk. I got E, which is HAPO Center Advisory Board reappointment of Jennifer Kolinsky. We got F, Historic Preservation Commission appointment of Jay Hender and reappointment of Divya Tate. We got G, Pasco Housing Authority of the City of Pasco and Franklin County Board of Commissioners reappointment of Paul Cook. We got H, which is Park and Recreation Advisory Board reappointments of John Morgan and Mark Middleton. We got I, Pasco Public Facilities District Board reappointment of Spencer Gillette. We got J, Planning Commission appointments of Rob Waits and Austin Crawford, and reappointment of Dana Crutchfield. With that, can I get a motion?
Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
We got a motion by Morales and a second by Blaisdell. If we could get roll call on this.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Grimm,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Barajas,
Yes.
and Milne.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you. So move on to number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. I'm not seeing anything. Which leads us to number 6, which is public comments. The public may address council on any items unless it relates to the scheduled public hearing. These items is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the purpose of questions with the expectation of an immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberate process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed at staff members who have access to specific information. Citizens' comments will be normally limited to 3 minutes by the mayor, and there's a clock up there. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. So with that, do we want to do the ones online first?
Yes, so Mayor Pro Tem, it looks like Lori Thompson is online, and then we do have a call-in, but it's a phone number, so I don't have their name. But you do have 3 that had signed up for tonight.
Okay, so let's start off with, you said Lori Thompson was the first one, so let's start off with her first.
Lori, it looks like you should be able to unmute yourself on your side. Okay, Lori, how about now? Can you try your unmute button? Mayor Pro Tem, what I can do is take the contact information and try and contact them offline and see what's going on.
Okay. Was there anybody else then that's...
There is a call-in number with a 541 area code as well.
But no name?
No name.
All right. Well, with that, while we're maybe trying to work through this stuff, why don't we have people from the audience? You'd like to go first? There's a little button there. Yep, now it's on.
Good evening. My name is Amber Wade. In the jungle of Newell, on a warm sunny day, an elephant bathed as he splashed on his way. The water was lovely, the breeze just blew just right, when a small voice called out, soft but full of fright. He paused and he listened. Now what could that be? Then he spotted a speck floating wild and free. He caught it with a care in the curve of his trunk and said, there is life here, as sure as I thunk. A person, he said, on that speck do you live? You're smaller than small, but so sensitive. He placed the speck gently on top of a bloom and promised to guard them through worry and gloom. But the others just scoffed, there's no one in there. That speck is just dust floating through the air. Still, Horton stood firm. There are people, I swear, and someone must speak even when it's not fair. A vulture swooped in and snatched up the flower, then dropped it deep in a field full of clover. But Horton kept looking. He never gave in. He picked every clover again and again. Until, yes, he found it, and loud came the plea, we are here on clover 5003. Still others around him refused to believe. Make noise, Horton cried. Don't give in, don't grieve. The whoos banged their kettles, blew trumpets and all. But it wasn't enough. No one heard the call. Then one little who gave a yawp. from the back, and that single sound picked up the slack. The jungle fell still, the others leaned in, and last they believed what came from within. They turned to the elephant, noble and tall, who simply said, "A person's a person, no matter how small." But Whoville's not fiction. It lives here today in a small park in Pasco, not so far away. For 2 years we've shouted, the pressure is low, but they shrugged it off. They just told us no. They said it's your pipes, it's not on our side. They turned from the problem, they ran, they denied. But still we kept speaking, though tiny and few. And we weren't alone because someone heard too. We needed your help, we needed you all, and you who believed us when no one else would. You lifted our voices, you did what you could because of your listening, because you stood near. The ones who denied us have started to hear. The pressure's not fixed, but the silence is cracked. And we know we were heard because you had our back. So thank you for hearing what others let fall, for proving that voices don't need to be tall. We couldn't be loud without help from you all. Because a person's a person, no matter how small.
Thank you. Do we have somebody else from the audience that would like to speak?
Are you doing your phone thing?
I think we're going to come back to that at the end. We'll see if maybe we get that figured out. But so, Mrs. Maloney.
Is this on?
Yeah, it's still on.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. Recently, a longtime Pasco resident stated to Pasco City Council, quote, "Pasco is cramming everybody in like sardines in these new subdivisions, and Pasco is building a slum. Council needs to tell its staff on the left what to do instead of the staff telling council what to do." End of the comment. Pasco caters to the developers and to the chosen few and not to the citizens of Pasco. Basically, it's a money grab, a feeding frenzy. With Pasco's CIP budget well over $500 million, how much are we paying the taxpayers? How much are we paying the Kerr Law Group with Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and his proxies? How much are we paying GMP Consultants with Pasco City Manager Dave Zabel as its senior consultant? Give a total amount paid out to ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins and or Watkins Endeavor LLC at a rate of approximately $11,000 per month, plus his travel expenses. Provide a total cost for the Pasco Aquatic Center's Wow Factor wave machine, costing anywhere from $22 million to $280 million. List the funds scheduled for a low-barrier homeless shelter for people. List funds scheduled for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats. Provide fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. Provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop and destroy our floodplain. Include all fecal matter testing reports regarding our floodplain water supply. Provide all past and present ULID and LID designs for my Pasco property with start dates and costs. Include all Pasco officials' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. See my comments and requests to Pasco and Council on 6/2/25 and more regarding animal control and or TCAS, theft, animal cruelty, the WSU research contract, Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr's authorization of no due process, racial discrimination, and more. See my files. provide all federal and state investigations currently underway for the city of Pasco regarding fraud, corruption, and more. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you for that. Do we have anybody else in the audience that would that's here that would like to tell us what they think? Not seeing any. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Staff, do we know if we were able to get any of the people back online?
I think there was a technical issue and she's outside connecting with them on the phone to see if we can resolve the technical issue.
Okay, so let's start off with Celeste. If you could, you have 3 minutes and tell us what's on your mind.
I don't have anything to say at this moment.
Okay, there's nothing because we can't hear you, so. Okay.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I have nothing to say right now.
Okay, well,
So Mayor Pro Tem, we are having some technical difficulties. Lori is on my phone, so I was going to try her through speaker. If it doesn't work, we've talked about it, but I'm going to unmute my phone, get her to the mic.
Okay, let's try it.
Okay, Lori, go ahead and let's see if we can make this work.
Thank you. Are you folks able to hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Lori Thompson. I'm a resident of West Pasco, and my attendance tonight is primarily concerning the fireworks situation that we have here in town every 4th of July in particular. There are other dates, but primarily around the 4th of July, and not just the little fireworks that the children play with. I'm talking about the illegal M80 mortars and all the aerials. And I just learned today, apparently people put them in metal cans when they set them off to make them even louder. And this is not something that we can put up with here in town. I understand how the police may be overwhelmed with being able to respond to each and every call. And one of the issues I have with law enforcement and the fireworks is I'm being told that they have to actually see the people fire them off themselves in order to issue a citation. So I'm curious how many citations were issued this year and for what, but this is unlivable, what goes on over here in West Pasco in particular. I know that the entire Tri-Cities has big problems with it, but we need to figure out a solution so that we can all enjoy the 4th instead of being in fear that the house is going to burn down, the window's going to break, someone's going to get injured, they can't go outside. I actually last year had one of those bottle rockets land right on my feet, standing on the sidewalk in front of my house. So that's my quest, is that we need to address the use of the illegal fireworks in Pasco particularly.
All right, well, thank you for that.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you for the call in. I know we've got quite a lot of emails as well as far as council members. And in my verbal report, I will mention what I saw when I was out on a police ride-along on 4th of July. But I think that's all we have online, correct? So let's move on. And again, we could hear from everybody what they did. So let's start off with members of the council for the verbal reports. This is 7A. Let's start off with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. I'm going to take it back. Last weekend, I attended the Pasco Police Foundation fundraiser, and it was, I don't know how successful it was, but it seemed pretty successful in the silent auction and their live auction. It was very enjoyable. It's probably one of my favorite events to go to that we've had this last year. And then I also did the parade, which it was kind of overcast, but it seemed like the streets were pretty filled from beginning to end. All the kids were enjoying the candy that was being thrown, and then the dancing in the middle of the street before the parade. And then I also did the car show, judging the car show, which I picked a 1965 Impala as mayor choice. And then I finished the night off with, right along with the Pasco Police Department. And I will say that we had a lot of interaction with the fire department, and it was non-stop. I did 4 hours. I started at 8 o'clock and ended at midnight, and it was one thing after the other. And I will say this, they couldn't keep up, police or fire, so they were pretty overwhelmed. But everywhere we went, they were doing the best that they could to get on to the next call and get the solution handled. So I want to say thank you to police and fire for all of your hard work this weekend, probably since before the 4th, and it's probably still continuing. So kudos to our teams for really working hard, and I was gonna say something kind of inappropriate, but they really kicked butt this weekend. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that report. Are you going to chime in as well, or?
Sure, I can. Yeah, I also attended the Grand Old 4th of July parade and some of the festivities. It was my daughter's birthday, so some things are a little bit more important. But the parade, as usual, and the festivities, flawless. Thank you to staff, and your staff is very courteous, professional. It just seems like it gets better every year, and it was enjoyment to myself and my family. So thank you to you and your staff, Mr. Rex. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that report. I'm not seeing any of the lights, so I'll comment on it. Did start off with the 4th of July parade. I do appreciate Perales, Blaisdell, and Barajas, and I know Barajas went with the Mustang Club, so I do appreciate the involvement by council members. I did see Councilman Harpster, but so I was glad that he was at least there. And then in the evening, it was a pleasure to give the speech since Mayor Serrano was out of town. And I will want to thank staff. I assume it was Nicole for writing a great speech. I did enjoy it. And I did say on the parade, I do also want to echo Perales's that we are blessed with great weather. I thought a good turnout overall, and I was lucky enough that my wife Nicole and grandchild were in the car with me, and we were able to wave at everybody and have a good time. And then after my speech at Giza Stadium, I did a ride along with John DeLiego, or it was a D'Aquila. Yes, sorry about that. I can't read my own handwriting. And we were out till well after 1:30. And I know for myself, I was hoping we'd give more tickets, but it seemed like we were overwhelmed with intoxication, disturbances where people were drunk. Again, it just seemed like, and I guess Washington state law requires you have so many officers for some of these events. They said, like we pulled over a car that was not run with light, or it had problems with the car, and when there's 5 people in the car, you had to have extra officers. So the problem is we would see these fireworks going off. We're trying to get there, but other things, whether it was a car accidents, public intoxication, people tearing out of parking lots, people running without lights on. I mean, it was just one thing after another, and those were priority. But I will say, all the officers we talked to, we did try to keep going back, trying to find people that were shooting off illegal fireworks. A lot of times it was already done, or and we did go off and talk to them, and we must have hit 6-7 houses. Definitely wanted to do more, but it was definitely frustrating when you get that many calls. You only have so many officers, and everybody's trying their best. And it did kind of seem like people were in competition with Giza Stadium. I was actually kind of shocked. The other fireworks that were going around, as a council, we do talk about these things. I think we're all wanting the best for the city of Pasco. We are wanting police force to clamp down on all this. And maybe that's further discussion on how we get there. But I know with the budget that we have and the police force that we have, we can only do so much. But I did want to give kudos to Pasco Police Department again. We were out and the fire department. Again, it seemed like everybody was working their hardest to try to do the best 4th of July that we could have. So I give my hats off to you guys, and thank you. So with that, I'm not seeing any other lights. We'll jump to 8, which is hearing council action on ordinances and resolutions related to thereto. I'm not seeing any. We go to 9, which is ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. So we have A, which is a quasi-judicial, and I'll read it, and then we'll have our lawyer say his. So we got quasi-judicial ordinance number 4779, Diaz rezone from C1 to MU, and Mr. Ferguson.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Again, this is a quasi-judicial matter. It's a hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on the materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, or privileges of the specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance and fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows. A demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties. B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally. C, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts. D, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing. And finally, E, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Hearing none. Are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
Well, thank you. We're going to go with Haley Miller as far as going to give us a presentation on this.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is an ordinance for a rezone of a parcel shown on the screen here that is just south of West Sylvester Street and then west of North 20th Avenue. And this is the northern portion of the parcel shown on the screen that is vacant. And the applicant proposed to rezone this parcel from C1 commercial zoning to mixed use zoning. And this is in compliance with the comprehensive plan designation, which is mixed use commercial. And this project went to a public hearing on May 14th, and the hearing examiner has recommended approval. There were no appeals that were received. And on the next slide, show the land use map here. This is the comprehensive plan zoning. That pink color is the mixed use commercial designation that was enacted in 2023. Then the next slide shows the current zoning of the property, which is C1, and that would be converted to mixed use commercial. And then for all rezone applications in Pasco, there is criteria that is listed on the screen. And when staff receives these applications, we go through and look at the criteria with the applicant, bring it to the public hearing, and then the hearing examiner takes input at the public hearing and verifies these criteria are met. And we have done so in the packet, and the hearing examiner has verified that. And then here is the process where it goes from the hearing examiner recommendation to City Council for final approval via quasi-judicial hearing that is scheduled for tonight. So happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Does any of the council have any questions for Director Miller? We got Councilman Barajas.
Thank you. Just a quick question. How many, and I probably read it and I don't know what page, those 130 pages. How many homes are planned to be built on here?
I'm not actually sure of the project action. This is the rezone, so it didn't detail exactly what they were doing on the site in the packet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have any other? I'm not seeing any, so with that, can I get a motion?
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 4779, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located near the corner of West Sylvester Street and North 20th Avenue in Pasco, Washington, from C1 retail business to mixed use MU, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
We got a first by Paralis and a second by Blaisdell. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Looks like that one passes unanimously. So let's go on to B, which is resolution number 4621, setting time and date for a public hearing for an easement vacation for Big Sky Developers, LLC. And we also have Director Miller.
Thank you. This is a resolution to set a time to consider the easement vacation proposed by Big Sky Developers. And on the next slide, there's a bit of history here. Don't try and read all of that. I will explain it. But in the early 1900s, there was a petition filed by residents in the area to establish a 60-foot road. And then later on in 1910, the road or the easement was established by the Northern Pacific Railway Company. So there's an easement in that area. And then on the next slide, this is the process that staff goes through to determine if an easement should be vacated. And for those of you that don't know, when you vacate an easement, that just means that it's a public easement, but we, the city, are vacating it. We no longer have a need for it. And then that can be returned back to the applicant. In some cases, we can assess a fee. In other cases, if it's just fixing an existing deficiency, we do not recommend that. So we go through the different approval criteria listed on this screen, and we feel this is eligible for an easement vacation and have scheduled a public hearing for August 18th. And the next slide, I believe, shows a aerial photo of the easement. It's a small 3-foot strip that is located on the east side of Convention Drive. So the right-of-way width there, I believe 80 feet is needed total from the center of the line. And so if you follow Convention Drive up to the north, we do not need that extra 3 feet that is on the applicant's property. So that 3 feet has been determined not to be needed, and staff is recommending this be vacated, and the decision and discussion can happen during the public hearing, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have before setting a hearing date. Thank you.
All right, with that, does any of the council have any questions for Director Miller? I'm not seeing any, so if I could get a motion, Councilman Paralis.
Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 4621, setting a 7:00 p.m. Monday, August 18th, 2025 hearing as the time and date for a public hearing to consider the vacation of the eastern 3 feet of the easement established by auditors file number 487139, originally granted by the Northern Pacific Railway Company in Pasco, Washington, and a waiver of the requirements for a title report, appraisal of value, and compensation.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilman Paralis and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And all opposed say nay. Not hearing any, so it passes unanimously. With that, we are going to roll on to number 10, unfinished business. And we are, looks like we have a city manager finalist interview process. And we got, looks like Human Resource Director Sarah.
Actually,
oh, you're going to do it? Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll take this. And good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So at your last week's special meeting, as you might recall, staff and the GMP consulting team reviewed with Council the candidate interview process. There's basically 5 parts to that process. Just to review, a tour of the city is one of them. Executive session candidate meet and greet with the council which will take place on Sunday evening, followed by a public reception, meet and greet. Worth noting that the general public, as well as I anticipate many of our stakeholders and other interested parties, will be at that event to meet the candidates. The following day, on the 14th, panel interviews along with a council executive session to top the day off to discuss the qualifications of the candidates. So that kind of gives you a sense of the sequencing there. And then council would take subsequent action regarding an appointment at a time of their choosing afterwards. That's certainly not scheduled at this point in time. It could happen very quickly. It could take a while. But with respect to the panels, when we closed out the topic last week, there were some different impressions among staff and council as to whether there would be 3 panels or 2 panels. And we're back for a quick discussion tonight to kind of settle this ambiguity so we can get this schedule finalized. So the 2-panel option is basically city council and senior staff. And I know there were council members that felt that was the way they wanted to go because there was already an opportunity for stakeholders and other public community influencers perhaps to meet the candidates at the previous evening and provide input to council. Then there's a 3-panel option that we talked about that had some support among council, which would be city council as a panel, the directors as a panel, and then a stakeholders group, which would, members of the public. So the company's experience, I'll just share, has been that the inclusion of stakeholders solely for the purpose of identifying candidate strengths and weaknesses, not to rank them or everything else, of the candidates, can be helpful to decision makers and results in a degree of buy-in on the council's ultimate decision. So that's one of the advantages of having that panel. Again, you do have the function the night before as well. Regardless of whether you have 2 panels or 1 panel, obviously this is the council's sole decision to make. And staff is asking, you have 2 motions to consider. Option A, that it believes a 2-panel option, and option B, the 3-panel. We're looking for some directions so we can finalize this. Any questions?
All right, well, thank you. We're going to start off with Councilman Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I would be for option A. I was one of the ones last week that talked about the different options and was kind of just at least thinking out loud about it as far as including the stakeholders. And I love the idea of the buy-in and having them as part of the process, but yet it would be really easy for people to feel left out because not everybody's going to be in that group. And so I love the idea of the open house the day before where many of these stakeholders are invited and can interact. But I would be for option A as I think the cleanest and easiest way of putting it of the 2 panels. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Grimm. We got Councilwoman Barajas.
I have a quick question for staff on what we've done in the past. I'm looking at David. Not sure if you recall what the process was when we brought on Adam, but that was a little different. Here we're starting brand new. Can you, Dave, I'm not sure if you were there, but Richa or staff, can someone refresh me on the process we went through when Dave was brought on?
When I was brought on? Yeah, I can.
Well, because Adam's process,
Maria was here.
again, Adam's process was different because Adam was basically already on board. He was the interim.
Yeah.
So he just kind of transitioned in. But the process to bringing in someone new, someone different.
And I can give you my experience with it as a candidate. I can't tell you how well it worked. Well, I think it came out with a good decision, but that aside, I can't tell you how smooth of a process it was because I wasn't involved in the internal piece. But basically, there were 3 panels. There was a council and 2 additional panels. And those 2 panels had a mix of department directors and community members, community influencers. The school superintendent, college president, folks like that, Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. That's the response I was looking forward to. I would opt for option B because, again, I'm going to state this. what I said before, it's a community-wide consensus of who is gonna help us as council members to run the city when we're not present. Someone that does the hard work behind closed doors. And so I think it's the community that should be involved. Like Mr. Zabel just mentioned, colleges, your school directors, your possibly your school board president, but someone that has a stake in it and someone that has good input to share on why they're participating. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We're going to move on to Councilman Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll be brief. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Grimm. I thought about it a lot over the weekend because I knew we were going to talk about this tonight. I just don't really see any benefit from it because I did think about, I don't want to leave anyone out. I don't want to get into this whole, I suggest like 4 or 5 people and then half the council doesn't agree and then it just goes back and forth. I think the points that Interim City Manager Dave Zill made about, maybe having, Superintendent Whitney, CBC, but at the same time, I'll just say it, I don't really feel like we have like the best relationships with any of those entities. We're community partners, but it's not like we talk every week or something. So I'm going to go off of their judgment. I don't know. I don't know what benefit I would get from hearing what they think. I think the community mixer on Sunday is something great. People can come, they can talk to them. I just think at the end of the day, hearing from director heads and talking amongst yourself, we'll be able to get a good kind of grasp of the 3 candidates and kind of make a decision from there. And so I'm going to be for option A. And again, I'm all for community input. I'm Mr. Community after all, but I just think I'm not really sure what I can glean from having a third panel of community stakeholders and influencers. And plus it's more work on staff because they're going to have to organize it. And, it's not like we have a lot of time here. And I know Dave wants to get back to being retired. So, a little faster we can kind of get information and make decisions. I think that bodes well for us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilwoman Blaisdell.
My preference is option B. Reason being is this city manager is representing Pasco as a whole. So I think that that's more reason for this person to build relationships with council, the directors, and the stakeholders. They're going to have the relationship with all of those people. And the stronger the relationship they have with everyone, the better city we will have. I think that our stakeholders are really important to the city, and I think that their opinions matter.
All right, I do appreciate that. I know I'll give it to Mr. Perales in a second to do his motion, which one he decides he wants to push forward first. I will say, whether it's Whitney or some of the other members, we do talk to them. We have the social hour. You are going to talk to people. Hey, what's your, and then again, we're always open to emails or phone calls or whatever. So I'm good with both of them. I guess my big take would be, how can we move forward faster? How can we get this done? A lot of times I go with my gut as a business owner, kind of knowing what I would want. Usually kind of get a sense of the person and their qualifications. I think all of us on the council, on the dais are competent enough to do that. But I mean, again, I'm definitely willing to hear from the community, but I don't think it's a necessity in my book. So with that, and I'm not seeing any other. Oh, Mr. Zabel.
Just one comment, just in the sake of time. If council were to approve option B, we would want to follow that vote with a discussion on who we invite.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, why don't we have Councilman Perales tell us what he wants to do first.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve option A for the city manager finalist interview process.
Second.
Okay, we got a first by Perales, second by Councilman Grimm. So let's do a roll call on this to make sure we're clear.
Councilmember Barajas?
No.
Oh, wait, for
option A.
Option A. Okay, so no. Okay. Blaisdell,
No.
Grimm,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
and Milne.
Yes.
Okay, it's 3-2. Passes.
All right. So with that clarified, let's go on to number 11, which is new business. I'm not seeing anything listed, so let's go on to number 12, miscellaneous discussion. Do we have anything by council, or let's start off with Councilman Perales, and then we'll go to interim city manager Dave Zabel.
Perfect. I'll be brief. Just wanted to, I know we talked about it a little bit, and I sent an email last week, a little bit at the budget meeting. We didn't really touch on it, but I sent over that email about the right-of-way vacation policy change. Want to see if there's any appetite to maybe have staff work on that policy change based on those merits I presented in the email. You know, it would help out infill. It would increase property tax base. It would increase taxes on the property owner, but it would also provide more property taxes to the city. And, you know, so I wanted to get interest of the council to see if we could move forward with directing staff to kind of look into that, provide the pros and cons at least.
Councilman Grimm, do you have a
No, no, it was on something else. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. My 2 cents is that we maybe bring it up when we have the full council. Make sure we have the other two councilmen could chime in and see where we're at with all that. So, was there anything else you'd like to?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about fireworks. Like you, I wanted to save it for the end though. I also fielded a lot of phone calls and I met with residents this past weekend. I do think we need to look into the merits of perhaps banning them again. It just seemed a lot of people were very irresponsible. We had a record night, and I will say that, I think we're going to get a presentation probably right now or an update. I would rather kind of get an email before seeing it in the news. When I see record numbers, I'm like, well, I kind of wish we would have known more about this prior to the council meeting. But I look forward to the presentation. We have an issue where we're doing more with less, and that's the reason why I brought forward that perhaps looking into HB 2015 and increasing the sales tax, because we do need more officers, we need more firefighters, we need more resources because we continue to grow. There's way too many incidents this weekend that could be prevented, and I think there's a lot of small proportion of bad actors, but they cause great big problems for our city within a 2 to 3 day span. We don't got to make a decision tonight, obviously, that wouldn't be appropriate, but I think we need to at least have the discussion. It looked like we lifted the ban 6 or 7 years ago based on a kind of a simple search. I do think we need to look into it. If I could just bear with me, I know we get excited when we get a chance to get out early, but I got a lot of different emails from people. I have one from Diana Bellafato off Salem Drive. This is what she had to say. I had an absolute mess in my front yard, especially my backyard, until I saw my driveway. This is so frustrating. Little bits of melted plastic and shredded cardboard, not to mention, I actually take care of my yard, and then the 4th of July happens, and now I have to clean up all by myself. From Jean, over here in the community also, last night sounded like a war zone with explosive sound. It sounded so loud, it sounded like they were right outside my window. I got another individual who said that, her walls were shaking, her dogs were barking, she had to calm them down. I had another person say they had to leave, actually leave, get in their car and leave and drive just out into the country and try not to laugh, but get away from all the noise. So I think it's great that people want to have fun, but they got to be responsible. And you saw across whole Tri-Cities, people are just making really bad decisions. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to do our research, get with our staff and make a decision here going forward. And I'm a person who was selling fireworks, but we were selling the ones we actually are allowed to use here in the city of Pasco. But you have people bringing in stuff from the reservations and outside other areas. So I'll get off my soapbox, but again, thank you to Pasco PD, Pasco Fire Department for doing a good job. Sorry it was such a record-breaking night. We'll try and get you guys some help and get you the resources that you need. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And since I was here at that vote when we lifted the ban on fireworks overall, I will say that when I was on the ride along, we had a gal call up, was very mad that the kids next door were sprinklers. He tried to tell her that, hey, this is legit. She was yelling and screaming, wanted Pasco PD over there because she felt that kids shouldn't be running around with sparklers. And I know during the discussion years ago, a lot of it came up was that there was regular stuff that really wasn't worth Pasco PD's time. They want to concentrate more on the illegal stuff. And that's why we allowed the regular stuff that's sold in the city of Pasco to be legit. It's the stuff that's going up in the air. I do feel we should have a conversation as far as how to have more police on this particular day and this evening. I'm all for that. I'd wait to hear if Ken Roski, within the next couple weeks, he's going to give us a report. But I'm saying that it is difficult. We did go back and forth on whether to lift it. And again, if you put the ban, you're still going to have kids with their little firecrackers, sparklers, and you're going to have Pasco PD. And then again, as I said before, there was a lot of other things when you get drunk and you get people with alcohol, partying. It causes, that's higher up on the chain. Shouldn't be, but I mean, I guess it should be, but it's, when you only have so much police force, it's very difficult to be everywhere at one time. So definitely willing to have a discussion, but right now I still think I'm going to go off with what Ken Roski has said in the past, that they want to concentrate on people that are shooting illegal. And again, with the amount of resources that we have, I would be for that unless we got a different tone came back from Pasco PD. So that's my 2 cents, but I know Councilman Grimm was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Would it be more appropriate to add my comments at the end after were they going to make a presentation or talk about it, or?
Were you planning on this evening? Okay. I wasn't sure if you were. Okay. Well, he is Johnny on the spot on that one then. So,
I just prefer to make them afterwards then,
okay.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
And let's go.
I have a quick request.
Okay.
Now knowing that you have your report ready for today, maybe in an email we can get a comparison of what it was before. So I know back the ban was in place for 22 years. 2018 is when we lifted the ban. So I'm curious to see what the numbers were when there was a ban in comparison to now. And just an email is perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Zabel, did you still want to?
I was actually going to invite the chiefs up to give their presentations, and then I do have one other item after that.
Okay. Well, let's see what the chief of police has to say.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Quick update on the July 4th and the weekend. It took us most of the morning into the afternoon to pull the data, get it analyzed, get it into a report for me. So that's why you didn't get it well in advance. I didn't have it well in advance. So we were a little busy last night as well. So we hit the ground running this morning. This was a priority for us, pulling this data, but other events from last night got us a little bit behind the 8 ball. So apologize for not getting it to you in advance. See if the clicker's working. Just some graphs and some data for you. It was a, whoops, am I missing a, sorry, but again, we just put this together. I'm just going to start with the staffing levels. So you can see that we staffed up for the night. July 4th for us is a blackout day, which means we don't give any of our field support officers vacation on that day. They all have to work unless it's their scheduled day off. Then it would have been overtime to bring them in. So you can just see that we were adequately staffed. We have some lean times and some beefed up times, but then you also have to remember, in addition to 250 calls for service in that 24-hour period, a little over 10 calls an hour, we had 3 major missions and events that we also had to monitor: the Grand Ole Fourth, the Giza Stadium, and the Riverfront. As far as calls for service, we saw a slight decrease, I think, from last year, this year from last year. And there's a breakdown of the type of calls that we responded to on that day. You can see, as Pro Tem Milne mentioned, domestics, intoxication, all of the other things that come with a celebration. definitely busy for us, but I felt that as far as calls for service, the events, we were well staffed and did a good job at handling those. Some comparison and some data you can kind of see from how the calls came in. Calls for service peaked up and on the 4th with 252 calls. Number of fireworks complaints across the Tri-Cities is the next box to the right. You'll see that we were lower than Kennewick, about average with Richland, so it's not just Pasco that's dealing with this issue. And then calls for service by hour. I think one of the things that the data shows us is we have to mitigate all of the events that are going on for public safety. Council members that were out witnessed it. It's not as simple as writing a traffic ticket. You do have to seize evidence. So then you have to determine, are you going to take an officer out of service for an hour or so to go process seized fireworks? So it's just a balance. And what we tried to focus on, the message that I gave our folks was we wanted to address anything that was obviously dangerous, things that were potentially going to light brush fires or structures on fire or injure people. Those were kind of our focus. And then the rest of our resources were directed amongst those events that were going on the 4th, the 3 sponsored events with the river, Gisa Stadium, and the Grand Old Fourth. I'm sure you have questions for me, so I'm not going to keep going on. I'll field the questions. I think the fire chief is also going to give you an update, so I don't know how you want to, if you want his update now, or if you want to ask questions of me.
Yeah, why don't we get fire chief's report, and then we could have questions by council.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, council. I don't have the clicker. There you go. So over here, we just have a couple, broken down in a couple different groups that we'll talk about. Just our planning process, and so how we prepared for the event, our response and deployment, a summary of the incidents, and then the outcomes that we saw. So kind of a little bit of a background on how we planned for this. We did a regional incident action plan, or an IAP we call it, and that included all the municipal fire departments and district fire departments. So we worked together because we realized with the limited resources, I mean, we have enough to properly staff, but there's a lot going on, and sometimes these incidents take more than 1 or 2 engines. So we had a master plan for the whole region. We worked with our dispatch center, which is CCOM, and what we did is we upstaffed that. So they had 2 dedicated dispatchers. Normally there's 1 for both counties. So we had 2, 1 for Benton and 1 for Franklin County. And with that, we had 2 different frequencies, 1 for Benton and 1 for Franklin County. So that helped split that workload. We staffed up an EROC, which is an expanded resource ordering coordinator, which was myself. So I was over it with CCOM. And that position just helps the dispatchers, if large events happen, to help direct where resources need to go in the most effective spot for them to respond to. And then we implemented what's called a Cat 4 dispatching. And what that's used for is events like this, where we know there's going to be a lot of calls coming in. We reduce the amount of resources we send to unconfirmed calls. So if it's a confirmed structure fire or a medical call, we send a full dispatch. But if we have a smoke showing, a possible, we'll send 1 resource to kind of scout it out and then call in for additional resources. So again, we're trying to maximize our response. And then just so you know, Pasco Fire was fully staffed. So we have a staffing of 21 firefighters. That includes all the captains and battalion chief. So we had a full staffing that night as well. So as far as our response and deployment, so to give you a little background, our typical shift, which is a 24-hour shift, starts from 8 in the morning till 8 the next morning. We average about 24 calls for service. That includes all fire and EMS calls. What we saw for the 4th and going into the 5th is we had 86 calls for service. 67 of those calls were in Pasco. We received aid, so that's a mutual aid or automatic aid agreement. So if we have Kennewick or Richland coming to help us, we had 10 of those, and then we gave aid to 19 of those 19 calls. So that means we went out of our district. One of the things we gave direction to our battalion chief was to make sure that when we're going out, to make sure Pasco is still fully staffed. So we want to make sure that we maintain a full complement of resources in Pasco, and that's where that EROC comes into play and helps direct. If they're calling too many, we help stabilize where resources are going. One of the big things with that too is we don't want units kind of crossing each other, so we try to keep them in their areas. So, well, in particular, if you can go back one more, please. In particular, what I want to look at is that 4 p.m. to 3 a.m. time frame on the 4th of July. So the whole shift, we had 86 calls. During that one time frame of 4 to 6, we had 69 of those, 69 calls there. 51 calls were in Pasco, received aid, 10 calls, and we gave aid 18. So that was a very busy time for us. I think that's probably the busiest we've seen in Pasco for the fire department with that. This kind of gives an idea from that those 69 calls that we had, the event types. So we had 35 natural cover fires or wildland fires. We had 6 residential structure fires, 2 commercial structure fires, 3 vehicle fires, 8 trash can fires or dumpster fires. And then of course we had some other like a fire alarm, some accidents, and then several EMS events as well. Next slide. So here's a picture of one of the areas we went to actually several times in the evening. You can kind of see that basketball court right there is littered. There was a lot of activity over there, and so that's just an example of our crews out there working. Again, you just had one resource out there, so though we were able to handle all the calls efficiently, we didn't reduce staff, and so we had a little more stress on our crews out there. So our outcomes. Overall, we had 1 civilian injury. It was a very minor injury that didn't require transport. We had 0 firefighter injuries. Of those calls, the 69 calls, 54 were fire-related calls, and 52 of those were directly related to fireworks. So the 2 that were not were 2 vehicle fires that were on the highway. The good thing is with our dispatching and with proper preparation, we were able to dispatch our incidences very quickly with our dispatch center, and we were able to provide a very quick response. Of those calls, it sounds pretty significant as far as the residential structure fires and commercial fires. When we came out of it, at least for Pasco, we had very limited actual property damage, and that's why I want to put the last thing in here: our huge community support. We actually saw, because there's so many people out there, that they actually reported very quickly, and we actually had a lot of people out there with hoses and helping us, so they were putting out fires pretty fast. And so we saw most of those fires that were out of residence, people were putting water on through a hose, bucket brigade in a way, and so by the time we got there, the fire was pretty much controlled. So I just wanted to point that out, that our community had a huge part in our success. And that's kind of a high-level update on fire. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Do we have any council members that would like to make comments? So start with Councilwoman.
Just a quick question. Can we get this presentation, both presentations, emailed to us? Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Grimm.
No, thank you. I just want to thank Chief Roski and Chief Crowley and your staff just for, just Pasco's finest in the blue and the white out there. And I know it makes for a long day and a long night, and it sounds like a couple, our Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Blaisdell got to attest to that. So really, no, I just wanted to, I guess say thank you. And where some of this comes from, I mean, there is a lot of rhetoric out there. I mean, I heard some, really strong words, and I want to assure the public that we do care about this. This is important. And when we hear words like, completely out of control, or that we don't even care, no, we do take this really, really seriously, as I know the chief of police does. And he's a lawman by, it's got to be deep in that blood at some point in this career. So this stuff's really important. But I think, a lot of this comes down to, pardon the pun, I think it's just a flashpoint of a, larger picture in society of, the fabric of society continuing to be unwoven by people's, I guess, the entitlement mentality we have. People lack good judgment, respect for authority, even respect for God for that matter. And people just don't fear consequences anymore. I think we see that in the amount of red lights that people run and how late, oftentimes you see somebody going late through a light and you think to yourself, wow, that was pretty late. And then 2+2, somebody else is still going through. And so sadly, I think, the mob mentality sometimes sets in on an event like the 4th of July, and people see other people doing it. And sometimes there's like an energy that flows through the crowd and everybody just starts behaving very poorly. And it's very frustrating, I guess, to me, and I know to the rest of us and everything. So Chief, I really appreciate your crews out there, just keeping up the good fight and, keeping our city as safe as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Councilman Grimm. We got Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I just have one other comment. I started at 8, ended at midnight. By midnight, my anxiety was high. I was super overwhelmed. And the fact that every single police officer and every single firefighter and EMS was calm. They went on to the next call no matter what call. I mean, we went on a fire call. We went domestic violence. We went overdose. We went to car accident with kids. Like, the list went on in a 4-hour period. And they all stayed calm. And I'm like, how are you not losing it right now? And they were as calm, every single one of them, as calm as the beginning of their shift till the end. So all I have to say is it takes a special kind of person to do what you guys do. And you guys see more stuff than I can even imagine. And I've had my fix of 4-hour police calls for probably a good 6 months. But as much as the fireworks are once a year, you guys do this every day. And you guys see this stuff nonstop. So I just want to say one more time, it is appreciated. And I know every single one of your people, our people, are putting their best foot forward no matter what they see. And one thing I really appreciated with Officer Franz is he was more protected of what I saw. Like, he wanted to make sure that he didn't traumatize me in whatever call we were going to. But they dealt with the situation and went to the next, no matter what was thrown in their way. So I just want to make sure that the citizens know that public safety is first, no matter what. So appreciate it.
Thank you for that. I do want to echo that. I know one of the bigger things I got out of it was the officer that I was with, he had to go up and there was about 15 guys that surrounded him when he went up and they were done with the fireworks, but they had just finished. And again, all this group of guys surrounded him like, oh, that's bad. I'm in the cop car and he's out there by himself, but he handled it really well. And it just kind of hit me that, our decisions, other people are having to go out and answer for that, to explain it. And so it just kind of weird when you vote on something and then you see another guy in the fray, in there, surrounded by people. Again, it all turned out well, but, I was thinking, well, if something does go down, this is really bad because I'm in the car and I'm not going to be able to give him that much assistance, me against 15 guys, but it went well and he handled it expertly. And so just another thing I will say, that it's weird when we make decisions and then other people in the police force have to go out there and answer to those decisions that we've made. So it a little bit of eye-opener. And again, I also want to echo Councilwoman Blaisdell's comments about how professionalism and how everybody was calm, and I do really appreciate the experience and the opportunity to go out there and spend 3 hours with you guys. It was a good experience. Thank you.
One final comment.
Okay, we have another comment from...
Just a final comment. I am very sorry that I had to miss it this time. I had family that I needed to tend to. But I'm very curious to organize right along in the near future, just to see how things have mellowed down since. I know your officers have always done a great job at making sure when there's a ride along that we're well taken care of. I've been on one before, and have seen a lot of what they go through. One thing that we as council members need to consider is that our officers, both fire and police, are always out there exposing their lives for what they do. We need to make sure that the services, we need to somehow fix the budget to where they have the services for mental health and to be able to take care of themselves and their families. So I just want to highlight that now that we've all seen what the officers go through. So just keep that in mind in the future. Thank you, Chiefs.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. And yeah, look forward to getting a written copy of that as well. And so kick it back to.
And just one more comment. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And that is, we don't have a report on the July 4th festivities in general just now. We don't have the software and the staff to put that kind of thing together. It's Jesse doing it by himself. And we'll have that for you next week, though. And get into kind of the attendance. It was very well attended, very well, council noted, very well executed, as well as sponsorships, which were pretty high, and a lot of support out there in the community. So we're anxious to get that to you, but it's kind of one of these years where when you have July 4th on a Friday or Saturday, it's hard to turn it around by Monday night.
Well, I appreciate that. Yes, that would be difficult. So with that, we don't have a need for an exec session. So it's going to roll us into number 14, which is adjournment. And without anything, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council Workshop Meeting this Monday, July 14th, 2025. City thanks you for being a part of your city government. At workshop meetings, the City Council discusses issue but no formal actions taken. Agenda packets for those here present physically are available on the table underneath the fancy sign that says agendas. For those following along in via website or other electronic means, it's www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. Is it just me or does the mic sound off? I mean, it sounds a little, anyway, whatever. We're good. As long as I can be heard, I guess that's all that matters. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV channel 191 in Richland and in Pasco via Spectrum Cable. And is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous City Council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions to the council by contacting the city manager or city clerk or by using the app.
Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Here.
Councilmember Grimm.
He is excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Harpster.
Present.
Councilmember Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am present.
Thank you.
Thank you with that. If you all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you with that. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, which is our verbal reports from council members. Mr. Harpster is on and off, so you're on again.
Yeah. After our long day today, I attended the Pasco Chamber of Commerce member appreciation barbecue, which luckily was indoors at the Hapo Center. Well attended. Myself, folks from Port Pasco, FPUD, Big Bend, and Coville tribes, and just a lot of great representation. And not a lot of business coverage, just a fun event, get together, good chance to hang out with folks. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. With that, I see no one else. Oh, Ms. Bras.
I wasn't going to share, but I'll share real quick. On an unofficial capacity, I was asked to be a speaker for the incoming graduation, not even graduating yet, for the incoming class at WSU Pullman for the year, their bilingual class. So, was able to do that. And I will share a bragging mom moment Again, just non-official. But a bragging mom moment. Over the weekend, I was very proud to have switched the badge on my son, who is in the Army National Guard. So he was promoted to sergeant. If he's watching this, he's going to be upset. But I'm bragging. I'm very proud of my son. Thank you.
Well, you certainly should be proud. You've done a heck of a job with those boys, and thank you for their service, and thank you for your proxy service here. Just other than that, thank you for those who came out last night. We had our 3 finalists for the city council, city manager position. I think this was well attended. I didn't count heads. I'm guessing about 50 people, give or take, maybe even more. For a Sunday night, that's pretty phenomenal. And then we had the opportunity to get the 3 gentlemen, and we're very blessed to have had some solid applicants. So we're looking forward to moving along in that process and then keeping you all informed as we get there. So with that, seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 5. These are our items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. If anyone's new to us, in these workshop meetings, we allow the opportunity for up to 8 aggregate minutes of comments, total of 2 comments at 2 minutes each. What's that? Is my speaker off now?
Angela's working.
Okay. We good? Am I still off? Okay. All right. I guess. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, there was an echo. That's why I asked earlier. Okay. So anyway, the rules of engagement here: 8 minutes of total public comment, 2 pros, 2 cons, up to 2 minutes each, and it'll be limited by myself and the clock over there. So the first item, we have just 4 items tonight. Item A is resolution Lonnie and Louis Montes lease agreement, portion of parcel number 112-330-255. That's going to come from us to us from Director Rice.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, this is a lease renewal agreement for a previously leased property that was leased previously in 2015 and had 2-year renewal periods, both of which expired, and the current leasee wishes to continue that lease, so we worked on updating the agreement to be a 3+2 agreement. Worked with our real estate representative to do an evaluation of the current market rate and ensure that we're meeting that, and included a 3% annual increase to ensure that we keep up with market rates. We should be right here somewhere. So here's, as pictured, here's the lease portion, which is located directly behind their building and between the animal shelter for reference. Outline of what the payment will be for the first 3 years, and then the extension, the 4th and 5th years extension, and also all lease rates, or all lease properties have to include Washington State lease excise tax, which is also included as part of the total lease agreement. So just this evening, asking council to approve the resolution to renew the lease agreement and continue as it has been for the previous 9 years. Any questions?
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
All right, thank you.
All right, then I guess we anticipate seeing that in a future meeting. With that, we'll move along to item B, which is a resolution. It's an award bid number 23506 for the 8th Street and 6th Avenue pedestrian crossing improvements project to Ellison Earthworks LLC. This is going to come to us from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. As you have mentioned, this is a bid award. This project is a highway safety improvement project, so it's funded federally. We received funds for the project. Design was completed for the improvement of the crossing at 8th Street and 6th Avenue. There will be bulb outs built to shorten the distance for pedestrians crossing, as well as installation of lighting and rapid flashing beacons that will be activated by pedestrians when they want to cross. This intersection had a history of crashes, including a fatality, which is why funding was awarded for this project. The project was advertised for bids, and the lowest responsible bidder was Edison Earthworks with a bid of $351,270.09. Our engineer's estimate was $380,000, and it's listed with the accurate dollar amount in the screen. There were no irregularities found in the lowest bidder. We received 2 bids in total, but the lowest bidder had no irregularities, so we're recommending award. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this.
Do you have any questions or comments? Seeing none, it's always appreciated when A, we have a grant funded project, and B, it comes in right, under the dollar threshold. So thank you for keeping up your work there, and we look forward to seeing this. I do need to circle back. Do we have any public comments on item A? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay. Now I'll circle back to item B. Do we have any public comments on item B? Going once, going twice, 3 times. All right, with that, then I can move properly on to item C, which is our countywide planning policies. It looks like Director Miller, and I believe you're going to be joined here from the county, or maybe you're going to roll solo. We'll see. Haley, you're not on. There you go.
There we go. I turned the microphone on. Thank you for that. My name is Haley Miller, the Community and Economic Development Director here, and I'm joined by Wes McCart. He is the Planning and Building Director over at Franklin County. And tonight we're bringing forward to you the countywide planning policies that are developed by Franklin County in collaboration with the other cities within Franklin County. And this is one of the initial steps that we go through each time before the comprehensive plan process. And these policies have not been updated, I believe, since the last periodic cycle, which was in 2019. And then these were originally adopted in 1993. So they've been looked at. This is the second time now since the adoption. And the City Council is not required to formally adopt these by resolution or ordinance. However, we do like to bring these forward to the council for review. Each city in Franklin County is bringing these forward to their decision bodies to summarize the planning policies to make sure that you are aware of the policies. And if you have any written comments or feedback, if you have feedback, I'm happy to provide something in writing to our neighbors over at Franklin County to consider this prior to adoption. The countywide planning policies sets the stage for the comprehensive plan update, as I've mentioned, and here are some regulations related to the countywide policies, and these are intended to guide growth in different policies. So most of these are fairly straightforward. We did include the clean version in the attachment, and then the marked up version with comments, and then the draft resolution that the county will be looking at. And in here we have general themes related to our urban growth areas, reducing sprawl, transportation, housing, economic development, property rights, permits, natural resources, open space, the environment, citizen participation, public facilities, historic preservation, and climate change. And so these are listed in different sections here, and the new state guidelines related to the comprehensive plan have also been built in. So there's additional stipulations at the state level, as I mentioned in our comp plan kickoff presentation, that there is more emphasis on housing with this update and different income levels and bands of housing. There's also climate change initiatives at the state level that counties and cities are required to update. We will be touching on that in more detail as we go through the comprehensive plan process. And the county and its consultant did provide a draft to all the staff at different cities to look at that, and there was quite a bit of edits that Craig, Raymond, and myself had to this, and we were able to sit down and work out most of the issues that the planning directors identified here in Pasco. So I am supportive of these changes, and I have Wes here in case you have any questions on any specific items, and I'm available too to answer questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for either our staff or Mr. Harpster?
No questions. I have reviewed most of the changes, and it just looks like a lot of catching up with recent or not so recent changes from the legislature. The only comment I have is I appreciate the coordination between the city and the county, and that's something that I've not seen for years. And so I just really appreciate that both of you, somewhat new to your positions here locally, are taking advantage of that and working together across the street here. So thanks for that.
Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. When is the projected adoption date for the county?
So I wanted to give time for all the cities to bring it to their council. You're the last one. As soon as I get a kind of a thumbs up that you guys are good to go with it, hopefully tonight, then I plan on publishing. 2 weeks later, we'll have the hearing. So approximately
thank you.
2.5, 3 weeks.
I'll take a crack at a couple questions. Just one, like looking at number 42, talking about jointly developing and implementing land division building standards, coordinating permit procedures for review and permitting. I know obviously each jurisdiction has its own authority and its own processes. What do we see then maybe more of a shared vision or shared activity through the adoption of this as we see some of these, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn as someone who doesn't develop land for a living, but it just seems that, kind of the county does its thing and the city does its thing. How do we see this maybe causing a future marriage or whatever it may be?
So I think the idea is that, and Haley, you can back me up, when we got here, because I'm fairly new, I came in February also, we heard a lot of angst over, the city's doing their thing, the county's doing their thing. You spoke to that, Mr. Harpster. The idea here is, can we come up with a better way of working together? Sometimes you guys annex property in, you're looking at, well, I don't really want this because it doesn't have sidewalks, it doesn't have this, it doesn't have that amenity. If it's in the growth management, or in the UGA, we want to make sure that we try and align what our codes, our development codes are as they're going forward. So, Mayor, that's the impetus of this particular one, is to make it so we can work together to come up with regulations that, we're not dumping everything in the county, or we're not dumping everything into this city. The other thing I'll add is as a former county commissioner, I've seen cities and counties that adopt these plans and just kind of put them on a shelf and let them not really work. So part of the hope here is, after these are adopted, that we can work together on issues that we have mutual interest in and come up with ILAs to actually adopt things that work for both of us, so we can move our entire community forward.
Well, I think and I do have some comments. I appreciate you kind of preempting my thought process there and my next question, which is, my hope is that this isn't just a dust gatherer. This is something hopefully that is the impetus for joint and shared responsibility where it's appropriate. But go ahead, Director Miller.
Thank you, and I'll echo what was stated. We're both new to our positions, and I think we, definitely have different marching orders at times and different goals. Being county and city, it's just the city's developing in an urban setting, the county is not, and looking to preserve certain types of land. So there's naturally going to be a lot of coordination needed. So we have initiated bi-monthly meetings, and we might do more frequency. We're not sure, but we would like to collaborate at the planning director level and just open up communication so that we're not surprising the county with some things in annexation applications that maybe they weren't aware of, and just try at least to provide better communication. If we do end up disagreeing or directed to disagree on things, then so be it. But I think just more routine meetings between the two of us and then implementing these policies will be extremely helpful, at least on the planning side of things, and then we can keep each other apprised. So that is definitely our goal. We both noted that is maybe a need that could be improved, and we'll see where it goes.
Excellent.
Yep.
And then I'll just point to a couple of things that I think are phenomenal highlights. The countywide economic strategy in paragraph 40 or bullet number 45. I hope that we can work with the county and develop something that has some goals and some sort of, end zones to chase. I do kind of want to raise the note on 49, talking about impact fees, where of course presently we have school impact fees and we're discussing those and what to do with those in the future, whereas the county doesn't. So I do think, again, I realize this is like a policy document and something that we want to work towards co-implementing. Are there any other cost factors that we should be aware of that somehow I did not catch in my reading?
I'll just add that there's some logistical concerns that I think we've kind of hammered out in these. Some has to do with housing. Some has to do with essential public facilities. A lot of those, you get into apartment buildings outside of an urban growth area or landward. I can't put in apartments in the county. Essential public facilities, some of the facilities, and we do really want to coordinate on some of that information as we move forward. We've had some communications up north where I'm from, dealing with intensive behavioral health units. You really want to figure that out before you get that proposal in front of you. And those are conversations, once we just adopt it and start moving forward, we need to actually fine tune and go there, because it talk about costly. It can cost your police force, your fire response, your community. It can be very bad if we don't do it appropriately. So we put a lot of emphasis in that to try and make sure we're coordinating and putting those in the appropriate places, or designating for appropriate places.
I appreciate that.
And as far as cost, I think some of the state regulations related to climate change or housing could cost us some money in planning. We do have grants that cover this. I didn't see anything in here that would result in like a direct cost today. These are policies. If there was some language in the essential public facilities that we work through to make it more like not as specific, to leave it open. So when we do have those discussions, then we can kind of start from scratch between both entities instead of alluding to maybe a potential solution in here. So we looked through this very closely and collaborated pretty well. And I think that I'm supportive of these as written. And if we do need to get into talks about money or financing, we can do that outside of these. And it just sort of hints at it in the policies.
Excellent. Thank you. Looks like we have no further comment from council. So with that, appreciate your time. Do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. Right on. Thank you for that time. Miss Miller, give you some time to get to your seat, because I know you're up next. So that moves us along to item D, which is our federal FY26 federal funding for community development block grant and home HOME programs. We got a discussion on this. Again, it's directed by Miss Miller.
Good evening, council. This is meant to be a discussion, and then there's a question here at the end related to the city's community development block grant program and the home fund program. And the city last week was notified by a group at the federal level that the CDBG funding and home funding may not make it into the appropriations for 2026. And as of today, I heard CDBG was back in the funding. So I think the message we're trying to give to you tonight is that it is up in the air. It's not a guarantee. So there is a chance that the new administration would eliminate funding for this program, and we just won't know for sure until later on. If the funding is eliminated, that would impact Pasco, possibly related to the Section 108 loan that was secured in 2020. And this is a loan that you're allowed to take out if you're a CDBG program participant. And I believe the city secured this for a project at Peanuts Park Mercantile. And the loan was originally taken out for $3.7 million. And we have paid since then each year out of the CDBG funds $245,000 a year. So the loan is down to $2.8 million. And we're not sure if the loan would be forgiven if the funds disappear or what all the details entail at this point. But it was meant to just give you a heads up that this could be coming. And our main question tonight for the group is, would the city council be supportive of the city providing a letter of support to keep these programs in place to be sent to, I believe, Congress to consider while working on their budget? Happy to answer any questions or take in your feedback if you have any.
Thank you. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would be in support of this letter. Just a few questions. Would this, the project, this was for the Peanuts Park itself, right? Okay. Would this be, would we be able to get perhaps some state money to pay for this if this money were to go away? Like a one-time money like we do for the MLK Center and all that stuff?
you look like you're reaching for your microphone, so I'll let.
Yeah, I
City
will,
Manager
I guess,
Zabel.
take that answer. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Yeah, unlikely. States got their own budget issues, as Council's aware. They have a multi-billion-dollar deficit they're trying to plug right now. Might require a special session, so I don't. Plus, they're looking at having to backfill some other essential services that could be impacted by reforms in Medicare and Medicaid.
Okay. I guess my follow-up question would be, then if, hopefully it is forgiven, but if it's not, then we're pulling this from the general fund?
Yeah, that would probably be an option, although I don't know that that's the only option. There might be some other things we could look at. You have your 194 fund, economic development potential to be able to tap into.
So
it definitely would impact the city, though, in other plans.
Yeah, I want to get into minutia, but so do we make monthly payments on this loan, or just once a year?
I think they're once a year, and they're out of our CBDG allocation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I would certainly be in favor of submitting this letter on behalf of the city. I think it's unlikely to do anything, but I think it's important for us to do what we can. And the CDBG program is a program that I definitely support. I mean, just looking at what we funded last year, a few things. We got chip miner rehab program, Peanuts Park North, facade improvement program, City of Pasco playground equipment, ADA improvements. These, to me, are all worthwhile projects. And so if there's anything that we can do to petition the federal government or our legislators in any way, I think we should.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions. Can you clarify whether this is the president's budget or the actual congressional appropriations bill that we're seeing this stricken from?
Yeah, this is the administration's budget. Just to comment on that. So first Monday of February is when the administration's budget is due, the president's budget. That rarely, if ever, happens by that date in February. So that just came out, and the administration's proposal was to eliminate funding for CBDG in the home program. It's due to be completed October 1st, the budget approved and adopted. Again, rarely ever happens, as council is well aware. We've been kind of living on continuing resolutions for many years, different administrations. You know, it's not a Republican or Democrat thing, it just happens. Republicans and Democrats are behind it, though, I'll say, because they're the legislators. But I think a lot of negotiations happen between the time it's submitted and the time it's finally adopted, including what may or may not be in continuing resolutions. So, while the president may have this, they're taking this position, his administration may have taken this position, don't know that Congress is there. And, you know, probably pretty doubtful that they're there given the benefit of these programs, but it's you know, it's a nuanced dance, the whole budget process, and I think we've all kind of seen, and this is no criticism of the administration at all, we've all kind of seen that, you know, this is a negotiation. You know, we're negotiating probably a lot more than taking things at status quo and taking them for granted than what we've seen from other administrations, and this is probably somewhat of a symptom of that. You know, is this the bottom line of the president? To be determined.
I appreciate that, Dave, and that's why I asked the question. Knowing that it's in the presidential budget, there's a whole process that's going to happen over the next 4 to 24 months, depending on how many CRs we see. And, you know, obviously that there are some big dollars that come into this community or adjacent communities through the Hanford site, and continuing resolutions have some pretty disruptive issues community-wide. So point there is I do think that Congressman Newhouse's office would be receptive to a letter like this, presumably Congressman Baumgartner as well. And I think we could also, you know, petition our 2 senators. I know that certainly Cantwell staff is very present. Rich, you know, I get frequent pings from him, and Senator Murray's staff is also present as well. But I do think there's an opportunity for us to request that these funds remain in the budget, and I think this letter would be appropriate. Anything else from anyone else? Okay. Look forward to seeing that letter soon. Any public comment on this issue? Going once, twice, third time? All right. With that, we're going to move along on to item number 6, which are miscellaneous council discussion. Mr. Interim City Manager.
I wouldn't dare tonight, given the day you all had.
Thank you. And I see no lights from here. So that moves us along to item number 7, executive session, none listed. Presumably that's true?
No need.
Excellent. That moves us along to a 7:28 p.m. adjournment. Thank you for all for being with us. Whoops, let me get the mic on. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, July 21st, 2025. The city thanks you for being a part of your government. At regular meetings, the city takes formal action on items. We hold public hearings and we conduct other business of the city as required. Agenda packets are available for those here on that small table under the blue arrow that notably says agendas. For those following along, it's online at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland. It's also streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meetings are available on the city's website. And the public may submit comments outside of the public comment period through the Ask Pasco app or by contacting the city manager or city clerk. So with that, Ms. Clerk, you can read us the roll.
Yes. Council members: Blaisdell.
Present.
Barajas.
Present.
Britton.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
So with that, if you'll all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, that moves us along to item number 4, which is our executive session. It's a single item. It's to evaluate qualifications of an applicant for public employment under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection G. It's listed for 10 minutes. It is, we'll just call it 10:03. Or 7:03. We'll be back at 7:13. We're going to have the city manager, city attorney. Anyone else, Dave? That's it. So with that, we're going to go back for exec session behind us here. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
We're all waiting on the prom king.
Oh, sorry. It's 7:35. We've returned from executive session. That moves us along to item number 5, which is our consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council. They'll be enacted by a roll call as one motion in the form listed in the packet. There will be no separate discussion of any of these items. If further discussion is requested by any council member, that item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So before we go to this, do we have any requests to remove any items? Seeing none, Mr. Mulney? So yeah, I should probably read them. So item A is approval of the meeting minutes for July 7th, July 13th, and July 14th. Item B is bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $5,573,220.55 and a write-off totaling $754,338.31 as delinquent or bad debt. Item C is resolution number 4622, Lonnie and Louis Montez lease agreement, portion of parcel number 112330255. Item D is resolution number 4623, awarding bid number 23506 for the 8th Street and 6th Avenue pedestrian crossing improvements project to Ellison Earthworks LLC. And finally, item E is the Tri-City Regional Hotel Motel Commission reappointment of Monica Hammerberg. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Ms. Clerk.
Great. Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. With that, that moves us on to item 6, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. We do have one recognition of a phenomenal youth in our community, Ms. Hadley Blazard. Now she's given some devoted community service. I'll read some things, and then maybe Ms. Blazard, you and I will take a picture up here in front of the podium. Council can be with us, and then we'll take, let's call it a 5-minute recess. I see a lot of family members that probably want pictures and that sort of thing. So the reason we're recognizing Ms. Blazard here tonight is her devoted leadership. As Tri-City's as the Miss Tri-City teen, she's a junior at Chiawana High School. She's got a phenomenal and powerful voice for literacy and dyslexia. Her fundraising efforts and donations brought in over 1,000 dyslexia kits, reading kits, placed them in classrooms, public libraries, and organizations across Washington State. So your determination here is a testament to your commitment to helping your community and to helping those who are underserved. Washington State is a better place for your commitment to your community, and so is Pasco. We greatly appreciate everything that you've done, and every public library in the Tri-Cities and every library in the Pasco School District now carries your kits. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your heartfelt commitment. Thank you for raising awareness to this issue that plagues a lot of our kids. Now, a couple other things. Ms. Blazard has maintained a 4.0 GPA while she's been duly enrolled at CBC. She's led her team's cheer team to state championship. And she's also found the Just Serve Club at Chiawana High School. These acts of community service are no small feat, and again, also reflect your community commitment. So Hadley, with your commitment to literacy, education, and community service that exemplifies the values that we hold dearly in Pasco, your humility, your heart for service, they're truly inspiring, and we appreciate you, and we're grateful to recognize you as a member of our community. So Hadley, if you'll come up here, I'll hand this off to you, and we'll take pictures and do all the fun stuff. All right. It's always great that we get to recognize folks that are serving in our community. I've always suggested there's an open invite. If folks need to be recognized, please, submit names to the city manager's office, and they can clear it through us and through me. So it's great to see our youth giving back to folks that need it. That moves us along to item 7, which is our public comment period. The public may address council on items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of City Council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate. Or for posing of questions with the expectation of an answer that's immediate. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from various folks who may be specialized in a particular area. Citizen comments will be limited to 3 minutes as by myself, and it'll be shown by that clock there to my right. I don't see our clerk, who usually is our clock shot keeper. Oh, she's in the back. Okay. We'll figure it out. With that, anyone with the lengthy message, we ask that you may summarize, and you can submit those comments outside of this if you necessarily need to the city manager's office or via the Ask Pasco app. So as you address us, please come to the microphone, make sure it's on. You'll see the red light at the base, and provide your name and county of residence. I'm going to kick us off with, it looks like Mr. Michael Duncan is signed up for remote public comment. Is Mr. Duncan on and available? We have some quarterback in that part of the meeting. Staff? For remote public comment? Oh, sorry.
We do not have anyone, Mayor.
No? Okay. So, Mr. Duncan, are you here present? Okay. I guess we'll circle back if we see him on here in the next few minutes. I did see that Miss Lori Thompson had initially signed up for remote, but is listed as in person. Lori, if you're here, why don't you go ahead and take the first crack at the mic?
Well, I've not been here done this before, and I'm afraid I'm going to seem grouchy.
It's all right. There's a little speaker. Looks like I'm out. There you go. You're on.
Okay, my name's Lori Thompson. I live in the West Pasco neighborhood between 68 Burden, Sandifer area, and I've been in that house for about 9 years now, and I live in the county of Franklin. I was in attendance remotely at the last regular council meeting on July 7th and commented regarding what I see as a dangerous, uncivil, unhealthy, and illegal free-for-all that happens within the city of Pasco every summer, starting in late June and into mid-July, with fireworks being allowed on our city streets and backyards all across town. While there wasn't really much of a discussion in response, there was a couple of troubling remarks made, one by a Pasco Police Department representative, I believe, explained that citing and confiscating the illegal fireworks takes too much paperwork and time. The other troubling comment was made by a council member, I believe, was that there are a few bad players out there. And it is no secret to the community and this council that this fireworks situation we are now dealing with is out of control. And there are many more than just a few bad players out there. It affects our quality of life in our own homes, rattling the windows and doors where we are doping our pets, fearing our house or roof catches on fire, where the fire department and law enforcement is overwhelmed by the fireworks and other uncivil activities, and many veterans of war suffering post-traumatic stress, anxiety, in listening to what sounds like a war of bombs and missiles next to the house for hours and days and weeks. When is the paperwork not too time-consuming? When the self-styled pyrotechnician blows his head off in the street in front of the neighborhood kids? I don't know. To reiterate the obvious, what goes on with the fireworks here is dangerous, an unnecessary fire risk in the heat of our dry climate. It's unhealthy to breathe, made from many elements known as toxic to the environment and all living things, tossed to the street where the refuse and residue washes into our sewer treatment systems, and the discomfort of the noise many of us recoil from. I'm here tonight for myself and many other good neighbors asking for your help in protecting our freedoms to enjoy our property and celebrate in a more peaceful and safe manner. I reviewed the ordinances today regarding fireworks for the city of Pasco, and it seems that there are plenty to back up law enforcement citing and seizing the illegal items. I did not see the part about how they have to actually see the offenses with their own eyes. So I'm hoping that later someone could lead me to that part of the ordinances to where it says.
I'm going to go ahead and ask you to wrap it up.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately our clock's not on, but we have been keeping time.
Oh, either way, it sounds like there needs to be some changes made and maybe rearranging for more law enforcement. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Christopher Dare. I'm the new Executive Director for Columbia Basin Veterans Center. And I'm just coming on to say hello. And we actually serve the whole region, but our office is right here in Pasco. And so I was excited to come and meet you. I did leave my card with you. You have it. One of my goals is to meet with each of you guys if possible, just kind of hear your heart for veterans. I'm doing that to all elected officials in the region, just kind of seeing how we can help. One of the things that maybe you know who we are in Pasco, but sometimes I keep hearing that people do not know that what our Veteran Center totally does. And so my goal is to get out there and make sure that we know that. I am a transplant from Nevada, so I just got here about 3 weeks ago. So I'm learning where everything's at, where the cities are, how to work the bridges, and all the kind of fun things. So it's an honor to be here with you. I do want to invite you September 18th on Thursday from 4 to 6. We're going to have an open house, and we're inviting everybody. We're also going to be putting up a Purple Heart parking spot at that time. We'll have news and everybody there. We'd love to see you guys in attendance. You'll get more information from us out there. Like I said, you do have my card. I do want to thank Jesse Rice and his team. We've been working with him for the Veterans Day celebration coming together, and I just appreciate your guys' work. So your team's doing good stuff. Christopher Dare, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Chris. And to confirm, that was September 18th, 4 to 6 p.m.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your commitment to our community and our veterans. Mr. Ace.
Hello, everybody. Brian Ace. I'm actually a Benton County resident, but here representing Boys and Girls Club. We have an agenda item later tonight, and I'm glad to answer questions on that when it gets to that. But as long as I was here, I just wanted to announce something and thank you all for your support of youth in our community. We did just get notice on Saturday evening. Our Keystone Club, which is our leadership club for the Pasco Clubhouse, was attending the Keystone Conference in Chicago, and it was announced on Saturday evening that they were recognized as the Keystone Club of the Year for Boys and Girls Clubs of America. So the programming taking place at your clubhouse on 18th Avenue is not only being seen locally, but recognized regionally and nationally as well. And we're proud of the work that's taking place there, and thank you for being a part of it. Appreciate it.
Brian, you having any open house to recognize that or any event?
We will be talking about that tomorrow morning when staff get back in town, and we will absolutely be doing something, and it would be great to have many of you present. In fact, as part of that, we will be launching the National Keystone Year through a live feed. They're going to fly in a team to do that with us on September 5th. Unfortunately, because of construction, we'll have to do that at a different facility, but it will still be a Pasco-hosted event from that Keystone Club. So we'll definitely have invites out for that.
Okay, thank you. Please do.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Go ahead, sir.
Oh, hold on, you just turned off the mic. Yeah, no, there you go, it's on. Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Kirby Turley. I'm a lifelong Pasco resident. I spent 3 long years in this building right here, through junior high, actually. We got a sometimes permitted, oftentimes not permitted remodeling fiasco happening behind our house for many years, typically using non-licensed individuals that come and go. And according to our neighbor, his current employee came from a work release program and doesn't appear to have journeyman carpenter skills. He can't pass any permit inspections, so the work continues on and on with no work in sight. Since last fall, the noise has been constant. It's pounding, drilling, cutting, reciprocal saws, using air-actuated nail guns, utility tools. The air compressor runs intermittently all hours, including this weekend. It was still cycling on and off at 3 a.m. this morning. In fact, it was still running when I left for this meeting today. Our noise ordinances are ineffective. They're written to make enforcement easy because there's no noise violations between 7 and 10, 7 days a week. That's because you can make as much noise as you want with no regard towards neighbors, 15 hours a day, as I said, 7 days a week. We can't sit on our patio and enjoy our backyard for most afternoons or evenings. We can't even sit in our house because the noise is so loud. It interrupts our daily routine. Yesterday, for the 20th, as an example, at 4 o'clock the noise started and lasted until 7:30 on a Sunday afternoon. And by the reactions I'm getting from conversations with Pasco residents and through social media, we aren't the only family going through this. I believe that my family's situation reflects what many other Pasco citizens are going through, but because it's so hard to get any help, people give up. Whether the noise is from a structure remodel, fireworks, music, or a barking dog, there needs to be a way to protect the considerate neighbor from those who could care less about disturbing others. It's my understanding other communities have figured out ways to solve this problem, excuse me, and I know through conversations with Mr. Perales that he has gathered some information from some other city governments on how they've implemented the ordinance changes for the same reasons. I've used the Ask Pasco app several times, and the response for everything, excluding noise, has been great. For noise, not so much. The response was the nature of this complaint is noise, and these complaints are to be reported to the Pasco Police Department as they are happening. I would encourage you to try talking to the neighbor before calling the police. Case closed. Can the city consider having our code enforcement department work with the police using interdepartmental cooperation with ongoing nuisance noise enforcement upon updating our noise ordinances? 7 to 10, 7 days a week is not sufficient to allow Pasco citizens to enjoy outdoor spaces with family and friends. In our case, the noise, as I said, the noise permeates inside our house, even with all the windows closed. So I'm asking the council to please address our noise issues and noise ordinances and make changes so that Pasco will be a model citizen throughout our continued growth. Thanks to all of you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Do we have